good workmanship.
They're storming them.
Both the players manages to trade one out, but buys a lot.
When you and Breakdown has been so effective going up against
In here, losing most of the gunfights. And look at this, start trying to hold him down.
Those final seconds. Now early rotations needed for NB.
Defense has really test on it.
common resolutions.
第一时间就还打，就变成说他算半职业队伍吧。我们所说的铁板烧的黑名选手，因为他点那些手仓库跟我们的点那。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is Call of Duty Mobile Garena Regional Qualifiers, the third day of the group stages where Group A will be back and battling it out for a chance to get to the playoffs, where we are going to find out the representative of our region for the World Championship stage. I am at Neptune, the General Garcia. Together with me is Callie, and later on we will be joined by the Mustachio, AJ, and us three will be our casters, bringing the hottest action for today. And Callie, what is your take on what will be happening right now? Because so far from day number 1, where Group A has joined us, a lot of teams is taking the donut, and this might be a redemption for them.
Yeah, I feel so, especially in that match number 3 where it's going to be the Huntsmen versus Change World. But I mean, the past 2 days were full of wins and upsets, and today I think will be no different. A lot more dramas and stories will continue throughout the day, and I tell you don't want to miss it. And today's going to be a competitive day, so you make sure you stay tuned and live here at exclusive at Garena Call of Duty Mobile, and we will be giving away redemption codes later, so you guys make sure you check that out. But here is the tournament schedule. You know, the group stage started on September 9. Well, we're currently on day 3 of the group stage, and teams still have 3 more days to battle and secure their spot in the playoffs, Boss Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, 6 days of the group stages followed by 3 days of the playoffs. There's a lot of days for teams wherein they need to recover, they need to adjust from the mistakes that they've done, or probably celebrate for the wins that they have taken, but not too much that they will lose their momentum into the games. But this is 6 days of the group stages, and like what I mentioned earlier, a lot of redemption might be happening right here, especially for those that happened from day number 1. That was Friday. Today is Sunday, so Super Sunday for these guys right here.
Yep.
But as we check out the format, this is the groupings that we have, and from yesterday we've seen Group B, and for today we will be focusing on Group A. We have Change World, Almighty, Huntsmen, ABC Esports, Blacklist, International Ultimate, as well as LYNX.
And you know, this is going to be a round robin format, so you got 3 games per matchup, and the top 3 in groups A and B will advance to that playoffs. And where you have is the final 6 teams where they play a double elimination format, a best of 5. And when we reach that grand finals, it's going to be a best of 7, where the team on the top bracket, the top seed, will have that 1 map advantage, and the top 2 will be able to advance to the stage 5 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022. And here is where it gets very, very interesting. Yesterday, it was Dunya Games that was just outclassed by a mile by Smart Omega, and here this time around, all eyes are on ABC Esports. Here today at Group A, they swept Blacklist on day 1, and later on, they take AMT. If they can go head-to-head and win against the most consistent Garena MSP squad, then I can come to the conclusion that they are the biggest threat in this group, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, ABC Esports is really performing from the side of Indonesia. Almighty, and the same thing has happened from day number 1, 2-0 from them. So this really means that out of the teams that they went against, they won 2 and didn't lose anything. Change World, on the other hand, that will be playing today as well, has only gone into 1 game, same as Blacklist in Ultimate. Now, the Huntsman has lost 2 games or 2 of the series, similar to LYNX TH. So, like what we mentioned, it is redemption for those at the bottom 3 of each group from Group A because they don't have any win just yet.
I mean, they can't afford to lose anymore in here. 1 more loss and you're out of the playoff contention. And in this game, where you have to play well, you need to have 100% here today just to make sure you're still able to qualify on that top 3 spot for you to be able to claim and, of course, engage in that playoffs where you're going to be able to be 1 step closer to that top 2 in the Garena Regional Qualifiers Grand Finals. But then again, just like what we said earlier, Huntsmen continued to be one of the teams that really had a rough time on that day 1, losing against ABC Esports, and the next thing they know, they had to meet AMT on day 1, and they had a very rough schedule, a tough one indeed, but now that they are here today, they can still have the opportunity to bounce back. I mean, they're going up against Change World in this match number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Change World, who has a win, of a series win against LYNX TH right now, or from day number 1, they will be challenging the Huntsman, and I would agree with what you mentioned. They need to bounce back right now, work on the mistakes they have. Even with the new rosters they have, they need to, they had 1 day to make the adjustment. They have 1 day to make those corrections as well as to plan out an approach against Change World, because day after day it's different group who will be presented in our group stages. Now we're going to check out right now what will be the games and how are they going to see of the team lineup that we have. And the first team that we have is Change World. We have M4 Arthur, Togepi, Kai, Emo, and Fu, and we have seen a lot from Arthur. I mean, the clutch king, I would say, the king with Excalibur for a 1v2 has been in here, but the deadliest of them all, Cali, is M4. Always that MVP for each series or for each match that they jump into. So how much can Huntsman offer against Change World? That will be seen later on, because this team is really performing very well, though they only had 1 game or 1 series from day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Change World did so well versus LYNX TH on day 1. And it's because, again, M4 and Arthur, who is always prepared for those big moments, engaging in setting up the team for success. Not to mention how calm and cool and collected they are when they're on the deficit. Remember, they were up against LYNX TH in the control round, down 2-0, and they still came up with the win. So these guys are resilient and they really know what to do in the game. And just a couple of facts in here. At CGI 2022, this team actually is a combination of Team No OBJ and AFN Gaming. So there's a reason why this team is finding success, and it's because the combination of the 2 best Taiwan squad out there, they're here for the big moments.
Yeah, I mean, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, a team from Change World showing up in this group stages. And later on, we're going to see the lineup of the Huntsmen. For those who are just jumping in here, who have missed day number 1, we are going to present to you the lineup of this team. The Malaysian team joined by 1 Filipino, that is Crush. Now, Ravens for Derp, Zen and Nochi will be here. Zen has joined this team as well to help with them for the success. And Derp, as mentioned previously, needs to be taking the lead in this match. He needs to be calm right now and intact so that their game plan, everything that they planned out, will be set perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, coming back from a back-to-back loss, this team needs to win their 3 next games to have a chance for that playoffs. A solid win here versus Change World could spark that momentum for Huntsman, but this team needs a third initiator. As we've said, Zen and Derp had already supplied this team with enough gunfights. It's not really enough for them to secure a series. That we did see from day 1. Maybe a major bounce back from Crush could help this squad, because he had a bad day on that day 1, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to bounce back really on this game. I mean, Crush is not really crushing the enemies just yet, and we just
Yeah.
yet to find out what is causing that. Is it communication? Is it because it's a new team composition? And that is what they need to overcome. They need to take that out of this game so that they can perform better. And with Crush moving up the same as the other member of the team of Huntsmen, then they will be able to succeed in this fight. And this time we are seeing them on the screen. And right now I'm feeling that they are so focused because they know what is on the line. They know what is at stake and they want to get over that.
And they really would want to, because if not, it's the end of the road in for them, and it's just going to be placement points if they don't actually win this first map ahead of this series. And you already know Change World, they are clean when it comes to their rotation and their strategies, but for Huntsmen, you know, they've been able to really win some gunfights, but not exactly to the point they are able successful to, because most of the time it's going to be Zen top fracking, second would be Durf, but they really lack that third man that can score them some frags and, of course, propel this team to victory. So, again, it could either be Crush for me, but it could also be Spur or not Chi. But it's going to be all down to this team's decision in here, because as we go to that maps and modes, that's where we can really talk about and dig deeper to where exactly will Huntsman and Change World actually have a better win rate percentage. And kudos to Change World, they win the coin flip, so they'll be able to pick the 2 respawn game mode in here. Firing range and raid control will be in for Change World, and it's going to be a map pick by Huntsman on Hacienda. And not to mention, this is going to be a bloodbath in here. I think for me, honestly, for Change World, they did this team a favor.
Well, Hacienda right now, this is one of, or sorry, for firing range, this is one of the maps wherein we don't have that much information in terms of Change World, but I would agree with you. They did the team a favor. They are doing well in this map. Huntsman, on the other hand, they have been in this game so many times. So for hard point for Hacienda on the other side for Search and Destroy, well, we've seen that being played previously. And we know how Change World at some point makes the tricks of moving from point to point when they are on the attacker side. But let's focus more on hard point, Callie, because this will be something interesting if the Huntsmen will be able to play along how the Change World have been switching their tactics. And this is a time that everything that has been planned by both teams will be shown in this game.
Now here we go, first match of today's group stage, day 3. It's Huntsman versus Change World as we move into the first hard point. You see the teams battling for that power position right early off the get-go, and it's going to be Huntsman actually taking over the White Warehouse, and there it goes, Crush, already 2 kills in the game, off to a great start.
Off to a great start indeed, because of that White Warehouse being a power position for the team to be able to hold that first hill, and that is one thing they need to focus. Derp right now also on this tower, so they have power position already, but not so much on the points and getting on the hill. 30 seconds remaining, but the battle on the floor, on the ground is happening. Fu and Emo was able to take down Derp as well, but Spur on the other hand taking down Emo. Fu right now trying to chase them down on auto repair shop, but a 1v2 will take down Crush at this point.
I still a back and forth matchup here in this map number 1, but you obviously would want to have the next hardpoint rotation, and Kai will be there setting up early, getting a huge 2 kills in here for Change World. And now that they are in here, they get the favorable spawns, and Huntsman will have to break 4 seconds set before moving to new. Crush will be the first one in on the front line. He gets 1. Now this guy's crushing it already inside the game, leading the game in lobbies in terms of kills. 6 already for this guy, and they are about to execute the pinch here with Derp leading the front man, and there it is. They are able to create the break just in time. The hard point opens up. It's 18 and 15. The game is still close, but look at that setup from Huntsmen. They are prime in position to get a money hill in here.
Yeah, definitely they need to make that position, but unfortunately for Mechanical Skills 2 has been taken down already by the south of Command Center, and the rest will need to hold this off. This guy, a number 3 Crush right now, needs to step in that and step on that hill for the longest time, because the rest of the teams have spawned from the farthest region of this map, and it is a chase by the rest of the teams right now. This is Change World going and trying to go for the kill, but Esper for that hit, but It is now left with 15 seconds, and I think it is about time for the Huntsmen to let go of that hill and head over to the White Warehouse.
Yeah, I mean, Change World fell for the bait there. You know, they prioritized the scrap time at that P2, and now they are off to that Narnia. They are spawning so far deep into that hard point. And now, this is the perfect time for Huntsmen to make sure they secure more of the angles here, but Kai is going to stop that. Now they are on the push here in multi-angles. They're going up front to the back trailers. M4 will be there to get one, and now they're able to find a way to actually bully out Huntsmen outside of the point, but there's going to be reinforcements made in here now, as Fur will be in right at the back, while Zen will be taking care of the players at the front. And now here comes the Purifier. This is going to be very useful for this team as they try to break the point. And there it is, Huntsmen. Perfect play right now from Zen.
Yes, Zen right now is able to clear that as the rest of the teams just follow through and take this White Warehouse. We still have a lot more, almost half of that minute left, and the points is now pouring in for the Huntsmen at this point. Preparation on the other side to go in onto the next hill is being made by Change World, but I think that is a little bit too late because this is a good turnaround from the Huntsmen right now. Frags has been done and the spawns has been flipped, but it has been flipped to the favor of Change World. It's up to the Huntsmen right now to take that and recover that next hill to their favor to continue on the tall of points that they're getting at this point.
Yeah, there needs to be the space creator in here for Huntsmen. You know, that's shot creator for that long-range engagement. But for now, it's going to be Zen on that close-range engagement, winning one player in there. But they still don't have the spawns in here. So it's kind of a 50-50 battle in here for Huntsmen to actually try to break this point because of how well Change World has stratified their defense inside. But finally, we do see some contest in here. M4 brings out the Predator missile, cuts two players down, and that would be more than enough for this team to be able to make sure that they are inside a point. But Crush will make things a little bit more difficult, getting that huge 2 kills in there, and is going to follow up with even more. Crush right now is having a bounce back after suffering a day 1 loss back-to-back.
Well, here comes the Goliath being pulled in, but no one has been taken out just yet. But in the corner, it is difficult for them to beat that Goliath. But there you have it. We have Emo in there taking down a Crush into that battle. Now, as we see, the scores right now hitting that 100 mark. It is a good momentum from the Huntsman. It is M4 who has not been making that good push and break into the hill, and all the covers and all the bases has been covered right now by the Huntsman. The same thing on the other side for Change World. So it's up to them to win the mechanical skill, the gunfights at this point to take over this hill as it counts down to 45 seconds.
Now, wasted usage by Change World on that XS1 Goliath, called in too late, and it got taken care of the moment it spawned and it was used. And now Huntsman is in a very good position once again to be in here and win the gunfights. Crush on the power position. He's going to get one more in there, being the bane right now of Change World. For some odd reason, they are not really able to get that power position because of the way Huntsman has been playing around the area. And with that being said, Kai here will continue to push up now for Change World, but he's going to get taken down in here. Once again, the back and forth trades right through the P1 is going to be very important in here. But one thing more than likely that we are seeing is Change World actually stepping into this point. So now they are cutting down that lead one at a time, slowly but surely. They are calm and collected after all. And the bad thing here is they don't have that spawn, by the way, for that P2. So Huntsman is going to be here with a good solid setup, and it's all down to Kai here to be the front man and try to create some space here for Change World to attack.
Yeah, attack they will do. Arthur right now is moving in, trying to clear the path for the rest of the team so that they will not be contested. But Crush was able to take him down. But the spawns is still favorable for the Huntsman. No matter what approach Change World is doing, they are being cut short, and it is the work of Arthur to break this hill. 30 seconds left, and they will be able to catch up to the points right now. Hopefully, the Huntsman will not be giving up onto this hill because that is a lot of time and a lot of points lost. Spur right now going in for that push, but M4 takes him down, and with that Purifier has taken another life. The same as Crush. Naughty right now taking an M4 in this battle, but as we can see right now, it is down to 20 points. And the lead that Huntsman has been caught up by Change World.
And not the bud spot for Change World either. You know, they got the scrap time there. Now they are off to a good position here at the speed 3. And now Arthur brings out that Fred, gets a huge 2 kills, and Fu will not be able to follow up though. But still, they are locked and loaded inside that hill. And now it's all down to Huntsmen. How well are they gonna time that operator skills to make them bully out Change World inside at this point? For now, they're trying to slow it down. They're gonna send out one player one more time in here at the back trailers, but they eventually get taken care of. So Change World in a prime position to take the lead, and with Kylie leading the charge in here, might be more than just enough for this team to finally be able to be in the front. And the Huntsman continues to struggle in here despite that great start here at the mid game. They're trying to find a way to attack, but they can't seem to back them up here. But the contest comes through and they're trying to win the gunfights and enter inside. They are successful.
One key point that the Huntsman really needs to do right now for more success is to not let go of that hill prematurely, because that is where points has been gathered by Change World, and being raiding the tactics of Huntsman at this point has turned around the tables against them. So we'll have to find out how the Huntsman will be able to do the adjustment, because so far the Change World is making those adjustments and making it to their favor, back to almost 20 points in the lead. It is Huntsman right now taking over this hill, and the kills is also going in as planned, so that the spawns will be triggered against Change World, and Derp will be taken down in there by Emo from above, but Emo needs to be taken down. Spur in there with a purified gameplay, as well as Fu, and Esper will need to make this hold despite of how long they have in this hill. They need to make it work. They need to reach at least the 200 mark for them to be comfortable, but this time it is Change World who take that hill.
Yeah, not really sure why Huntsman continues to barge their head inside a point without even having the spawns in their favor. And that's the main reason why they weren't really able to score a lot of more points in here. And they kept barging their heads in, and that would be able to give Change World a chance to actually speed up their operating skills moving into this third reset of the hard point that we are currently going to have. Right now, Huntsmen, they do have that 50-point lead to make up for what they've been doing at the P4, but still, you see it here. Change World finally winning some gunfights. Looking at that kill feed, and Emo will be in at the back, will get shot down, but this is going to be a huge fight at that battle for the trailer. Kai will be able to take down Spur, so moving into P1, they will be having the spawn advantage, and not only that, they will be able to get the power position, and M4 timing this Purifier down and correct. I mean, now they are slowly decreasing that lead, but can they be able to take that lead back? Because right now, Huntsman looking to be very aggressive, keep sending players one at a time over and over again inside of P1, but they just can't seem to find any success off of that.
Yeah, they need to get that push and break into that hill, because at time, if I'm not mistaken, it has been that P1 being taken all the way by Change World, and Huntsman wasn't able to get that hit on that hill because of the loss that they have for the White Warehouse. So they need to focus on getting in a power position on this P2 so that they can maintain the lead that they have. Otherwise, Change World will be changing it and turning tables against them. Kai right now for aggressive push, but Nachi on the other side. But M4 follow-up, that is what we're talking about. The follow-up gameplay that Change World has been doing is lacking from the Huntsman. Thus, it is more successful in breaking the hill for Change World.
Yeah, solid setup so far by Change World in here. Got into that hard point right before it opens up, and now they are soaking in the time. They have now taken the lead, and Kai would be able to get one player in there. Looking to tag one more down, and there it is. There's going to be placed a lot of burn in here with that Purifier, and Huntsman continues to fail the break. They only attack in only one angle, so this is going to be easier for Change World to actually funnel them down and take them out. And now, as we move inside the hill, final contest here by Huntsman. If they fail, this is going to be over. Dirk gets shot down, and Huntsman needs two more players to attack in multi-angle, and that's going to be number 4 in Crush going around the back, and now they will be able to contest, and they take one player down in there, all down to Emo, but Crush gets shot down, but Nachi will be there at the corner to win the fight, and Huntsman still very much alive inside this game, but they are actually in a bad position in here. Yes, they have the scrap time, but it's Change World that have the power position in the next hill, but they bully out Change World. And now another XS1 Goliath will be called in by Change World in here, and Fu will be able to be around the back. The Huntsman needs to stay alive inside the hill. They do so, and now we are on the late game. This could be the final hill.
Late game final hill, but the Goliath is on the way.
Oh,
Emo
no.
right now trying to rush in, but it's not enough for 3 members to hold that Goliath plus the backup that it has in there. There goes the step in. Emo right now just crushing everyone, but Crush and Dirt was trying to take that hold with only 10 seconds, 11 seconds left. They need to make this work, but no, it is still heading towards favor of a Change World. Nochi right now changing the situation. 19 seconds, good chance for them to go for the overtake, and it is now change again for Change World. The trade back of this team. 3, 2, 1, and Change World takes a win in this hard-fought hardpoint.
What the comeback made there from Change World. And do remember, we said that they are calm, cool, and collected when they are on the deficit. And guess what? It happened again. They did it against LYNX TH before. And they showed that they can be just as resilient up against an MSP team, an MSP squad who is very talented and highly experienced when it comes to competition. Wow, truly top-tier gameplay there for Change World. And notice how only one player actually had himself excited. The other 4 players were just like, just another day, just another game, and just another victory for them. And that's going to be 1-0. But if you're Huntsmen, by the way, Neptune, you had that lead. You blew it at the end. That's going to mess up your psyche in here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are doing well from the start, and we don't want the intro boys to be coming in. You need to end that lyrics. You need to end that chorus up until the end of that song, and that is not happening for the Huntsmen at this point. It is Change World who was losing the start of the game. Probably it's part of the plan that they have. They know how to make the adjustment. Thus the name Change World. They can change their ways so that it will be to their advantage, and that's what they did. Now, what I can say about the Huntsmen is them letting go of a hill prematurely with 20 seconds left. That is where they really made a loss, especially when they didn't step into that second cycle of that P1. It is a huge point in there being taken by Change World. Thus, it brought that lead closer into their favor and was able to overtake the scores. No matter how close it is the adjustment of a team that will bring you that win.
And of course, Change World, they will have M4 once again being that MVP, almost a 50 piece in here, 49 kills for this man, always being able to score the score streaks, and of course, time that operator skill just as perfect as Arthur in that matchup alone. But that last play wouldn't be possible without Fu, who would take them down 3 players, shutting their shin guards or their legs actually, just to be able to find a way to create an ingress, and not really able to give Huntsmen that contest. And a well-deserved win here for Change World. They fought tooth to the nail, and at the end of the day, they were rewarded with that victory and being able to steal a map win. It's going to be very important in here as they now take the lead in the series 1-0.
I would agree, but Search and Destroy should be a different story, because so far it is a Huntsman who is doing well, Search and Destroy, but they should not be dependent on Derp. The Crush as well as Zen needs to step up in this game. But the winner of that first map for the series is Change World, and as you can see, the closest of the scores, we can also feel that Huntsman is bringing back the passion and the power to their side, but they have made a few mistakes right here. Hopefully next time that won't happen, and that is something that you need to do once you are in a crucial tournament just like this, wherein a lot is on the line and a lot can be offered. Stepping into Hacienda, Cali, what's your point in this on Search and Destroy?
Well, I still haven't gotten over that map number 1. I mean, just to look at, I was watching the replay. I just got excited, I mean, the way Change World timed that XS1 Goliath and the way they flank the players up Huntsmen was just truly top tier. They were really built for that end game, and we're going to be having some sort of replay, so we might just as well see ourselves in the caster screen. So with that being said, let's talk about the first game first before we head into this map number 2, because I for sure is so amazed at what just happened at that map number 1 because of how well the teams actually fought back and forth. Again, operator skill that Purifier and that XS1 Galactus Korshik was the difference maker in there.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I didn't see that much as well from that engagement on hardpoint, the tacticals and the lethals, or the tactical secondaries as well, and lethals and tacticals, whatever terms that you can use, are not being used that well. It's so needed, especially for that P2 when. The Huntsmen are trying to take it back. They are just rushing in there one at a time. You pointed out that as well earlier, and that wouldn't work with only 3 entry into that P2 command center. It's very difficult to break through one at a time. But, well, it is what it is. Things happen, and it didn't happen well for the Huntsmen from that game.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of bounce back in here. They lost one, but now they're going into their own map pick. This is their element. This is where they're confident at. Hacienda, Search and Destroy. Huntsmen down by 1 in the series. Will they be able to make up for it in here as they played slow and steady? First and foremost, first blood is going to be very important in here. Derp should be the priority here. Play through Derp, but Arthur tags him down early. So there goes the first blood for Change World.
Yeah, first blood from Change World usually initiates the rest of the approach. Zen right now in there going for the push, but will be taken out by Arthur as well. But a trade by Nochi against Arthur, breaking it on a 3-on-3. Nochi right now still hanging back on the second floor, waiting for anyone who will be introducing himself. But here comes a fool right now. The slide from Nochi takes him down. It's a good backup as well by Esper, just in case he fails it. It is now favorable for the Huntsman right now. Crush is still alive, and Kicking is just waiting for the opportunity to make that bounce, but bounce M4 did. Spur will be taken down, and it is now on a 2-on-2, but quickly being changed by Crush, and the backstab again by Nochi. 1 point for the Huntsman.
Yeah, very great play there, taking over the mid map just to make sure they get access to A and B side, and they will be able to cut out the players right through the manor. So Huntsman, perfect play right now. They just have to continue to that. They are not pushing at the A or the B side. They just likely want to go through mid and, of course, take over, change role from there on out. Right now, Derp needs to get it going in here with that sniper just to make sure that they get an ingress. M4 will be down to the low HP, and Zen will be able to create the push here. But they have actually opened up that B side, and Nochi will be in for the trade, extending to forward, and now Crush will have to defeat one player, but Kai extends out, and Crush will be shut down. Huntsman, they extended too far, way behind enemy lines when the B bombs it is open.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to focus and wait for that hint that they will be on the clear before they go in for the attack. And that is a little bit probably part of being overconfident because of the win that they had in there. Hopefully that it will be changing at this point. A good split right now from Change World on a 2-3 and a rotation possibly from this guy from number 4. It's Arthur taking distance because he is a sniper. But the push right now of Huntsman on a overextension.
Whoa.
Once again in there by Crush, but he was able to make it work. Unfortunately, Arthur takes him down, and Derp takes down M4.
Nice try, by the way, by Huntsman. Look at this number 1 in blue. Kai on the flank, but finally Spur takes him down. I mean, that's how you try to flank. Crush was playing up front. He wasn't really going back way behind enemy lines, and that really cost him that game. But it's a good thing that Huntsman will be able to trade that, and finally we are seeing some decisions in here made by the Huntsman squad, pushing deep at this A bomb site. Meanwhile, Change World continues to stay stacked in their own defensive lines. They will actually send out food right behind the oak fences. So with that being said, nades are going to be thrown in, but that would be cancelled out. No connection made, but Emo here, prime position in this mid-map, spots Zen, but will not be able to get that gunfight. But that should be information sent out. Good play there for Spur. We get a 2v3.
2v3 in there, and Emo has just fell for the trap from being made by the Huntsman. Now, Arthur right now might be able to see one, but with that, a small hint will not make it work for Arthur right now. Arthur missing a lot of shots right here, and I think the 50G is right now will make it work for him. And there you go, as expected, but Spur will be ready for the take back, and another point goes in for Huntsman, making it 2-1 in favor of the Malaysian team.
Lovely shot there, right through the wall there for Spur. Clearly predicted where the player might be and removed the chances of Arthur pulling off a 50 GS clutch. That we did see from him yesterday versus LYNX TH. And I mean, now we are going to continue here. Nice play from Huntsmen, by the way. Great recovery despite losing Crush on an early game. Now they're doing the same exact thing here, same setup, and right now Emo will punish them for that. They have truly read the play here. But, you know, Huntsmen, they are resilient. They know what to do. Once they get that bomb plant, they can just initiate that post-plant setup and they'll be good to go. Now, Zen will be in, tapping that bomb. Here we go. 45 seconds left here for Change World to go for that retake.
And the Derp right now, good information and a takedown against Kai on that second hit, but Derp will be taken down as well as the information has been relayed. Now Change World right now will try to go in for the push. Arthur taking down his fur, and there it's now left to Zen as well as Crush. Now there's no need to be aggressive, they just need to be patient. 22 seconds on the clock, but the push is on.
Wow.
And crushing M4, and it's only a few HP remaining. He needs to survive, he needed to make it work, but didn't. With 12 seconds, the defusal will be happening, and Change World taking a point, balancing it on a 2-2.
Yeah, still a nice try there. Valiant effort for Huntsmen, but Change World clearly played that perfectly. They always send out a player or two to actually guard the mid-map where Derp is actually kind of lurking to get some kills. And when did he find one, there was always the trade that Change World can use, and that we did see, and that they did execute. So now, for Huntsmen, they failed attacking at the mid-map, so they are trying to send out the players here, specifically stack at this B side. Change World will not see that one coming because they know that it's been the same play all over again, time and time, that first 4 rounds. But here, this time, it's going to be a juke. Right now, the bomb gets planted. Change World and Huntsmen. This is the first 5v5 retake. Let's see where will Change World take this route.
Nachi right now on a standby onto the waters, while the rest of the teams are going in for the flank from Change World. It is this guy from number 1, Kai, who might be able to go in for backstab. Crush in there will not be surprised as Kai will be moving in. The door is a little bit too close to him, and Crush will be able to make that hit. Emo, on the other hand, responds, and it is now off to Fu on a 1v1 against Derp.
Oh, you have 10 seconds left. Why would you have to run? Who takes him down? And Change World will be taking the lead. And I mean, talking about how this team actually took that route, I mean, using the nades to actually get more information, using the smoke grenades to try to close down the gap and make sure they penetrate right through enemy lines. And the next thing you know, they will be able to go for the flank as well. Off to a 1v1. Fu held a great angle, taking the player Derp down. Now they take that lead. Can we see the same exact defense here one more time as Change World will be going in for their final defense before we move into the second half. Crush will be the front man here this time around for Huntsmen. So they're using the smoke here, which is going to be great. But Derp now with that first blood, so there it goes. That's what the team needs here.
And they need to take that first blood and even a second blood. Well, they really need to take out the whole team, though. But they are now doing well. 3v4 situation, and the plan is on. It's more of the defensive side that Change World need to focus on, but not so much. Oh, Derp in there with opportunity, and Kai will be taken out. A double in there by Derp. It is now left to Arthur, and the Clutch King might not be able to clutch it against 4, but we'll have to see because 1 has been taken down already. Derp is out for the count. It is still left to 4, but the time is counting down as it reached less than 20 seconds. Arthur slowly moving in, trying to get information, but will not be able to make that hit against Crush, and the take back of Crush, taking down the King Arthur from this game, balancing it on a 3-on-3.
Yeah, great timing there, by the way, from Derp, you know. After moving in and taking one player down with one angle, look at the front side and was able to pick up another kill. And the next thing you know, Huntsman was able to get that man advantage, and they were able to really push very well. So this time they will be switching sides. Huntsman will be still going into the mid-map. I mean, fine, I get the point. You know, you control mid-map, you gain access to that A and the B side properly and efficiently. And Crush will be tasked to go for that flank. That's going to be a very important play there for him. At the Lambo, he's going to spot one player, needs to back away. And that he will do. Very smart for him, by the way, as Change World is trying to work on the attack at this B-controlled bomb site. TW will be able to take 2 players down, and now they'll be able to get that plant.
That door in the middle really is a trap for everyone. Nochi was able to take Emo down, but Nochi will turn it back. But Kali, it's a 3v4 situation, and we still need to find out if the defense of Huntsman would really work.
Well, here we go. Change world. 1 minute left here. Hasn't planted that bomb yet, and they actually drop it exactly through mid, and Crush will get 2 kills in there. Very useful for this team now to try to get that lead. Arthur will continue to miss a shot. That's going to be a trigger pulled, and now that's going to be information sent out for Huntsman. 44 seconds left. They're trying to gatekeep this statue. Arthur still pushing through, moving forward. Down and bad. But that Arctic 50 could be very useful for his team, but not to the point where it's only 30 seconds left, and Huntsman only needs to worry about one more player. Crush could turn his head and get this kill, but Arthur now picks up first, but Crush on the hunt takes the player down. No. Wow, what a great exchange there, but Huntsman gets to that gets the last laugh.
The number advantage, even with a Clutch King in there, the number advantage of 3 is a little bit too much for him to take on a sniper, even in a 50 GS. So we're looking forward to the rest of the teams bouncing back in here. Huntsman will take the lead, and they will now try to cover then mid-map once again, while Alpha will be captured in here and will be planted. The bomb will be planted into A. Now it's cover right now, a good pinch coming in from the Huntsman, but they might not be expecting Arthur from the behind. Arthur right now going for the backstab and will not be paid just yet. M4 for another backstab in there, and it is just a quick hit, but the response of the Huntsman right now to go in, and the defusal is on. Arthur right now will try to make a defense at this point, but he is solo, and distraction might be a little bit too much as the defusal is being done, and Arthur, well, Arthur and Jerp just went into dance, and the music stopped in there for the defusal.
Wow, nice dance there by Derp. You know, Emperor really got grooving with the way he tried to take that dance, but great plays by the way from Crush. You know, he underperformed at hard point, but now he's got 10 kills, leading this team in total kills, and he's been able to really find ways to actually give Change World that problem by controlling this mid map. As you can see right now, spots the first player in the fountain. Kai will be able to take him down. Nice try in there. As we do see some players in the crossfire, Kai needs to stay alive in here. Needs to back away, and that's what's gonna do. But Arthur will be able to take down Nochi. Having a 5v3 situation, kind of a bad situation right now for Huntsman, but they all have Derp here, who spots the bomb planter, takes him down, spots one more, needs to connect in here, but M4 will be able to tag him, all down to this final 2 players of Huntsman.
As for right now, trying to defend himself, the light is on, and Fu takes him out, and that is a quick take back of the point coming from a Change World. And an opportunity of Derp in there going in, taking a double, was hampered because of the movement that he was so expected to show up by that fence as he were taken down. But the move of Change World right now is towards Bravo from the middle of this map. We'll have to find out how well defense has been made, because so far it might not have been read by Huntsman at this point. Kai right now taking the lead, and again, the trap from the doors might trigger yet multiple kills, but Nochi takes with that against Emo, and it is now good stride for the Huntsman.
Great angle made there by Nochi, you know, surprising that bomb planter, and Zen will be able to get that follow-up. Now we have a 3v5 situation, and Change World are kind of trapped in here. Crush will be able to feed on those mistakes made by Change World, and now they're slowly advancing, going in for that pinch, but Zen gets shot down from that garage, but they still do have the bomb plant exactly right through the B side, and Change World have to pick that up in this 1 minute and 10 seconds that they have. Maybe try to slow it down and play for a fix, and use Arthur to actually get those kills initially in that long-range engagements, since he has been grooving and has the hot hunts in here. 14 kills inside the game, while Derp is taking a swim. Right now, Change World is under fire. Well, good angle there made by Derp though. 50 seconds left, and if you're Change World, where are you going to route? What type of angle are you gonna take while you try to break this final 4 players? This is going to be tough here, Neptune.
And for a Slayer of the Seam, how much can he kill before making a push? Not checking the corners, and Nochi will be waiting on the other side. Arthur, on the other hand, has been waiting in the middle. But with the snipers and 25 seconds remaining, he needs to be calm right now. Sight has been in, but Arthur will be taken down by Nochi from the side as well. and Huntsman has a reach match point in here. Change World might be changing their mind about the Clutch King, but they need to make it up. 2 more points to catch up and tie it, but it is now 1 more point for the Huntsman to make this win.
Oh no, this is going to be a bloodbath here. Look at that. It's going to be a hot, fiery exchange here between both ends. Who takes the first blood? It's going to matter a lot. Notchy will be in for a foul. Kai gets the first 2 kills in here. Dropping Zen and Crush, but Notchy and Spur will be able to trade it back. Removes the bomb platter as well. They will be able to clear out this A bomb site. And it's all down to Arthur. Gonna have to face the 3 solid players of Huntsmen in here. Also needs to pick up that bomb. And with the scope, what's he gonna do? Maybe use at 50 GS to just kind of get 1 more headshot, or maybe connect that just to make sure that he makes an ingress and maybe startle these players out. Right now, Derp is actually in a prime position to take him out here. The angle should be very useful for him. Misses the first shot. Arthur now spots the player. Arctic 50 in hand, but Derp needs to retreat it back. And right now, Arthur's still very much alive. Information should be sent out now for Huntsmen, and they should be able to readjust their defensive positioning inside this A bomb so that they look to gatekeep that bomb away from Arthur. We have a 1v3 here, kind of a tall order.
Yeah, before this match started, I'm expecting a lot of clutches from Arthur, but because of how the Huntsman is surviving with 3 members, even letting Arthur live might not be that much of a challenge for them. They're right now just making a good position to get a better angle or probably distraction as they buy for time and wait for Arthur to show up. Arthur slowly making it in onto this fence from the backyard, from the warehouse to the backyard. Derp right now moving in, dance around, and the punch is on. Derp, ding, 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 takes that win.
And there you have it. Huntsmen will be able to take their own map pick, and they will also serve it as a win as well. And Derp's been dancing so well. I mean, that's twice now against with Arthur at that final end of the games. And well, Huntsmen finally able to secure a win after losing 7 in a row. But one thing more than likely that we did see from this team is how well Crush impacted that game. You know, the first bloods that he got, the flank that he made, and the way he controlled that mid-map was the key factor for this team to control Change World when it comes to playing inside the game. But do also note that Notchy was able to take a lot of good picks as well, using angles that you often do not see against the players. And with that being said, it so happened that they are also the top 1 and the top 2 frag in this game. And, you know, the viewers asked for Crush to step up, and guess what? He is here trying to make a statement for himself.
Yeah, he's not just stepping up, he's stepping side to side as well. He has been dancing well with Derp right now. It's a good play from the team of Huntsman. But a Change World, they're not down just yet. They have 1 more map to prove that they can take this against Huntsman. But Control right now, based on how it is being done by Huntsman from the past, it might not look good for them. Again, we're basing it on history, but I love how this team of Huntsman is coming back for Hardpoint as well as Search and Destroy. Search and Destroy is the strongest suit for Huntsman at this point, but how close it was on the Hardpoint, that was a great improvement. So with the combination of both, it is now leading to Control, but the MVP of this game, sleep well, Crush, because you had made it in here, popping off 11 kills, 1372 on the points, and this guy is now one of the key factor as well as a motivation. I would say all of the members of the team of Huntsman has been motivated so far in this game. I saw how they smiled in there after they took the win, and hopefully they can get that momentum up for Control.
I mean, it's a sigh of relief, honestly, for Huntsman, you know, after dropping 7 maps in a row, losing 2 series and losing the Hardpoint number 1 up against Change World. And now you see the impact that Crush actually plays into the game. When he plays good, the team actually performs better, looking at that 3-round lead that Huntsman had inside this game. But it's a total team effort, by the way. You know, Derp, Notchy, everybody step up huge greatly for this team to be able to win their own map pick. So that's that. We're moving into raid control, and not exactly a great idea for a Change World to actually play in this map. Yes, they did come back against LYNX TH, where they're down 2-0, down and bad, and they managed to pull off once in a lifetime comeback, moving in 3-2 at the end of the game. But they're going up against Huntsman in here, although they didn't really have enough success when it comes to playing raid control. this team is totally better when it comes to playing map control, especially that mid map that we did see from Huntsmen earlier. So it's going to be a 50-50 in here. Moving into this map number 3, winner gets to win the series. Huntsmen Change World, map number 3. Here we are at Control Raid.
Quick move right by Change World right now into center square and take down by a Kai. Or yeah, Kai right now, but Kai will be taken out by Spur and Emo in there, trading with Jerv on the other side. Now everyone will be bashing their heads on this point, on this Bravo right here, because this is one of the easiest, especially for the attackers at this point. And defenders, on the other hand, they need to hand back a little bit, take that power position, and just wait for the attackers to go in for that hit and not really show up that much, because they need to save up on the lives, and saving up is what the Huntsman is doing right now. They are just cutting the approach of Change World from where they stand, and they are taking it one kill after another.
Look at the bottom left of the screen. You see Crush on that mid map right now, way behind enemy lines, looking to try to find a route and get some kills for this team to actually find a way to extend even more at that life defilement, but he eventually will get taken down in here. So right in front of your screen, we actually have Changed World after suffering a massive loss in wins and kills there at the B side. Now they're moving into the A control point, but still very undecisive for them. And Derp, huge streak kills right there, just to give this team a more ample time and a breathing point in order for them to actually get more kills up and going. Zen, Derp, just basically the key factor in here right now. They are crushing the game. Changed World can find an answer.
Yeah, can I find an answer? Can find a time with only a few seconds remaining right now. It is looking dire for Change World, and the point goes for Huntsman. And this is a good turnaround. This is what we're looking for in terms of the mode control from the Huntsman. A chance for them to prove themselves that this is not their weakest and weakest suit. They can play it hard in this game, and Change World is feeling that right now as they started off for round number 2. Now, it is Change World on the defense and not so much of movement as the harder point has been captured right now. Very quick and all sides covered already. Arthur will not be making that approach as M4 will try, but also will fail as Zen has taken that angle already. A captured that quick, and it is now down to take those lives.
The fastest A control point capture so far in this Garena regional qualifier. Change World did not see the attack coming from Huntsmen, and now with them giving up the hardest hard point to control, now it's Huntsmen task to actually find a way to get this B control point, which is going to be the easier part of here as the attackers when it comes to attacking. So now they have eventually have map control, and they're going to use Predator Missile of Zen to actually put the players right exactly through spawns. Only have to worry about the players on the laundries, wherein it's going to be Fu with that Arctic 50, who hasn't really found enough success just yet, having only a total of 3 kills right now inside the game. 23-21 right now, and you do see Huntsman here stack 4 players at that mid-map. Then they also have Zen around the back being that flanker that the team needs to cut up more players on the rotation. And well, looks like we're going to see some fight back now made by Change World, but it's not really enough with the way Huntsman has been playing so great when it comes to trades, and their strategy is just on point in here. One more tick, and this could be the first time that we see a total attack control point made by a team as the attackers. A very immense and intense Huntsman attacking round. You don't see that often.
Second instance in this group stages that we see a double capture in control, and it has been done by the Huntsman. Now it's up to them to go in for the defense, and knowing that they can go for the attack, they've done that already on the defensive earlier. Hopefully that will not be read by Change World, because we know how Change World can adapt and adjust based on how they lost and moments that they were short-handed. So this is what that is happening right now. Captures being done, lives being saved by Change World, and it might not be that enough for the Huntsman just for this round. Bravo is being taken, and the same trade-off happening earlier, but not so much in favor of the Huntsman. Change World with 4 lives ahead of the Huntsman. They need to make this work to get 1 point on this 2-0 that Huntsman has.
A very efficient control made there by Change World as they got that B side with only leaving 7 lives left there. in a deficit, and they also have that man advantage, so they might as well be able to get all of these kills. But you already know Huntsman is on the defensive side, and now they have funneled the player in only one angle. This means once they got that kitchen control, life and things would be easier for them, as they already have players that open stairs. They are also seeing Change World here. They know what to do. As the attackers, you would want to have the kitchen to enable that spawn flip and the spawn trap in here.
Oh.
And Arthur and M4 leading the charge in here right now.
Yeah, I mean, expected from Arthur and M4. They are the clutchers plus the fragger of this game. Arthur pulling out the Purifier on the best time that he can pull in 3 frags in there. Unexpected derp was included as well. Ooh, the backstab coming in from Derp. Kai will be taken down, jumping into the monitor room. Not a good idea because he has been weighted. It is now half, and they're slowly falling down for the Huntsman. Crush needs to make it work. Nades might be useful at this point, but they do not need to bash their heads. They need to wait for the perfect time to go in for the kill because the lives is just dwindling down for the Huntsman.
This should be a round win now for Change World. One more player to worry about, and Emo is there for the cleanup. Almost a win through capture there as the offensive side for Change World, but they win through the elimination. So that's that for Change World. And just a quick fact in here. The last time that this team actually played against an opponent, which is LYNX on this control raid, they were actually down 0-2. So they might just pull up another comeback in here. Now they start up on the defensive side. Let's see how are they gonna go up against Derp, who have been able to create an impact ever since the start of this game. 19 kills already while Emo looks for the flank. Burns Derp down. The flank comes through, and Emo more kills up ahead, but gets shot down by Nachi. But the damage is done. 5 kills down for both ends. But Huntsman will be able to get that one segment done at this B control point.
Still tied on lives though, 1 minute 8 seconds in there, and the trade of the kills doing well for both. But the defensive needs to be done much better right now. Emo going in for that rush, missing that opportunity, but was able to turn around, and Emo will be stopped with a punch once again. Derp right now putting that into play, but Arthur not so much, as Crush will be crushed at this point. Now it is getting close with the life point right now. Captures happening as well. Time will be stopped, but Derp will need to make use of his position. He had missed that opportunity for the kill, and the slide will not work. The backstab once again. Derp for the double, and Crush makes it 3 more, making that 3 deficit on the lives.
Great job, River Huntsman. They know that the B control point is not exactly working for them, so they stack this A control point one more time. And with that actually basically about to be done, they get stopped here by Change World. Emo and M4 there for the backup, and now the reinforcements continue. Change World, great job shutting down the push made there by Huntsman. 35 seconds left, and now the flood comes through on this A at this B control point with Zen leading the charge as they drop the player down. They have already 1 segment done. Make that 2 ticks now for the boys of Huntsmen, as Crush continues to just try to make some time for this team to capture. Emo will be able to penetrate through inside the game, but will eventually be out of the play. And this is going to be a very close matchup, but notice how Change World is using their operator skills, specifically the Purifier, in a very great value, always finding multi-kills after multi-kills when they use it. Now, Huntsmen down to the charge. 8-11 live count with the 8-point capture. They can play this at TDM and play it slow as well.
Good play for the Huntsman to go and take that alpha. Bravo is next, but with the exchange of lives right now, it might not look good for the Huntsman at this point. And Spur right now missing those hit, and Arthur takes him down.
It's a win.
It is, oh my goodness, a capture has been made. Change World was done the same as I was. Cali, what is happening? What has the Huntsman eaten to make them this good?
Well, first and foremost, the boys of Change World were trying to play for kills, and they were expecting the players to be right around the mid-map and right through the swimming pool to contest. And good thing that the guys were distracted, and Huntsmen, they did taken down ALMGHTY. And the next thing you know, they had 4 players stacked right through B, and they only needed 1 tick there. And you see the despair in the faces of Change World. They could have had that comeback already and forced at round number 5, but they weren't really able to because the communication was a big factor there. We did not see that communication laid out at the end. And they let go of the B control point where there's only one more tick made and was needed by Huntsmen to actually pull off with the victory. And they weren't really able to defend it. I mean, it's a close game, but at the end of the day, if you play the objective, and especially if you can convert that into wins, it's going to really have a positive outcome inside the game. And well, Neptune, I think this is the first time that we did not see, that we did see win through captures. Not once, but twice, all made by Huntsmen with a little bit of help from the miscommunication at the side of Change World.
Yeah, I mean, with the movement of Huntsmen going in from Bravo, Alpha, switching it up, making sure that they make those ticks, because you can go and switch it up, Bravo and Alpha later on, but if you don't make those ticks, then it's gun for. It's really no sense for you in there. And this guy, Derp, has made it work with multiple frags in there being made, the sniper to good use, 24 kills. 30-70 onto the points. This guy not only made a killing, but also led the team to this success, making a record right now of 2 wins of capture, or in terms of capture in control. And well, this is a good comeback from the Huntsman right now, and I am excited to what improvement this team has to work. Though for Change World, it is only their second game, and unfortunate for them, their first loss. But there is more chances for them. Hopefully, the disappointment will not be that much, that they can recover for it once they jump in onto the next battle. But as we go for the recap, how close it was for Hardpoint, this could have been a 3-0 in favor of Huntsman. But from Search and Destroy as well as Control, they made it work. And this is brand new Huntsman, based on not just on the roster, but also on performance.
Yeah, and you know what the difference is from the day 1 and day 3 here is because it's all about the adjustments that they added into the game. You know, they were basically opting for a map control over gunfights, and that we did see from them at that map number 2 and that map number 3, and they were really very efficient with the way they actually take the game, and they were actually also being decisive as a team. You know, Derp and Zen, they were always top fragging in there, but we did see some step up from Sphere, and we did see some conversions from Crush, and of course Notchi, and the team overall played very well up against the boys of Change World. And with that being said, we will be right back for more Call of Duty Mobile Garena Regional Qualifiers. But before all that, before we take a break, we will be giving you guys a redeem code that actually you guys can actually reveal. And of course, claim for yourself Silver Crate coupon, unlimited for your use, but you can only redeem it once here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, make sure you take the screenshot, and we'll be ready for that screenshot in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much.
I mean, just to make sure that the screenshot will be well, because I don't want to be caught in like an awkward look when they take the screenshots. I'm pretty sure a lot will be doing in there. Now, for those of you who aren't here, this is the code. Make sure that you share the correct code on the comment section, because a lot of people are well, hopefully they're not just waiting for the code and also waiting for the engagement to happen and what they can learn from this matches. For those who are been waiting for the codes, make sure that you give them and share it, because it's unlimited the moment that, or like up until we end the live stream. So thank you very much, guys, for your support. This you deserve. So let's like and share the stream more, whatever platform you are in, because a lot more will be in store for you guys.
And obviously, you'll have more matches as well that's going to be tight and compact. So what way to reward the viewers with more rewards? I mean, we have the hat and hat pack action with the players and the teams that will battle it out on this game too, and the remaining games that we have. But you also have this redeem codes that you can actually cultivate and claim for you to be able to use in the official Garena Call of Duty mobile app. Right now, we are live at Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. And subscribing, following, liking, and sharing is going to be very, very beneficial, because the coming game up ahead is going to be one hell of a banger.
Yeah, I mean, we're expecting Almighty as well as ABC Esports in here, Singapore and Indonesia, who will be fighting for their chance to get more points and that top spot to go into the playoffs. But before we go there, we are going for a quick break. When we return, we're going to see more action. We'll be right back.
Target down.
Hostile taking the lead.
Down. Move back.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Garena Regional Qualifiers. This is once again the road to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022. You guys saw the Malaysian scene step it up just now in the form of Huntsmen taking down Change World 2-1. We see a little bit of change coming through from the boys from Malaysia, but will we be able to see Almighty now continue to prove that MSP has got all that it has to offer in the competition by shutting down one of the strongest teams in the Group A side, ABC. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with the one and only Cali Gaming, and we will be the voices that guide you through this upcoming series.
and you're watching the hottest Garena Call of Duty mobile action, and you're guaranteed to show with how the teams are battling for the playoff spot. And now looking at our first team right now, it's going to be ALMGHTY, Incendio, Jeffro, Shut Up, Irfan J, and Heaven. AMT seem to have finally clicked here, AJ. They're rock solid so far, winning dominantly in their first 2 series.
And ALMGHTY, although they've got a dominant win or a couple of dominant wins so far already, ABC Esports, not ones that they should be underestimating at all. This is a solid lineup. Irfan J got very cheeky the last time he went up against the Huntsmen. I saw him use that striker. I want to see if or not that's the exact same thing that is pulled out this time round. But, you know, jokes aside, there will be no trolling in this next matchup. The moment ALMGHTY underestimates their opponents, it's going to be GGWP, ZF7, or as they are known right now, ABC Esports, will be able to overtake that matchup, because this is a team that not only has great map mastery, but also fantastic mechanical skills out there on the battlefield, Callie.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, Heaven and Shut Up always going back to work, scoring multiple frags for this team to eventually transcend into a bigger team overall. And one thing that really stands out for me, this team, is the research of Incendio. He was a threat out there on day 1. But now, looking at the opponent up ahead, all eyes on this team, the biggest threat in this group after sweeping BLACKLIST International Ultimate. They know how to play through enemy's weakness, using map picks to their advantage. And you have Aimer, Okats, Mystics, Trickster, Keens, and Reaps, comprising the 6-man wrecking crew of ABC Esports.
And Okats is definitely the guy that I want to keep my eyes on alongside Reef and Tricksters. Tricksters mainly in those SNDs. We saw the kind of damage that he can deal out there on the battlefield, but mostly on the defensive side. On the attacking side, the team of ABC Esports doesn't seem to be as comfortable, but maybe that was more towards the map that they were playing, right? Firing range on the attack, the team of ABC Esports kind of shown a little bit of weaknesses. So if at all we do see them lose this next coin toss here for the map picks, we might be able to see ALMGHTY drag them back there and punish them for some of those plays. But, you know, who can say? Even with all of the maps going the way of ALMGHTY, we might just see ABC Esports take this away. I mean, beating BLACKLIST International Ultimate is no small joke.
I mean, I have to agree with you on that, AJ. I mean, the way they dominated BLACKLIST International's Ultimate, looking at the statistics on that hard point at Hacienda, 1.63 Team KD. Looking at the control at standoff, 1.53. And wow, this is a banger in here. Take off hard point. Map pick here by ABC, their best map for hard point.
Absolutely, man. And just as predicted, ALMGHTY do drag them right back into firing range, hoping and praying to be able to punish them with some of those misplays that they have already analyzed and detected. But maybe they might be able to sweep away Hacienda as well, because we've seen ALMGHTY play Hacienda a couple of times before, but that was on SND. We saw troop map mastery there, not at Control. Control Hacienda is a place where ALMGHTY hasn't really shown its fangs all that too much just yet. We will have to see, is it gonna be the Singaporean side that rips this away, or Indonesia, as we hop on into this matchup. Hardpoint takeoff. As you know, Callie, when teams first started off on this map, when it was first introduced into the competitive rotation, not a lot of teams showed us great mastery, but ALMGHTY were one of the first ones that managed to get that done.
And, you know, they are very highly successful in this map as well. But talking about ABC in here as well, you know, had a 5-0 moving into stage 4. So it's going to be a total bloodbath in here. Just looking at the way this team are actually going to play inside a matchup. So far, we are on that mid-map. And looking at the far side of things, no one actually even going in and anchoring the P2 spawn. For now, they are worrying about this first hard point. They just try to get some momentum ongoing for their team. And finally, AMT looking to take the charge here early with having sent out just to make sure they get more kills done. 5 and 11 in this first 30 seconds.
ALMGHTY spawning from the back, and they make their way in. No pincer maneuver, very straightforward attack. They just want to take over the objective, and that's a sound movement from them. But as one player hits that objective in the name of Okats, it has to be ALMGHTY that re-secures this position. Now, I think we have got the logos kind of flipped here, so we're going to get production to just communicate that over and try to switch that with the team, because it is a little bit confusing. But Team Yellow is ALMGHTY and not ABC, although their logo is yellow.
Yeah, and of course, Almighty. There we go. Oh, thank you so much, production. So now we go and continue the battlefield in here right now. And ABC's got a solid prime position on the spawns. And they also have the hard point locked down. And Jeffro will be able to create an ingress, getting 1, getting 2. Looks like they're getting 3, but no, it will be getting him taking out of the game. But AMT will be able to make the damage inside the hill, and they will be able to get a solid contest while Music is trying to find a way inside this point. So far, it's been a back and forth here, but ABC is claiming all the time. And if you're Almighty, you would want to get that spawn because right now it's not really on your favor.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like Almighty wants to play for that spawn at all. They're just bashing their heads through this, and they get punished for that decision without making their way for that anchor player. But the anchor player, even if they do approach his position, Meesix was there to play that piece of backup, and Aimer takes the initiative to snuff out the place at control room. And now early rotations coming through from the players of Almighty and the players of ABC. This is a very cheeky move coming through from them. They are not going in for that push just yet, but it's more of a methodical approach towards securing the spawns for this next hard point, this P3. If you do not have the spawns out of generators, you are gonna be at the back foot, and that's exactly what ABC wants to avoid. So therefore, they go ahead to break that spawn first. Now they've got the spawn, sending in one objective player. The break is just so clean.
It's just a clinical take here for ABC. You know, they slowed it down and they set out Rift to actually take the players inside a point. And with that being said, Rift's going to get 5 more. That's 6 in a row now, and he's able to fully strict himself out. So that's going to be very beneficial for this team as they come in succeeding in every hard point that they get. So far, they've been claiming all the time, and AMT looking so bleak right now inside the point. And look at that kill feed right now. It's been ABC, but finally we are seeing some multi-angle push being handed out over for AMT, but not really able to be successful when it comes to winning the gunfight so far. Here at this matchup, and ABC continues to pull away 85-38, the largest lead yet.
Almighty was quite decent with that first hard point as they forced ABC to spawn from the back at loading area. But from that second hard point, with the lack of initiative to take that spawn, the anchor position away from the spawns out of visitor center, seems to be punishing the Singaporean side a lot here. But P4, Almighty has managed to flip this around. They've got the spawns from generator, but backstab now. Shut up from up top, has the Sparrow, gets 2 kills. Heaven drops by with the gravity vortex as well. But Reef responds with his XS1 Goliath, only for Jeffro to take him out of the equation instantaneously. ABC, they've got the break, but they don't have the numbers in here. But it's just a matter of time before that backup appears.
A great value off of that operator from AMT shutting down an XS1 Goliath, but they weren't really able to create an ingress in here as ABC continues to run them down. But now the push about to show here. Irfan J creates one at the back, and now Heaven needs to get the trade, but Okas will be at the corner. And now finally Heaven creates the play. Final 17 seconds. This should be theirs for their liking, but ABC continues to send out players one time over and over again in this P4, and it continues to be the bane for AMT. Trickster will be able to shut down more players contesting in here, and wow, so far, great clinical hard points for ABC at the first 4 hills. Now we're moving to the reset, and it's this time, it's going to be a back and forth once again, but looking at the momentum side of things, it's going to be ABC that will have more success looking at the back where they were able to claim all the time this first 4 hills, where anyway, Trickster and the team will look to lose their gunfights here early, and now AMT looking to bounce back.
This time it's a clinical setup by Almighty instead, securing those power positions at scaffolding and then overextending towards the back at control room. Now they clear out the positions, but ABC, the spawns given by the gods of RNG from the back, and they take that backstab, but still to no avail. Almighty winning out a bunch of their gunfights stops them from even taking a single point from this first point on that reset. Fantastic approach by Almighty to make sure they get right back into this matchup. This is what you gotta love about hard points, right? You can get a little bit lost at the start, but as long as you hustle towards the very end, manage to secure the spawns for yourself, you are gonna be all right. But with a 40-point deficit here, Almighty just needs to be a little bit more cleaner. This time around on P2, they have to secure that anchor for the spawns at Cranes.
And right now, there's no one be a player there just yet. But right now for AMT, they will be inside this point, and ABC is not really prioritizing his spawning right now. But there you go, AMT spawning the players in the left side of that minimap. So that should be more than enough for them to actually kind of create the break and of course try to make an ingress inside the hill. So far, they've been winning more of their gunfights in here. Look at that. they've been so successful. Look at the kill feed. Everybody's just all yellow in here. But finally, ABC Esports actually finding a way inside the hill, and now they've been able to break it. AMT, though, will have to take it back.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really smart play by ALMGHTY. It's just very different as to what you would usually see in terms of strategy. But finally, it breaks through. 20 plus more seconds to go. ABC has a good fight, but the numbers gameplay by ALMGHTY, and they are winning this out not by managing the spawns, but purely by winning out each and every single one of their gunfights out there on the battlefield. I mean, push comes to shove. If you're winning those gunfights, you are going to be able to play those points. But map mastery is key here, especially when it comes to takeoff. You slip up and your opponents are going to be able to run away with the matchup. Scrap points picked up by ABC. ALMGHTY for that early rotation. This time they send in 2 anchors to secure the spawns, their generators, but only 1 objective player though. This might just turn out bad for the team. They have to throw their numbers in there, and thankfully ABC only has 1 guy approaching this hard point, and he gets snuffed out. Fantastic setup by ALMGHTY. They just now need to sustain this, potentially pull away all of the points here from this hill before they move on to P4. They've got the spawns, but they don't have the firepower inside.
And that's what you basically have when you have to sacrifice 2 players to guard that spawns for you. And now AMT needs to find a way to break once again. Jeffro and Incendio leading the pack in here right now when it comes to leading that kills. ABC Esports attacking in only 1 angle, but finally they do make it multi-dimensional with 1 player at the top floor, but they get shot down.
Wow.
Take a look at the defense made by AMT.
Boom.
Irvin J with the oversight, and not only that, they are now able to build up score streaks in here. AMT looking prime at this P3 and looking to chain that in here at P4. Take a look at that. 2 players already set up to the next. This is clinical rounds for AMT, and that's what you expect from a team that basically wants to win this game.
Yeah, great IQ plays by ALMGHTY, but they're not back in here just yet. They're still on the heels of ABC. Great big fight by Reef there. Manages to sneak up behind Incendio, puts him out of the equation, and now an early hold onto P4 by the Indonesians. ALMGHTY spawning out of generators. They're quite close to the hill, but the numbers of ABC Esports just too overwhelming to deal with. And both of the teams now shoving their own numbers into this hard point, one after the other, but the difference maker is going to be that operator. The Sparrow has been pulled out by Aimer, manages to shut down Irfan J. Tricksters and Reeves stepping up as well, and ABC dominates P4. Now the spawn has been flipped. ALMGHTY attacking from the back now, and this is their opportunity, but they're not winning out their gunfights. The angles locked down by ABC. That's just too perfect.
It hurts even more with the way AMT's been handing out with the spawns already, and ABC's is too good right now. They're just not wasting any bullets in there when it comes to just converting all the shots that they need to bully out AMT even more. 8 seconds is left, and they should get this. They'll be having that 200-point lead already reached, and AMT in a dire situation right now. Great bounce back though on that P2, and at the second set of the hard point, but they need to pull away and of course double down their efforts in here with Heaven popping up with those huge double. Now they are on the set on the P1, and remember the last time we headed to P1 they actually had a lot of points accumulated. So let's see now if they'll be able to do that, because ABC will be able to use that Predator missile to shut them down and of course remove the power angles that AMT held, and now the hard point opens up and ABC's inside the hill.
Yeah, I was really curious as to how this is going to end up for the players of ALMGHTY, because they weren't really forcing the case and removing all of the anchors from those spawns, and ABC just played map mastery to perfection. And if you respect the very basic setup of takeoff by managing the spawns at hardpoint, you are going to be in a better position to run away with the matchup. ALMGHTY did extremely well for P3 the second time around, but that was only one time, and they're just trying to win this matchup purely through those gunfights, purely through their mechanical skills. But ABC has got that strategy, and on for that rotation. Look at such an early conquer here by Tricksters. He is the anchor for the side of ABC, holding down to the spawns, supplying that manpower for this P2 even before it gets opened up. They're slaying out the players of ALMGHTY, but ALMGHTY fights right back. Once again, mechanical skills by the Singaporeans helping them stay alive, but for how long?
It's a battle between the strategy versus the gunfight scenario, and so far for AMT, although they didn't have any good spawns in moving to P2, they were able to break right through mid, and they were able to go for the flank as well with Jeffro creating the play, and now ABC spawning a little bit farther, so that should buy some time for AMT to claim some time and be able to bounce back. But Trickster on the back would be a detrimental factor here, but shuts him down. And take a look at that. Red coming through now, and that should cut the cross even more. AMT, a complete money here right now at this P2. Rip will be able to successfully get one down for ABC, but Heaven continues to shut them down. The gunfight is winning the match here right now for AMT. They claim all the time in here, and they're about to go and take this lead if they do get this P2, but of course ABC takes it away from them. Now the setup is going to be important here for the next hill.
Almighty cannot afford to give away scrap points to the players of ABC. They realize that, but just a little bit too late to that spot. Ooh. And now ABC kind of straggling behind. 4 more seconds to the unlocking of the next hard point, and none of their players are close enough to break the spawns just yet. Just one guy, XS1 Goliath from the back, but you can see Trickster's already making his way there just to get snuffed out by the one and only Jeff Pro. Fantastic play. Incendio, XS1 Goliath. Heaven has got the Gravity Vortex to play in here as well. Almighty with the greatest comeback potentially in a few seconds, but ABC only need 15 seconds, 15 good seconds to finish this off. XS1 Goliath is going to be a problem, but not for the players of ABC as they break the hill. Almighty move on right back in there. They've got 2 players to play this to equalize, and ABC only need 11 more points to shut this down.
Back and forth trades we go, but Heaven still got that XS1 Goliath that they can use in here right now, but they're relying on their raw vanilla guns to win this matchup. Startup now extends out, gets one. Moving to the generators, gets another. Clearing out the point right now. ABC will be able to step inside. AMT, they fall down, but they get back right to it. And the setup for the next is going to be important. And guess what? XS1 Goliath on the next hill. 243 to 228. No operating skill down for ABC. This is prime time for AMT to win. AJ, here we go. Final set.
Fantastic play so far. B6 in the corner, but he will be found by Heaven either way. 2:30 already. Can they find a solution for this XS1 Goliath? Almighty saving up the umbrella for a rainy day, and it looks like it's pouring out there. ABC crushes the XS1 Goliath. Sparrow in for the play. Sticky gets Incendio, and ABC gets this final second. The boys are too far away. One challenge comes through. Almighty does not get the break, and ABC Esports finishes up the first match. Map mastery, you gotta take the spawns. Almighty believed in their mighty ability to crush their opponents with the mechanical skills, but mechanical skills only get you the score streaks. It don't get you the victory.
I have to agree with you on that, AJ. At the end of the day, hardpoint has the specific points that you really have to make sure you secure. First and foremost, the gunfights, but then again, it's very important for you to have the spawns. Why? It's because you're going to be able to have only reinforcements moving inside the game, and with that being said, you can always play for trades inside that hard point while you also spawn away your opponent right through the opposite end of things. And with that being said, great effort made by AMT at the end, using that X1 Goliath to just try to create points and of course come back inside this game, but better overall rotations and adjustments and high IQ plays back to back from ABC. And they take this map very close, but it was clinical for them, especially in the first hill and at the end.
I have to say, I am shocked with the strategy of Almighty in this takeoff map. It's not like they are terrible when it comes to takeoff hardpoint. They are one of the better teams that have played this match mode, played this map in the past at MSP. But they just tried something very different against the players of ABC Esports, and they were punished for it. I mean, you don't have to go the long way around to touch your nose, man. You don't have to go around the back of your head. And Reef, 50 kills. This guy was an absolute monster out there. But the amount of effort OCATS put into this matchup as well, I have to say, was one of the biggest winning factors. He did lose his life many a times, but the pace of getting back into the hardpoint to play the objective for the team of ABC Esports, I think OCATS is my personal MVP, although this guy was slaying out Almighty.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both, Reef as that offensive MVP, and of course, OCATS being that defensive and more of that objective MVP for this team. I mean, that guy was just relentless. He wastes no time going back into that hill and just making sure that the hard point will be supplied. And of course, ABC will be able to score some points. And Riff, great play so far. This guy averaged a 1.06 KD against Huntsmen yesterday and a 1.55 versus BLACKLIST International Ultimate, and dropping a 50 piece against AMT. That clearly says a lot from a team who heavily dominates and of course uses strategic gameplays as well. But now we get dragged into firing range, search and destroy. And this is where ABC actually struggled the most against Blacklist. So great map pick here by AMT. This is also where they're really good at, especially with Shut Up and Heaven being that momentarily initial pickers that they want to use inside this game.
And I was also glad to see Irfan J not pull out the striker. I was curious. I was thinking maybe he found something super effective, and maybe it hasn't been explored by anyone else just yet. But yeah, the guy was trolling. Maybe if he brings out the M21 now, we can guarantee it, right? Okay, maybe not now, maybe later in Control. We will have to wait and see later on. But for the time being, on the attacking side is the Singaporeans, Almighty. And the bombs is going to lay back first as Heaven goes out looking for a slay.
Yeah, First Blood is going to be the key to winning Search and Destroy. Out of the 17 rounds of SND that Almighty has played in Garena regional qualifiers, they won 14 rounds with 12 First Bloods. A 70% chance of converting First Bloods into wins. But now, Trickster, standing in line, will not be able to pull that trigger and of course take some shots in here. Right now, things are slowing down, but Riff gets the First Blood, dropping Shut Up, so one less sniper to worry about. But Incendio, way behind enemy lines, could get this trade right here. He picks out, gets that kill against Okans. Now, B-bomb side opened up.
B-bomb side opened up, but the question is, will the players of ABC Esports equalize? Almighty Aimer, good angle held on to, but no backstabs just yet. I thought that was going to be pulled forth by Irfan J, but Me6 drops Incendio. The numbers now on the low side for Almighty. It's a 4-3. The bomb is just a little too afraid to step on 4. Then Me6 drops Heaven. Aimer takes out Jeff Bro. It's all over. Clutch King Irfan J. What do you have for us? He has 2 Bs, and he goes in 1v2. Manages to get the third guy, only to be shut down by the final one. Irfan J still has the clutch gene, but not up against 4 players.
Too many angles to hold there, by the way. I mean, hoping to have that man advantage from ABC. It was just a GG there for Irfan J, but he almost turned the tide late. If that last player was actually pulled in late there, that could have been a clutch there for the man named Irfan J. But for now, things are going to slow down. But take a look at the push here made by AMT right through the middle. Aimer is winning the gunfights. He takes one player down before he gets shot down. So that's it. ABC right now so good at the defensive side. And talk about M6, who continued to pull away with the defensive side. Snipers from ABC outlasting Shut Up in Heaven from AMT.
And this is exactly what we were talking about, right? The Indonesian scene is just absolutely mental with their setup. They have prepared well for this stage. They threw all of their teams into a grueling, 12 days
it's
of
12
playoffs.
days, bro.
Yeah, 12 days of playoffs. Not 12 days of group stage, 12 days of playoffs. And, they fought and earned their way up at the stage 4 here. And Almighty, on the other hand, although they did put up a great fight during stage 3, I don't think the test was as grueling as what the Indonesians had to go through. And ABC just proving it out there on the battlefield. But Okans did not expect Shut Up to come flying forth like the Angel of Death. Takes him out with the KSP. Me6 on the other hand, a good stun. Might be able to get him this shot, but does not connect with anyone at all. You can see that angle being held on there by the one and only Shut Up with his sniper as well. Tricksters doesn't manage to punish, but Aimer on the other hand with the KSP tags up a couple of players. 5v4, and it looks like the bomb is just going to pressure the players of ABC to make a quicker approach.
Yeah, multi-angle push here right now. Number 1 in jungles. Rift gets shot down, but number 4 still in the tunnels. Aimer, up front battle. We go. 2 players lined up. Gonna back away first, but the push comes to shove. As Shut Up gets the kill with that KSP. 2 more players to worry about at the sandbags, and this could be a winner. 18 seconds left. Shut Up, huge kill. Incendio, Peacekeeper. Good in that long-range engagement, but Trickster is slowing it down. But 10 seconds is left, and I think this is game. AMT will be having this one in the bag with Shut Up dealing the final blow. AMT, they take their first round in here, putting that bomb at the B side.
I mean, it's about time because Almighty, they looked like they were about to allow ABC Esports to run away with this matchup. So it's a good time to kind of break a little bit of their streak here. 2 back-to-back matches is enough for you. Now, let's see if Almighty can streak themselves right back up in terms of wins. We are looking for the one and only Heaven to wake up. Jeff Bro hasn't slain a single player, but as I say that, he drops Aimer. Heaven, on the other hand, secondary 50 Gs, but gets backstabbed as he doesn't check his corners. Irfan J takes Tricksters out. It is a 2v3. Incendio manages to secure this play on Me6 as well. It's a 2v2, make that 2v1. Irfan J, final guy. Clutch King, can he get this done? OCATS, it's all about the timing. Slides through, gets that one, and it's the KSP fight versus each other. Reeve versus the Clutch King, Irfan J. And this engagement is gonna be timely. Head glitch played perfectly by Reeve, and Irfan gets shut down.
2 times almost Irfan J clutch up 2 rounds in here for Almighty, but that there could have been a win if he only backed away. When he missed those first 2 shots, Riff had a good angle. No way you win that when the guy had a head glitch advantage, and good emphasis there for Riff, by the way, doing the work as he gives ABC their 3rd round win inside this matchup. A pretty default offense here right now for AMT, playing it slow, but number 5 gets done here. OCATS, great pick up on that, dropping Irfan J. Shut up with a trade though, AJ, and AMT definitely getting pressured by the defensive side.
The numbers all equal here. Shut up, pulling 1 back, managing to drop quite the annoying player out there on the battlefield. Reef taken out of the equation just makes the chances of Almighty securing this round so much higher, but Jeff Bro didn't see that coming. OCAD's just a little too good. Gets done halfway, but it doesn't matter. He had a little bit of backup. Heaven drops Strix this. The numbers don't look good for the players of ABC. And with the plant now for the side of Almighty, still waiting. Finally, I mean, anytime now, boys. You guys can pick up that bomb. Nobody's looking at it, and Me6 shuts down Heaven as he oversteps his boundaries. Almighty not playing the objective just yet.
3 kills there for Me6 handed over to Heaven, and that's the reason why Heaven only has 1 kill here in his first 5 rounds. I mean, I'm just lost for words how well Me6 and Trixter's been teaming up, just bodying Heaven around and round again. But now, AMT slowing it down. But as soon as they get that bomb, that's good piece information set out for ABC, and that's where they might be able to take that take. But so far, no flank initiated here at the jungles. They're just waiting up front. Shut up now gets the bomb plant, and that should turn heads here. Information set out by Aimer, and now you see the movement done here. Number 5 about to make it aware to the tunnels.
It's all about the timing. OCADS. It's a KSP versus KSP. Shut up manages to shut down Aimer first, but low on HP, and OCADS takes advantage. Incendio, is he going to be able to get there in time? Yes, he is. Waits for the defusal. It's a 1v2, and the head glitch still played. Incendio has been spotted out already. Aggressive 2v1. Smart play by ABC Esports to pile on the pressure, and does not take advantage of the fact that they have got 2 players on there to go in for the defusal, but instead they double challenge the Incendio player from the side of Almighty, and the Incendio plays doesn't come through just yet.
Yeah, doesn't come true with the way ABC's been playing for trades. Most of the time, they know what to do here. And they clearly readjusted from the mistakes that they had against Blacklist International Ultimate. Every time that they go into that defensive lineup, they are really strong. But now, this time around, AMT getting that first blood with Incendio leading the charge. But now the trades come through. Shut up opens up this A side. But number 2 in blue already way behind enemy lines. And Aimer gets 1 Heaven with a pistol. Good trade there. 2v3 situation so far. Where will AMT take this bomb, and where will ABC take the comeback?
It's a good play by Almighty. How did he even hit that shot? Me6 is a monster out there with a sniper. Heaven hasn't even woken up just yet. It's all about the timing here. Me6 slides away. 1 player just behind the planting console, but the objective player, Heaven, hasn't gotten there just yet. I think he accidentally picked up the bomb. Heaven sticks his face out just a little bit too much. Lucky he didn't get punished. Open plant, Heaven underestimating ABC, giving me a little bit of a heart attack. Irfan J backs away. Bomb still not planted just yet. Heaven, Me6 spots him. Doesn't take advantage.
This is not good.
No quick scope just yet. Heaven, don't pick up the bomb next time, Heaven. Me6 takes him out of the equation. Irfan J now picks it right back up. Clutch King, can he get it done? The answer is no. Me6 puts them 6 feet under, 5-1. ABC Esports dominating Almighty.
AMT is on a meltdown right now. Notice how Heaven, I don't think he actually noticed that Me6 pulled the trigger, and there was actually gunshots heard there, but he didn't try to adjust his location, and that's where he got taken down. And wow, ABC Me6 continues to step up for the team, leads the lobby in total kills right now with 9 kills. But this is where the hard parts comes in, you know. ABC struggled on the attacking side. So let's see how are they going to put the pressure here against AMT, where they already have the lead. They take down Jetro on the back of the firing range with Rip dealing that first blood, but Incendio on the back could get this landed blow, and there it goes. Incendio with the first blood traded. We get a 4v4. The bomb site open at that B site.
Heaven is clearly tilted at the moment. The guy is annoyed, and that's the best way to break the pacing of Almighty in an SND. You just make sure you annoy the crap out of Heaven, and he doesn't hit his shots. But Incendio and Irfan J still alive and kicking out that. The trade on Irfan J this time. Tricksters drops him like it's hot, and just like that, ABC have to just deal with the one and only Heaven. 50 G's in hand. Brother, it's a 2v1 situation, and the head glitch by Tricksters once again. Match point for the Indonesians.
ABC, they are on point, and again, this is the reason why all eyes needs to be on this team. They are the biggest threat after defeating and sweeping Blacklist International Ultimate, and they're looking to serve off a very dominant victory in here to Search and Destroy, where you obviously thought that AMT is going to have further odds of winning the game, and right now Heaven finally wakes up, gets one, but Trickster for the trade. Take a look at the way ABC has been playing the trades, but Incendio and Shut Up will not just be backing down here at all, but Okats with the push gets one, but Jeffro will be able to get that. Trickster, the final player, 1v2, 30 seconds, only passing by. A lot has happened, AJ.
Shut Up still alive. That means Sniper can trade out this right tag AMR user. It's all about the timing here. As Shut Up circles around, I believe that angle. Shut Up spotted him already. Tricksters, can he get that shot? He dodges that. And he has to deal with the one and only Jeff Bro from the back, who manages to circle around in towards this tool shed. And he's not going to expose himself just yet. And Tricksters, on the other hand, playing the game of patience. 1 minute to go. He's got a lot of time to waste.
Yeah, this is actually smart for him, staying in one corner, and he actually hears Jeff Pro right around the hill and right around this area. So now, just waiting for the perfect opportunity now. Aims down the side, moving at the B side. Jeff Pro open. I think he might have spotted this guy already, but he's not going to pull the trigger just yet. I don't think he spots him.
No,
Tricksters still playing a game called Cat and Mouse in here. He's still very much hidden, and Shot Up would be exposed right to the barrels. But finally, conversion made by AMT. Took them, I think, 4 or 5 rounds before they scored another round in here. So it's going to be a long battle up in here. If they do want to come back, they need to win 4 straight to force that overtime.
Yeah, but now ABC is on the attack, which means they are super nerfed in this firing range SND. I mean, they are, just supreme when it comes to the defense. Attacking, I don't think
there you go.
they've
Look at the
got a
attack.
good ball on.
They're kind of clumsy right now.
Tags one up. Jeff Bro tags a couple more, but nobody gets that shutdown just yet. What are they even doing out there? So unfortunate. But Jeff Bro manages to slide away. Now they've got a little bit of extra backup. Reef peeks around. He needs to take this shot. Jeff Bro, head glitch not played. And Reef manages to sustain his life. And now they reposition. They can just double down towards that A side. And that's exactly what ABC Esports is looking to do. Almighty, on the other hand, still stacking that B. And they're waiting for the presence of ABC to be exposed here. And it's all going to be in the hands of Shut Up. If he can get that information. But no, he repositions.
Backs away. He backs away. Right now, ABC still turning it around, but Heaven, huge kill there against Trickster. All they have to worry about Mystics at this point in time. But again, ABC, they double back down at A now. They double back down going to B here. Now, undecisiveness can kill
I'm
you.
getting dizzy.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff Pro needs to win this huge gunfight, but Mystics gets him out. Now, Incendio goes out as well. Nice fake out play there for ABC, but Heaven is picking up on it, AJ.
Yep, Heaven 2 slays so far. One more U-turn!
No way!
Indonesians, they know how to maneuver around this road of firing range, and they're leaving Almighty high and dry. Bye-bye, boys! A-side for the plan. Almighty have to travel a long way. Irfan J has no information at all. This plan's gonna be secured, and they're gonna be able to lock down all of those angles as well at that A-side. Almighty knows exactly what's happening. They quickly go in for that rotate, but I believe it's just a little bit too late. Irfan J now has to be really careful. That slight challenge inside of this white warehouse is going to be extremely important. But which sort of an angle will he look at? Okats catches him, punishes him. It's a 3v2. Heaven steps up for this well. KSP manages to eat up Okats, and that's about it. Heaven finally wakes up.
There we go. That, I think, is 4 kills for Heaven inside this game. 2 with the sniper, picking down 1 player ahead of time in the green cars, 1 player at the B control point, and 2 players at the white warehouse. There it goes. AMT finally getting Heaven involved inside this game, but just notice how undecisive ABC Esports is when it comes to the attacking side. And I think they really have to just make one risky play in there. Just maybe they get it to turn around in their favor. Right now, they're looking to stack the bomb here at this A site. They have 3 players in there using the smokes to close down the gap and cancel out the snipers. They cleared the white warehouse as well. Now they are good to go. Information here at this auto repair shop. Okats, you sent that out.
Okay, sends it out. Bomb planted already. ABC Esports, quick approach this time around, and Incendio gets punished all the way to the next round. 6-3. This grenade can be the difference maker. Are you playing your trophies? The answer is yes. ABC Esports a little too strong so far for those cheeky plays out of Almighty. Reef shuts down Shut Up. The numbers game now. Jeff Pro trades one out. Irfan J follows that up. Jeff Pro final player. And ABC Esports puts an end to this S&D 7-3.
One decisive play on the attacking side, and ABC Esports was able to claim that victory, only needing that white warehouse control from OCADs. And with that information sent out, the team were able to really plant that bomb. And since they know the exact location and, of course, the general location where Almighty will be headed at, they just made sure that the bomb plant is going to be there first. And they sent out those trophy systems to make sure that the defense is going to be stronger. But wow. Almighty, this is their map pick, but it got taken away by ABC Esports, and despite of their huge play at the end game with Heaven popping off, it was kind of too late. And Trickster, Mystics, the sniper show was dominated by ABC, as we did see Heaven and Shut Up kind of had a lackluster gameplay as they continuously get shut down at the early game.
I mean, Heaven and Shut Up were doing fine. My question is, what was Jeff Pro doing in that matchup? I mean, he was one of the best acquisitions for MSP because this guy was picked up from the Indonesian circuit. But against his brothers from Indonesia, he doesn't seem to be able to show his usual firepower. And that needs to change in this next matchup. In this SND, Jeff Pro's role is extremely important. He's one of those forerunners that usually pushes up in front, gets those slays, sets up the hill, and Heaven just strikes from the back. But this time when you've got your front line a little weak, that's exactly where you're going to be struggling a little bit. And on the defense or offense, you know, this time around, it wasn't a problem at all for Tricksters. His right tech AMR still hit those shots, and he hit them really hard.
Yeah, you know, it really threw off. It tilted Heaven there at the first game, at the early game. And I think that's the game plan in here. You know, you have to shut down the snipers of AMT very, very early just for you to be able to get some shots in. And with that being said, Trickster being one of the snipers of ABC, able to get that MVP. Well, it was a total team effort, but you got to give props to this guy for actually doing his assignment and knowing where the snipers would actually come from. So now, ABC Esports, they already took the series here, winning these two maps, but you know, you have to sweep it. You have to sweep it, cross out at Malaysia, you have to cross out the Philippines, you have to cross out Singapore as well. Give them those donuts that they obviously deserve because of how well they've been doing in here.
Yeah, I mean, crossing out Malaysia, if you see whether or not Indonesia is going to be able to do that easily, there's a high probability of that, right? But crossing out the Singaporean players, especially Almighty themselves, I never thought that was going to be this easy. Of course, that hardpoint takeoff got a little close, but this S&D, Almighty got snuffed out like a candle. They didn't stand a chance, and it wasn't like a simple, you know, wisp of air. It was a typhoon from the Indonesian side, and Almighty had no response for that. But one of the best game modes for Almighty. This is control. Problem is, we don't really see them play control at Hacienda all that too much.
Yeah, most of the time they love to play standoff, and their second best map pick would be Firing Range or Summit. So this is going to be their first time actually ever since Stage 3 that they will play in this map. So it's going to be a total challenge in here for them, specifically in the map awareness. And ABC, for sure, they prepared for this moment. And right now, they are looking to extend out right to the B control point. And at the moment, OCAS will be able to open things up for ABC on the attacking side. They have already gotten one tick already, looking to get two more in here. And the defense is lackluster for AMT right now. Let's be control point.
Yeah, I mean, it's all just about map mastery, and ABC Esports knows exactly what they're doing out there at Hacienda. Finally, the defense comes through. They clear off those markers from the side of ABC Esports, but the pressure is on, and Aimer will be able to put his markers right back on. The defense just a little bit too slow. Jeff Pro reaches there in time, manages to slay out Aimer, and once that objective player has been taken out, all ABC Esports needs to do is just hop on into the manor instead. Fantastic idea as they send two players in. Just one guy still teasing from the back at backyard will get backstabbed by the one and only Jeff Pro. Jeff Pro this time really picking up pace and picking up the slack for the players of Almighty. But ABC Esports running circles around them, playing the distraction, but it's not as easy as the spawns out of statue, just a little bit too far for them to make sure they play that pressure at that B control point at the same time as mana as well.
And AMT, you know, a nice recovery after suffering a lot of loss in terms of the life count earlier. Now they have been able to get that life advantage to their favor as they finally recover and adapt to how ABC is actually taking to this game. Right now, the defense will be centered around this B control point, but they also have players set out around the mid map to just kind of anticipate if ever ABC decides to make that push. And right now, I think that's where ABC is rightly headed to after failing so much that B control point. Right now, AMT doing a great job reading the plays, but are they going to be able to continuously do that? 13 seconds, they have the time in their favor. They just gotta use it and take these players down contesting.
It's such a huge map, man. I mean, if you are on the attack, you are at a huge disadvantage because of how far away those control points are, and also because how difficult it is going to be for you to play the game of distraction by playing both control points at the very same time. Time runs out. Almighty gets round number 1.
All right, there it goes. A beautiful defensive round for AMT. Things are going to be very easy, exceptionally here at this defensive side because of how defensive oriented this control game mode is. But now this is the task for ABC to bounce back, but also a chance for AMT to strike while the iron is hot. Well, we did see ABC had a lot of struggle contesting that A side, so they did go in first at that B control point. So now, where is AMT going to push here since they are on the attack side? Well, for now, it looks like they're going in for a split push in here, going in for that crossfire, taking over that backside of the map. So now, AMT will be able to get some contests in here at this B control point with Incendio leading the charge. Well, they have also cleared out the mid-map, so AMT is in charge of the spawn shop in here right now with number 5 leading the charge here in Irfan J.
Game of numbers here, though. And the players of ABC keeping the numbers all equal. They on the defense, Almighty. The mark is being cleared off of that B control point as well. But the attack onto that A control point now ensues for the Almighty players. Lion City representing Almighty desperately need to pull away this match from ABC. They're already down 2-0. The last thing they want is to actually get a donut from the Indonesian side. That's obviously not something that they want. Meeseeks straightens out heaven after he gets 2 back-to-back slays. And that A control point almost out of the hands of ABC Esports already. But nobody's making a headway for there to protect it, and that's gone. That belongs to the players of Almighty. This still is their best game mode.
Great offensive round, by the way, for AMT. They clearly analyze what's kind of happening inside the game, and they know that the defense is centered around this B control point. So one thing they get to do is actually use the corners in the A control point to basically get all of the time, and they got 3 ticks in there, 2 more ticks to win this game, but they also have the life advantage in here, win-win situation. And there's a reason why AMT is actually undefeated in this game mode. It's because they know the game mode too well, and they know when to push. Right now, Shot Up is fully strict up. And wow, great offensive so far for AMT inside this game, where it's obviously a more favorable to the side of the defensive side, but well, clinical round right now for AMT, but ABC slowly pulling off a comeback in here with Meeseeks leading the charge with that huge 2 kills with that Sparrow.
Yeah, fantastic play by Meeseeks, but the damage has already been done. ABC with 8 more lives left. Trickster trades out Shut Up, but there is an 8 life deficit still on the Indonesian side, and 1 control point taken away already. Heaven making headway. Okad's taken out of the equation. Now they just need a little bit of backup, but look at this. God spawns, and Heaven going in for that backstab will play the distraction whilst the other players move on through Mana onto Lounge to take that backstab to hop on into Warehouse. This is a perfect setup coming through from that Lion City representing Almighty, and I absolutely love this strategy. And it doesn't seem like they do not know how to control Hacienda. They know exactly what to do, and they slay out ABC 2 rounds in a row.
You know, it really hurts even more because AMT took 1 defensive side. They also took the offensive side, and not only that, they were able to control the map. They were initiating the spawn shop with Heaven and Irfan J right through the oak yard, the backyard that we have in here at this map. 30 and 30 life count in here. A chance for AMT to go out with a win here at this control game mode. Right now for ABC, needs a bounce back game in here, but well, their undecisiveness is actually costing them a game here.
ABC Esports going mental a little bit with the slays, back-to-back 3 kills, and now Irfan J pops right out of his defenses, tries to trade the numbers right back out. 1 life deficit for Almighty, but they are on the defense, so nothing to worry about. 1 minute to go on the clock for ABC Esports to make their way in towards Mana or that Warehouse, but it looks like Mana is going to be their choice of play. They go in and they make this into a game of team deathmatch. They just want to get the slays first, but you're playing the wrong game mode, because if Almighty wants to turn this into a team deathmatch, they might just be able to get the win because they seem to have slightly better mastery of Hacienda. Those backstabs are lethal.
And you know, AMT, they have played all of the maps except Hacienda. You know, they have already played Slum as well. And if they are able to get this victory in here, you clearly know that AMT's best game mode now will be confirmed as the control game mode itself. But for now, it's going to be very close here. 20 live count to 19. ABC still on the attacking side, but they only have 20 seconds left in here. Shot Up still hasn't used that score streak. And that could be very useful in here as ABC is trying to make the push in this game. But they're going to use that raw vanilla guns to just basically annihilate all of these players. And now, with that being said, it's still a very close game here, but the clock is ticking and Shut Up using that Predator missile to just get more ingress and time for them to win this game. 4 seconds is left. Heaven will be able to continue to slay.
GG.
Rift shot down, and AMT bounce back in here at this map number 3, taking this control Hacienda.
No donut, but they still take an L against the Indonesian side. Well played by the Singaporean boys. Almighty finally managing to show some signs of life towards the very end. You can see the frustrations on their faces. They are upset. They deserve to be upset, but we want to see them turn all of those frowns upside down because they've got a bigger series coming up later on. The team might not be bigger, but the opportunity that they have to bounce back in the competition in terms of statistics will be there. And they take on Blacklist International Ultimate, the same team that got downed by ABC Esports. And it's not going to be easy because we've seen this showdown in MSP already, and we know exactly who's the better team. But how much did Almighty manage to grow from straight street until now? We will still have to wait and see. That's going to be series number 5 to wrap up the day. But what a performance by Clutch King Irfan J as well as Heaven this time round. Jeff Pro shows a little bit more improvement, but still not the kind of Jeff that we used to know. He really needs to step up for the team.
Yeah, especially the difference on that game 1 or the day 1 match that they have. Usually Jeff Pro was top fragging against LYNX TH and of course the other team that they were able to play. But here this time around, you know, up against this top tier team, ABC Esports clearly had a rough time winning gunfights, and the momentum and rhythm is actually not there. But Irfan J will be here to save the day, say alongside with Heaven, as Irfan J will be able to score 19 kills with 2,192 points. And I mean, Z47, now known as ABC Esports, actually took a big risk picking this Hacienda map because they know Almighty hasn't played this map yet. But it turned out the worst for them as Almighty was able to outdo them in this 3-0 in this map number 3.
I mean, if it wasn't for this risk, what do? Pick a map that Almighty already has won. it was quite an easy pick for them because they were wondering, okay, where can we punish them? Clearly, they're so good at all of these other control maps, especially standoff. There's no way we want to drop into standoff, right? So good pick coming through from them. They tried to exploit, you know, the unknown. They tried to explore and exploit, but they were instead punished, and they were shown that Almighty knows how to play control down to the T. But ABC Esports, 2-1 victory over Almighty, still as impressive as ever. And I tell you, the Indonesian side, I bow down to you. I respect amazing stuff out of them. Superb quality.
Well, I have to agree with you on that take with the way they were able to take AMT, you know, the third best team of Garena MSP. And I mean, they took that hard point. But what's impressive in here is how they dominated Search and Destroy and how clean it was up against the best map of what? AMT, the firing range Search and Destroy.
And you have to acknowledge Me6, the Supreme Sniper as well. I want to see who's the best sniper in Garena. The showdown between ABC as well as Smart Omega when Group A versus Group B clash happens later on at the playoffs. I mean, I don't think there's any doubts whatsoever that ABC is going to be making it there. Smart Omega, on the other hand, we will have to wait and see exactly how they do in Group B tomorrow. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it is Blacklist International Ultimate's turn, and they will try to change the world by taking on CW.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is a Call of Duty Mobile Garena Regional Qualifiers day number 3, and we have been seeing great game in here, battles from this team. So far, there's no donut being served just yet. It's just a 1-2 gameplay from what we've seen earlier. I mean, great turnaround from the Huntsmen, plus the destruction for 2 games by ABC Esports against Almighty. What else can we expect in this day, AJ?
I mean, if you saw the way ABC ravaged Blacklist, you kind of should have been able to figure out that they'll be able to do that to Almighty. But I expected the SND to go the way of Almighty, though. But Me6 alongside Trixtis, these 2 players really stepped up for the team. And Trixtis, with the multiple times that he played that hit glitch, his accuracy just off the charts. And the players of Almighty really couldn't find any sort of ingress towards that objective, right? Jabin, AG, Tin, Skirt, FDX, this time they take on some of the players from Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau to try to change the world of opportunities for themselves. But pretty much, you've got 3 very strong teams inside of Group A. And this is one of those strong teams. Although they are being dominated by ABC, I don't really have any doubts of Blacklist International Ultimate making it through to the playoffs here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist International Ultimate has greater chance in here if we go and put them against some of the teams who have been losing some of the biggest games. And one of them is Change World, where from the start of this group stages, Huntsmen didn't look good, but they turned it around. Change World, really changing the world upside down for this team. And hopefully Change World is not that disappointed, because from what we've seen earlier from the camera, when we saw Change World in there after that loss, like they are really on the dumps. They are disappointed. But M4, Arthur, Togepi, Kai, Emo, and Fu right now, they need to step up. They need to change the gameplay of this match so that they can take the win.
But I'll tell you one thing about Change World, about this one guy named Togepi, because he just brings me back to, moments of trauma of my childhood, because there was that one Pokemon that refused to evolve until it hit level 50, bro. All right? And I had to grind with Togepi, and Togepi is like the softest Pokemon out there, right? It's just a cute little egg kind of Pokemon. And then for it to become Togechick, level 50, and you gotta really struggle around. You just gotta carry the guy around. Very frustrating, and I hope the rest of the team members of Change will start feeling like that about Togepi. But if this team could not beat Huntsmen, I really do not have much hopes for them against Blacklist International Ultimate, unless they were playing the greatest fake out in history against the Malaysian team, which I see no reason why they would, because, like I said, Blacklist International Ultimate, out of 6 teams, there are probably 3 supreme teams and 3 underdogs in this particular grouping. And Change World, unfortunately, is one of the underdogs. And if you look at the Malaysian scene, or MSP as a whole, Malaysia is ranked down at the bottom. They haven't really been able to break through the ceiling of being able to fight with Almighty or the players from the Philippines just yet. So just by those matches and their data that we have collected already, it's going to be a tough match for Change World, regardless if or not they win coin tosses, regardless if or not they bring us into any sorts of maps that they think they can exploit Blacklist International Ultimate. If they take a single map away from Blacklist, I'm gonna lose my mind, because that will show the quality that Change World brings into this regional qualifier.
Yeah, as we step into slums right now for Hardpoint, and going back to statistics right now for Blacklist International, this is a better map for them. So it might look that way, though we are seeing great improvement from Change World as well, and a great strides with a one game that they have. It's more of how they can play it against this team of Blacklist International Ultimate. So far, Tin has been doing well in terms of frags. Even Skirt is in there, can do a lot of damage. So that is one thing that they need to take down first, because if they can't take down the slayers of the game, they cannot control the spawns in this match.
Yeah, I mean, gunfights basic, you gotta win them. And Blacklist International Ultimate, one of the best slayers out there on the battlefield. But what gets me really curious is, how is Garena going to do against the rest of the world? Because in the past, we've seen the Philippines being one of the major competitors within Garena itself. But now Indonesia has risen up. The Garuda is alive and it is out there for the pecking. It is out there for the slaying. It's going to pick you up, fly you up high in the air and drop you like you're hot because they've been dominating. So I really pity whoever who has to go up against them. If you thought Garena was strong in the past, with Indonesia finally waking up, I think this region is going to be super solid at the world stage later on. But the problem here is it's not just Garena that has stepped up their gameplay, right? If you see the Japanese scene, the strategy, the way they set up all of those retakes, the hardpoint map mastery, it's just fantastic on a whole other level. If you look at the NAEU side, they've got slaying capability, their mechanical skills, the way where they don't just, focus on picking up those meta guns, but the way they kind of try to train their aim by picking some non-meta guns in the competition as well is really impressive, So I just cannot wait to get to that stage. But CW needs to find a way to really win out some of their gunfights here, or else it's going to be quite devastating, because I don't think it's going to be a 50-point club. It could even be the 20.
Yeah, well, I guess they are giving out a few of the scrap points. Might give Change World in there a few more points right there, but it's more of the rotation. And like what we mentioned earlier, it's going to be insane once we jump in onto that world stage because of the points that you mentioned. Stats will be one thing, strats and mechanical skills will be another. So as you mentioned, it's like a mix of both. Once we jump into the worlds, and that is where the excitement is being brought in. What really makes the win? Is it just strats? Is it just mechanical skills, or a combination of both? Who can bring that on? And in this game, AJ, as BLACKLIST International Ultimate is just raining fire on this team of Change World. Even with one guy remaining, they are still taking those points.
Yeah, but I really respect the players of Change World. They are trying their best to play the map against BLACKLIST International Ultimate. And the main reason why they've been able to find this break now is because they very smartly took over that spawn back at Fountain. But BLACKLIST International Ultimate trying to rip that away from them. And yes, those scrap points are going to be eaten up by the team from Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau. But the opportunity to beat BLACKLIST International Ultimate, how are they going to change the tide? How are they going to turn things around? They need to win out more of their gunfights. And I don't think that's the kind of adjustment you will be able to make within this one game in itself. And if you want to talk about strategy, so far, I'm loving the way CW is trying to control the map overall.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for M4 to pop off right now. He is one of the slayer of this team, and he might be the one who might be able to change that if in case he will get those slays. But so far, they are being taken down, but this time they were able to take this hill and take back a few points, stop BLACKLIST International Ultimate on that 106 points and not letting them come in. But the break has been done with 30 seconds remaining. They need to make that rotation as well as to flip the spawn. And as we cycle back later on towards Statue, this will be a different story because all score streaks and operators will be available at this point.
126 to 56. There's quite a huge gap between Filipinos and CW. And as they try to barge their way in, the next hard point quite far away. Scraps being picked up by BLACKLIST International Ultimate. CW trying to control the very first hard point at the very get-go. They anchor their spots in. They are trying to get the favorable spawns out of here. But BLACKLIST International Ultimate, even before the activation of the hard point, flush the players of CW out, forces them to spawn at the back, at Garage, and they focus their firepower towards that segment of the map. Fantastic play by BLACKLIST International Ultimate.
Yeah, it's a good hold on Broken as well as they prevent them from coming in and forces them from Garage, wherein it's a small opening from Statue will give them a few more of the slays. 158, 156, 100-point lead right now, still moving towards BLACKLIST International Ultimate, and half a minute is still available from that hill. Now they need to maintain this to make it a little bit quicker. A Change World really needs to take the spawns as well as they head on with 16 seconds remaining for the next hill. But with that, I think it will be very difficult for them to catch up against BLACKLIST International Ultimate because BLACKLIST knows how to break that as well as to flip the spawn.
Players of Blacklist International Ultimate approaching the 200-point mark already. I'm very happy for CW for breaking away from the 50-point mark. No 50-point club for you, even against Blacklist International Ultimate. In fact, I believe Blacklist were inducted to the club as well very recently, and I don't think they ever want to see that sort of a performance from themselves anymore. And they want to just crush the players of CW and move on to SND. Quite the pick here. But a backstab from CW. They managed to send a player to secure the spawns at that Special Forces base. But he makes one mistake. Goes in for the engagement instead of holding on to the spawns. Arthur, on the other hand, focuses on getting that exactly done. And yes, he's got the spawns. And the players of CW managed to break the hell. I love this kind of quality out of CW. They're showing some signs of life.
Yeah, I mean, and this is an adjustment that they need to do, understanding the spawns as well as the map to go to their favor. It's just winning those engagement that they have to do. Though that one guy, if I'm not mistaken, that was Arthur who made it, or probably Kai who made it from Special Forces base. He weren't able to maintain that position, giving the rotation to Blacklist International Ultimate. Though they have early rotation right now to next hill on Junkyard, they need to make a haul right here, because once Fountain has been let go, it will be going towards snowballing for Blacklist International Ultimate once again.
230 to 73. It looks like Blacklist International Ultimate will try to circle around, but CW is soaking up a lot of these points now. As Fu manages to hold on to the spawns with the Annihilator, Blacklist is not going to be able to break this, and therefore they take a straightforward approach. Fantastic! As they pop the Gravity Vortex back and forth. Arthur popping off as well, but the full-on investments for CW to gain a little bit of their reputation in this matchup against Blacklist International Ultimate. But Blacklist breaks the hill. 20 seconds to go. This might be enough to finish the game off. Arthur, can he challenge? That backstab comes through from Fu as well. One player just needs to challenge, contest this hill for just a little bit. CW does better than that. They break it, and therefore the match will not end here. Although Blacklist International Ultimate does have the favorable spawns though at Fountain, and as we rotate in towards the next hard point, they have the advantage.
Advantage they will take, because it only needs 6 points right now to take this win, and it is now going into Blacklist International Ultimate. For this, it's good enough the Change Word was able to catch up and cross over that 100 mark, but not so much. They will not take this one game. Now, Blacklist International Ultimate popping off this time. It's a good start for them. Great strides has been made, especially from Skurd, wherein Skurd is the highest slayer from that game. So we're looking forward to what else the rest of the teams will be doing on this Search and Destroy that will be coming up next.
And Change World showing us the kind of quality that they bring into the competition. They refuse to back down, but the Taiwanese team did face a lot of challenge out there. But Arthur did a lot, man. I mean, not only was he slaying, he was the anchor for the side of Change World that changed the pace of the game for the Taiwanese player. He just continuously managed to get himself into those spawns and wreck the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. I'm pretty sure they didn't see that coming, and many times, even at Archers, he pulled that spawn away. Even at Fountains, he pulled that spawn away. But the rest of the team members of CW could not sustain their plays at that hard point. And Arthur did a lot of that heavy lifting. But maybe that's the start of something here. CW, definitely a team that we need to watch out for.
Definitely to watch out for, because it's not only Arthur as well as M4 who was doing well for this team, but this time Tin popped off 31 kills in there, 55-15 under the points. This is about time that we've seen Tin really show up in here. Skurd has been putting up slays as well, but Tin is another slayer that can bring Blacklist International Ultimate to a different height. But so much that hard point is over. We just need to find out if going into a slower pace match, which is Search and Destroy, how can Change World go against this team of Blacklist International Ultimate?
Yeah, and Blacklist International Ultimate obviously will be looking for the 3-0. They will take nothing less from CW. Once again, this is the team that got defeated by Huntsmen, and therefore, if you go by power scaling, there should be no way in hell they touch Blacklist International Ultimate. There should be no way in hell they rip away a single map from Blacklist International Ultimate. But from what the Taiwanese players have already shown in this hardpoint matchup, they showed some signs of life. And if there's any place they can probably play it against Blacklist, it's gonna be at this SND. Round after round, they can change that pace up. They can bring in that strategy. And if they can catch off those Filipino players, they might stand a strong chance to rip one map away and gain a little bit more respect in the competition. They managed to punish the Huntsmen once. Maybe they can also punish Blacklist International Ultimate.
And firing range plays that will be memorable for Blacklist International Ultimate as they went into overtime against AVC Esports, as well as took that loss. It's more of the first frag that will dictate this pace of this game. Tin right now going for the spray onto the side of Bravo, while the rest of the teams are just hanging back from Command Center. Good rotation right now coming from Change World to take that alpha, knowing that two of the members of Blacklist will be on Bravo at this point. But will the push be successful in the plant as well, AJ?
Let's see if that is going to be the case, right? As CW manages to take a very straightforward approach towards that A-bomb site. Blacklist wants to play retake, punished by CW. This is what I'm talking about. Some signs of life in CW. Long rotation, long flank around from Arthur. Arthur doing a lot for the team as usual. This timing is going to be crucial. Jabin shuts down 1MO. And now Arthur pops out of nowhere. FU, can you get this shot? Kai shuts down FDX. Arthur takes AG out of the equation, but he is snuffed out. Good trade coming back through. And 15 seconds to go. I believe Blacklist International Ultimate have been absolutely shocked by CW waking up in this SND.
A good hold on that alpha after that plant, as well as Arthur in there getting this lays. Now rotation wise, I think it is a Bravo move right now from CW at this point. So they need, Blacklist needs to focus on that defense as well as information towards auto repair. And I think that is what is being done by AG right now. And as you can see, there's no splits from CW. They are heading straight to B at this point for the plant.
Changing things up. This is what I'm talking about. Keep that strategy up hot. Change world. It's not just the world that they want to change, but they want to change their fates in this competition. Check your corner! And Black 10 manages to take one down. Traded out by M4. Arthur shut down by AG. That's a quick revenge that AG takes because he pulled that backstab off a little bit too good earlier on. The bomber, though, might be able to backtrack and get out of this sticky situation. Nobody's coming forth with that backstab. Bomber checking their backs. AG from that wooden house might just be able to make the way back through. And this is that slow pace that we're expecting out of CW. 3v3. It's not a match that they should be losing. They've got all of these angles covered.
Yeah, and Fu right now have this small slit that he can peek through and get information, and there goes the plan. Now the cover of CW right now is great. It's more of how Blacklist can approach this and go for that defusal as well as the slay. Kai will be backing off at this point as Jabin will be holding mid. And here we go, a three-prong approach, and will be accessible for AG. Goes in for the double.
Oh my goodness. Annihilated CW with that approach. AG takes the double. Skirt picks one off. Jabin with the defusal. Perfect teamwork on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. But CW, they've shown us signs of life. Perhaps just in that one round. That A side did provide them quite a bit. And Arthur's backstab did shake Blacklist International up a tad bit before they finished things off. But this time, bomb towards that A side. The rest of the players towards B. 2 down at mid. This is a risky play. Let's see what 1MO has in store for us. Arthur, big slay. Tin taken out of the equation already. Fu from the back, but Skurd manages to get a trophy system kill onto Kai. That's a little unfortunate. It's a 2v3 now. The numbers stacked against CW.
That was a smart move from Arthur in there going to slay and Bravo, but the rest of the teams just move a little bit too fast onto Alpha, getting those slays and information relayed to Blacklist International Ultimate. If not, like the rest of the teams of Blacklist will be moving towards Bravo, giving them an opening to A and also the plant. But as we can see, Command Center has been taken by Jabin on the snipes, and with the approach of Fu towards this bomb, it might be a takedown for him, but we'll have to see how quick will the response be by CW to get this. And there we have it. And quick hit by Fu in there against Javen. Suspected and hit. The plant is on and still 2 remains.
Fu, I'm falling in love with the gameplay. Arthur spots the player out. He knows the position and anticipates one from the side of the command center. And that's just too perfect of a play as Fu trades one out. KSP supremacy inside of White Warehouse. He will find the final challenger who's very smart about his positioning. Doesn't really take an aggressive push out just yet. Waits to see exactly what Fu's play is going to be. And Fu very smartly rotates around towards that B bomb site. He will have, at the very least, a little bit of more extra time added on to the timer with the plant now. But which sort of a angle will he dedicate himself to? I think both players have the same idea. Fu, can he catch out FDX? Yes, he does, but FDX just too quick with a quick scope. And that's too easy for BLACKLIST.
Yeah, well, FDX is, with the distance that FDX has, a great opportunity in there for the kill. It's just unfortunate that Fu just went in a little bit too far in terms of getting information. He can back off in there from that area of the jungle and waited for FDX to give away or probably go in for a quick peek of that plant or of that defuse and then hit him on the backstab. So, well, that's 1 point being taken by BLACKLIST International Ultimate as we continue on CW on the attack.
It's a tense moment for CW because they are under a lot of pressure and they have to dictate the pace of this matchup. But this time, I love the positioning by Kai. Beautiful backstab through the White Warehouse. Beautiful Slayer's Will. Numbers advantage to them, but it doesn't make a huge difference unless AG can be taken down, and M4 does exactly that. Peacekeeper supremacy. And Kai now just needs to hold on to those angles. BLACKLIST cannot approach prematurely. They need to wait for that plant. That's exactly what happens. They need to time this to perfection. That smoke just obscures a little bit of their vision. And this is a fantastic approach by CW to pile on the pressure. 30 seconds for BLACKLIST to undo this mishap.
Tin right now going in for that smoke, and not quite sure how much well that smoke do for in here, but Arthur right now going for the kill against FDX. Unsuspecting FDX will be in there, but Javen and Tin on a duo, but Kai takes them down. Javen right now going for the fade, and 50 GS will not work for him because of the number disadvantage, and it is now 2-2 AJ, and it's not really showing us who's more dominant. It's just a trade-off right now. And one thing is, attacker side is on CW, so they're pretty much dictating the pace of this game, but still balanced between these two teams.
I mean, you know I love BLACKLIST, but right now I'm on the side of CW, man. They've got a lot to prove in this competition, and against BLACKLIST at S&D, once again, this is their best opportunity. When it goes back into the respawns, BLACKLIST is just a little bit uncontrollable, and those engagements too fast-paced for CW to deal with. But when you slow that pace down, CW is turning out to be an absolute monster. Arthur holds onto a good angle at the back of corner house, waiting for one of the players of BLACKLIST to overextend the bomb. The grenade's not going to do much as the bomb is planted. Fantastic approach once again by CW to pile on the pressure on the Filipinos. And now they rotate one after the other. Arthur needs to start moving as well, or else he is gonna fall back a little too far. It's all about the timing. Arthur finally starts his maneuver around, but Fu holds the line, and Kai drops Jabin. Tin trades out Fu, but the damage has been done. AG makes a comeback, gets a double for himself. Kai shuts down Tin. It's a 2v2. Can CW sustain? 15 more seconds to go. Arthur saves the day from the back. FDX slays Arthur. What a round! And BLACKLIST moving front.
This is the FDX show at that moment. Time running down and the flick with that sniper taking the point. FDX, really good addition for this team of BLACKLIST International Ultimate. Like, if Arthur moved a little bit too quicker in that, they might have an advantage in that game. But with the quick response, especially with AG taking this double, it has been turned around quickly for BLACKLIST. Now, it is a lead for BLACKLIST, and the approach is a little bit too aggressive by CW.
CW. I mean, I've been liking what they've been doing so far, but it's BLACKLIST, bro. You gotta really respect their mechanical capability. CW's been playing some of their strategy to perfection here, but BLACKLIST just purely winning it with the pace of their gunfights as well as their supreme accuracy. Jabin, very careful with the approach. And this smoke might be a little bit of a difference maker to allow BLACKLIST to storm the front here. It's all about the timing as to how they retake this. He's going to play the game of patience, waits for a little bit of backup. Once again, Arthur with a backstab. Arthur just needs to step the pace up just a little bit if he wants to stand a chance to save the rest of his teammates, because here comes the Blacklist Battalion, but a 1MO M4 drops them like they're hot. AG managed to secure one, but CW pulled that round back. The perfect opportunity to shut down Blacklist International Ultimate, and CW making the best of it.
Blacklist played the same approach from the previous match. Thus, CW just need to change a little bit of their defense. Even if they're on the attacker's side, they were able to go for the quick kill right there. Right now, Blacklist is on attack. 10 goes in for the kill against Kai, and it is now an advantage. Why Blacklist International Ultimate?
Tin takes himself out of the equation. That's one way to do things. CW, on the other hand, they thanked Tin. Thank you so much, brother. We were down one man. We were afraid to step it up. You helped us out. Thank you very much. AG, bomb in hand. Let's go. Tin will have to recover a little bit later on. But Peacekeeper in the hands of 1MO. Aye! FDX. Spicy, bro. Quick shot.
Yeah.
And that quick scope just catches them a little bit off guard. Numbers advantage to Blacklist.
And so one thing about CW, they are so sneaky in their approach, but with FDX right there, knowing that the angles that he can take, as well as the flick of that sniper, he can make a reverse. But Fu right now is in there, missing that opportunity, will be waiting for the bomb to be planted and probably make a move later on. FDX will just be waiting as well for crossing of CW towards that area. But as we can see, it is a 4v4 situation, 4v3 situation right now. Still in lead of a Blacklist International Ultimate. They can go in for a force, push, or backstab, but it have yet to be seen. Skirt taking down one and full for the double.
Ooh, for the double, but guys tagged up already. Needs to play this quicker. 13 more seconds to go. Fu can't deal with two players at the same time. Turns around, quick scope doesn't hit, and AG manages to secure that slay. Headshot perfection. 4-3 Blacklist once again pulls ahead CW. I still have faith. I think this team can get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, if the trade-off will be like this most of the time, like 1 point after another, they have a chance in there. There's no signs yet of a complete domination right now, unless probably a 2-point or 3-point lead by Blacklist International Ultimate, or probably the other side. But we'll have to see, as this is now getting slower and slower, and hopefully it will be a little bit more of exciting later on, because Kai is in there going in for the trade against FDX, but stepping in a little bit too early.
So is it 2-1 trade? AG, Blunt, Arthur. I like the angle. Can he get lucky? Nope, misses. Shoots between the two players. Obviously not intentional, but come on, Arthur, you can do this. Pusangala. He does not take the shot. Manages to go in for the stun though. Should get the check mark. Fu traded out by Tin. Fantastic play. Blacklist International punishes all of them. Arthur, on the other hand, turns around 50 G's for the pop, but Skirt shuts him down. Blacklist International Ultimate, making it a little bit more difficult for CW to equalize.
Yeah, I mean, that space in there that Arthur was taking a peek on, it was a good, good potential of a kill, but it was taken by Blacklist as well to perfection. They know where to place themselves, that they will not be seen, and they have missed. Arthur has missed that opportunity for that slay. But as they go into Bravo right now, and the rest of the teams of CW will be left behind on Alpha, all they have to do is go in for a quick push on, it is split. It's a 1-3-1 split right now. Alpha is the focus of the bomber, and the information that has been relayed in there with the gunshots towards B might pulled in the rest of the team of CW in the middle. Great opportunity for them to go in for a quick rush, but it has not been taken just yet.
Slow pace this time round. I like this. Attacking side Blacklist, not underestimating CW. In fact, trying to force CW to push on forth. The discipline out of the defenders, perfect, allows them to get the slay onto FDX. M4, stop spraying, brother. You just gotta play the game of patience. Fu, on the other hand, holding on to a good angle here, waiting for the rush of Blacklist. As long as he can hold on to that angle, should be able to catch at least 1 or 2 stragglers as they manage to push into that A-bomb site. All the angles locked down by the Taiwanese team. And the Filipinos are second guessing themselves. They don't. I like this, right? Blacklist International Ultimate. They're respecting CW because it's really difficult to take 3 rounds away from them. And now this is a good decision. Sound one, rotating around towards that B bomb side instead. And Arthur, the usual backstabber, changes his mind in terms of the position that he wants to hold this time around. Everybody goes in for the full stack onto A. Nobody watches B. And Arthur now finally sends that information back to the rest of his players. And they rotate around. Play number 2, Kai, for the backstab. They really have to set this up well and move in together as a squad, Neptune.
I love the positioning of Blacklist International Ultimate at this point because they know how sneaky CW can get in terms of getting that position, and with no idea of how they can go about, they need to go for that Bravo.
Oh,
but
look at this double
kill
stack.
right now, and it's in there. Fu for that pinch, but Fu will be taken out by Jabin. It is now left to Arthur, the clutch king, and the king he is. Oh, Jabin takes him down.
Arthur. Too good, but not against Blacklist International Ultimate. Definitely not today. Maybe against Huntsmen, it's going to be possible. Maybe against a team like LYNX, it's going to be possible. But against Blacklist International Ultimate, it's a long shot. But I like the effort that CW has thrown in here so far. Kai, shut down. Early one from Tin. Redeems a little bit of the misplay earlier on with the self-takedown. Fu repositions. Has got the Arctic 50. Very rare to see that in MP.
Yeah, I mean, I really love it coming back, and hopefully Fu can make it good use so that a lot of players will be using that as well. But I mean, meta is meta, and it's more of what is effective. But Javen, not so much in there, but the 50 Gs will be able to bring in here the calamity against CW. It's now a 2B4 situation, and Arthur still not moving forward, still being the sneaky guy in this game.
Good play so far, but M4 gets a double. But now Arthur's all alive, all alone. Gets a hit mark.
No.
Arthur shuts down AG. What in the world? How did he get that shot? But unfortunately for him, luck plays out. And it looks like the game of numbers helps Blacklist International Ultimate secure that final round. Match point converted into victory. But I love the signs of life CW showed us. You know, from the get-go, it was going to be a tough one to take this series away from Blacklist International Ultimate. We all acknowledge that. But I like Change World putting up a good show.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not really that dominant in this game, we didn't see it. We've seen actually Blacklist International Ultimate being a little bit too careful against CW, and because they know the threat and they have respect as well on what this team has to offer. As you can see, Arthur in there with 11 slays, matching up against AG with similar number of kills, and not so much on the clutch from what we've seen from before, but M4 always in there in the backup and also getting a lot of slays. So the combination of Arthur and M4 really is deadly. It's just the rest of the teams that needs to move up and step up in this game so that they can really dominate a match.
Yeah, I mean, I loved what Arthur was doing. The ideation that he brought into the matchup with all of those long rotations around, pulling off that backstab. I mean, you know, 11 kills, it speaks for itself, right? He was hard carrying the team, but one IMO, in my opinion, could have stepped up a little bit better. AG, no surprise at all. He takes the MVP spot. You know, definitely not going to give it away to Din. He rips it away. 1,640 points. Impressive, but expected out of Blacklist International Ultimate. Into control we go. And this is where I don't have a lot of confidence to throw into the basket of CW. Because once again, fast-paced matchup. You compare their mechanical capabilities, CW will struggle, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, from their fight against LYNX TH, it was a 3-2, and it's on the same map. So imagine them challenging Blacklist International Ultimate, who are really slayers. We've seen AG, we've seen Tin in there. Skurd is also in the mix. So with the slayers out there, then they might be losing lives a little bit too early before they can go for that take. But we'll have to see on the rotations of this team to find out if they can manage to flip the spawns early, because we've seen that they learn that trick, a little bit of trick in there from hardpoint. Thus, they recover a few points. So that trick that they pulled out from hardpoint, they can use that in control as well. But they need to survive a little bit longer to win this game.
Yes, sir. I wonder exactly what sort of weaponry will they be introducing into this matchup. And so far, it's all the melees that we spot out there on the battlefield, obviously, as they try to rush forth towards the control point. And CW is the first ones there, and they want to rip away that B control point. Fu gets the first opener against Tin. AG trades out one MO. Fu drops Skirt as well. Back to back. Fu still alive. Gets AG. That's 3 kills in a row. Fu is on fire.
Yeah, Fu right now is in here. There's no Fu. Like, I don't want to say it. It might be come up bad, but
I see where you were going with that. I see where you were going with that. But CW, man, look at them. Almost pulling away the B control point already. 2 markers placed out of 3. They just need to push a little bit more. And I love the strategy. They switch it up. They switch the momentum. They move towards that A control point instead. But I don't like to see all 4 players committing for this. At least CW needs to move on towards the B control side. Send one guy in there so that when 4 players are playing the distraction here, that final guy can secure that B control point. I mean, just pull off each and every single trump card against the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. I'm very impressed with CW, the way they're starting things off. But a 4 life deficit means they need to be careful.
they need to be careful indeed, but they need to play this as well, similar to what we've seen from Huntsmen earlier. They went in from Alpha, Bravo, and then later on taking the retake afterwards. And as Alpha is now the only available point for the team of CW, defense right now will be a little bit stronger from Blacklist. It is the SKS that I am really looking out in here from Jabin, and it's not so much that we've seen this in this game, but they listen to you, AJ. Using a sniper in this match of control will be beneficial for them if they want to get the kills from afar.
Absolutely, man. And you know, you gotta respect the supremacy out of the SKS as well. Managing to get that long angles kind of shut down with the SKS is gonna help them out. The B control point ripped away from the hands of Blacklist International Ultimate. But with about 6 more lives to go, M4 and Kai doing a lot for the team. FDX trades them out. Kai shuts down FDX. Good counter trade right back. But with 4 more lives, how will they secure this A control point? I think it's going to be impossible already. They need to treat this like a team deathmatch. Bring out those snipers. Arthur needs to pop off.
Yeah, they need to get the snipers from afar, not risking the lives that they already have in there or left in this game. And I think that needs to happen right now. Even if Alpha needs to be captured, they can go in for this lace. FDX right now going for the rush, but has been beaten by AG in there. And the point goes this time to Blacklist International Ultimate Control. Well, it has been a well-played game by CW. They just need to tweak it a little bit. But as the sides switch right now, let's find out what can be offered by CW on the defense.
Let's see them maneuver around. This has to be a counter by the players of CW. They are on the defense this time around. They spread themselves pretty thin, but quickly bring that counter in towards the B control site. But overextending Kai gets punished. He pulls out the Annihilator and gets annihilated instead. And it's one of those misplays that I really do not like seeing out there on the battlefield. You're playing control, hold on to a long angle with the Annihilator, annihilate. You don't need to push forth and waste your ammunition.
Yeah, I mean, it pretty much acts like a sniper in there. It should be used as a sniper. And Skirt right now is doing that in a double right there. Oh, triple! And what a kill in there. Skirt is really popping off right now. I think he won a spot on the MVP at this point, but missing those 2. Will be going for the 3rd. There goes Skirt right now, making CW scared of him.
Arthur manages to circle around. This is Jabin now teasing. I mean, this is exactly what I wanted CW to do earlier on. Tease both of those control points at the same time, split the forces of Blacklist International Ultimate. And they got so close to doing that, except that they stopped halfway. They just didn't continue to execute that play. I believe they could have put on so much more damage onto Blacklist and potentially even won that round out earlier, but they kind of focused on the wrong objective. Blacklist International Ultimate, on the other hand, they pulled this off perfectly, but like the fighter that he is, manages to get those 3 back-to-back slays just before getting annihilated. Good backstab. And Blacklist International Ultimate, although with a 3 life deficit, they have got a good side in terms of attack.
Good trade back by Tin and Dare as he has been attacked by Kai, and there goes the trade back of the kills, but the lead is still on CW. It is still a 3 life deficit, and the capture will be happening at this point, being cut short. Board that second tick. Arthur right now going in for KSB battle, but will be losing that, and a quick turnaround, getting close, balancing it off, turning it over to Blacklist International Ultimate in terms of the lives.
1 life deficit for Blacklist International Ultimate. Make that 2. Arthur, big damage coming through with the Gravity Vortex gun. But 1 minute to go as the players of Blacklist International Ultimate has earned the extra time there. 6 to 5 lives. Can CW do the impossible now? They've stacked all of their players inside of the control point, which is a terrible idea. All Blacklist needs to do is just pull off a backstab maneuver and squeeze them out of the control point and just turn this into a team deathmatch. Can they actually do that? They're taking a straightforward approach. Tin, as he crawls his way in, misses all of those players. Jabin, great slay, Fu trade skirt out, 1 life left on CW, and this is just game over. Blacklist takes round 2.
Yeah, I mean, and that the ideation is good, approach not so much, and I'll agree with you, not so much of an idea, and they're stacking together as lives will be in a risk out there of losing. And all they had to do at this point, especially if they are going for Bravo, is take that laundry power position to get more advantage. And we're not seeing so much of snipers coming in from CW. Arthur can use that in Fu as well, and so much is more of the Annihilator that is being brought in here by these teams. But with the recovery of those score streaks, as well as the score streaks, as well as operator skills, it may take a little bit while, thus the lives will be dwindling down.
Let's see exactly how they play this counter. CW, 6 life deficit, and they've already placed 1 marker onto the B control point, and you can see the players of Blacklist instantaneously stacking and pushing forth their front line and anticipating an attack at the B control point once again. They've split up 2 to 2 this time around with that 1 player out of spawns. That A control point is going to be in a lot of trouble. And the backstab from Kai might just be the damage dealer. Kai, opportunity, you better win this gunfight. He does exactly that. Fantastic opportunity. Converted into a slay. And now CW can continue pushing on in here. But Freddy, hanging up in the air, slays 1 down at the swimming pool. Fu taken out. What a player to shut down. Fu is the biggest threat out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, Kai as well as M4 right now going for Alpha and might be able to go in for their take, but we have a 1-10 who has the Annihilator going for the kill, and 2 other members will be going for the push, and Tin takes down, or that is M4 being taken down as well. Skurd pull out the Annihilator and annihilating the lives out of CW. 8 left in here as well as 25 seconds into the game.
25 seconds to go. 6 more lives for CW. Make that 5. This looks like it's game over already. Even if Blacklist loses 10 life back to back, Arthur punches his way through. But that's only gonna survive or last for a little while. FDX final slay with the Annihilator. Annihilates all hopes for CW, and Blacklist shut them down 3-0, serving up a donut once again.
Yeah, first donut for the day right now being served by Blacklist International Ultimate. A good response after what happened yesterday against ABC Esports. But from what we've seen, ABC Esports is, as we mentioned, a different kind of monster. We'll have to find out of how big a bite they have, because like they can go against a lot of teams right now, as we've seen. But for Blacklist International Ultimate, it's good for them that they can recover this fast after 1 day of rest, as they still have another battle in front of them. It is against Almighty later on, though we have seen this before, but the result might be different because there's also a lot of adjustment coming from Almighty.
Yeah, and Almighty earlier on against ABC, they couldn't really do much except pull the control match away. Maybe against Blacklist International Ultimate, that could be a similar story. But Blacklist showing a little bit of signs of weakness at that S&D. I wonder if or not Heaven and Shut Up will be able to take the fight up against them and shut them down this time round. And that might just be a 2-1 victory for Almighty. That's a bold prediction from me, but it is what it is. Blacklist International Ultimate have to fight through all odds later on to serve a 3-0 against Almighty as well. That's going to be the biggest litmus test here to see if or not they're capable of doing that, because you have to respond strong after how ABC annihilated both of you already. So whoever who wins that series might just be the one to take that fight right back up against the Indonesians later down in the playoffs and prove themselves. But Tin, annihilate himself he did at that S&D. This time, he recovers with grace. 28 kills, our MVP of this matchup.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit of skirt in there in MVP, giving 3 members in there, showing how dominant the Slayers are. But Sin really is a Slayer. We've seen him in there going in with KSP, even Annihilator in hand, going for multiple kills. And there you have it, 3 maps. 3 wins going towards Blacklist International Ultimate, giving them a better chance of moving in the top 3 and standing onto playoffs. But as we end this series, I mean, there's a lot more to expect in this game, AJ, because the next match would be LYNX TH and Huntsmen. And I love how the Huntsmen was able to go and dominate the game earlier on. LYNX TH this time not looking so good because of the double loss that they have, wherein it's the same situation that Huntsmen was previously. But I'm really expecting what LYNX TH will be showing up this time.
You've got 3 Titans and 3 underdogs in this group, and the 3 underdogs, unfortunately, are LYNX, the players on the side of CW, as well as Huntsmen. So between the underdogs themselves, who can rise up to the top? That's going to be one of the bigger questions, because obviously the 3 Titans are going to probably be the ones who make it through to the playoffs. That's not a bold prediction. That's just purely based on data and whatever we've seen out there on the battlefield so far. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, I'm going to take a slightly longer break, but before that, the code for all of you guys, Merc5 going gold. And I think this skin is one of the most anticipated one of all of the giveaways so far, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, being able to flex that in game, well, I really love to have this right now. I have a screenshot already. I'm fast with my hands at this point, especially with skins, one of the character skins. Why not? Because like this is something that you want to flex, and we play the game daily. And I like to show off how good this looked in the game.
I share the exact same sentiments as well, but I'm not as quick with it. Screenshot. I probably will get it done when I'm taking my break a little bit later on. I want to have my dinner. We'll invite Callie right back on broadcast so that you guys can rock the next matchup. It's going to be, once again, LYNX taking on the Huntsmen. But to wrap up the day, I'll jump back in. Blacklist International Ultimate goes up against Almighty. That's going to be an MSP rematch from Stage 3 down here at Stage 4. Do you by any chance have a prediction for the matchup between LYNX and Huntsmen though, Neptune?
I mean, Huntsman is looking good at this point with how they turned it around. I'm gearing towards the Malaysian team.
I will have to agree, but let's see if LYNX can disappoint the both of us, because I'm very sure they want to prove themselves as not just the best out of all of the underdogs, but they want to prove that they can even take it against the big dogs and make it through the playoffs. But if they actually do, it's going to be hell over there, because Stage 4 for our regional qualifiers is just stacked with quality, and Indonesia seems to be the biggest monsters in comparison to the rest of the teams out there. It looks like the Garuda wants to fly high, and they're already starting things off hot. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, once again, it's the battle between LYNX and Huntsmen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is Call of Duty Mobile Garena Regional Qualifiers Day number 3. 3 matches already over, and we have been served one donut by the team of Blacklist International Ultimate going against Change World. And a lot will be expected for the remaining 2 matches. On the next match, we are going to see LYNX TH going against the Huntsmen, and on the caster's desk for the series, I am Neptune the Gemma Garcia, together with Callie in here, and later we will be joined once again by the Mustachio AJ. But this time, Callie, we are expecting underdogs going against underdogs, but with the work that has been done by Huntsman earlier, like, we need to find out if LYNX has a response for this.
I mean, for Huntsmen, they managed to defeat Change World. A team LYNX TH struggled heavily on day 1. So from just that, we could assume Huntsmen has a little bit of advantage, but they shouldn't get too complacent out there. While Zen and Derp continues to provide the damage enough to supply the team, the others needs to continue to supply and get involved and provide consistent effort to get them wins versus LYNX TH, who's in front of your screen right now. Iris, Purcell, Teddy, Circus, Ambition, Setek, LYNX TH. Back-to-back loss, just like Huntsman, who wants to secure top 3 playoff spot, needs to win 3 in a row here, which is going to be very hard, but they have to do it here if they do want the top 3 spot.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the statistics from day number 1, it is very close from the loss against Change World in terms of LYNX and against Change World. Now, going into what happened earlier, the same thing happened. It was close between Huntsman and Change World as well. So I'm expecting it will be the same story between these 2 teams. That will also depend on the map that they're going into, because like numbers, yes, it might be even, but the advantage of map knowledge will be a different story.
Oh yeah, exactly. And for LYNX TH, I mean, standoff hardpoint is where they struggled the most on day 1, and I hope that they really play the maps that they're very, very strong at, because that standoff map going into the stage 4, they really had a rough value off of that, and they continue to play it in here at that day 1. But now, obviously, a good bounce back for them is going to be very important going up against Huntsmen, who just came off fresh with the win against Change World, who managed to defeat the team going in for that reverse sweep, winning that hard point, or winning that search and destroy, and of course that control. And now you see them on screen: Crush, Raven, Spur, Derp, Zen, and Notchi. These are the players that consist of Huntsmen, the number 1 team of Malaysia, and right now they're looking in here to continue the pace and of course the win streak that they had up against Change World, going up here against LYNX TH.
Yeah, it just depends on how well Crush will be popping off in the game as one of the slayer of the team. Zen as well as Derp has done well. It's Spur as well as Notchi has been doing quite good into this matches as well. So like, improvement overall needs to be seen from this team. It's not just like going in for banging your heads against the enemy. It's more of the tactics as well, the strategy that you pull out from this game of hardpoint. How can you use the spawns to your advantage? And as you can see, they're a little bit relaxed right now at this in this view compared to how we've seen them previously on how focused they are. So I think this gives them a little bit more of motivation into the game, and we've seen a similar thing again from LYNX TH earlier. I think one was beatboxing, if not singing earlier on. So we want that from this team. They are enjoying the start of the game, but so much so, how much fun can they have after one of this team take a loss?
And speaking of singing, Zen really looks like one of the most popular bands out there in the Philippines. And I don't know if you guys know this, but it looks like a singer for Ben and Ben. But anyway,
Zen and Ben.
We have Ben and Zen. Well, moving forward, going to group stage, we have the 3 maps lined up in here perfectly for Huntsman and LYNX TH. First and foremost, let's do the bans here. LYNX TH, they banned Sparrow. They also banned that Slums map. Then Huntsman, they banned the Annihilator, and of course the Summit Living. That Purifier open. So Takeoff Hardpoint is going to the first map. Standoff Switch and Destroy at map number 2, and Ascended Control will be at map number 3. Very curious on that map 3 though. But for now, we are going to load up in Takeoff Hardpoint. Could be one of the best maps that we will see LYNX TH drag our boys from Huntsmen in this hardpoint matchup. So with that being said, gunfights are a thing, but what we saw and what we learned from ABC earlier, you have to get the spawns for you to be able to have more success inside this game. You can't rely too much on your gunfights.
Exactly. Team in blue has a better chance of holding the chain of a P1 to P2, taking the scaffolding and the launch center while the trade-off on the fountain continues. And the team in yellow has a longer route to take. So it will depend on how can they control in that later on once the game start. But as we are looking at right now, it might be a 4v5. So I think a remake might be happening right here, or probably we just have to wait a little bit more because I don't think it will go on, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. One might be connecting, and there you have it. The game will start. I was a little bit worried right there because having
Me
four
too, man.
members, Lynx TH will have a little bit of disadvantage, and I don't think that will be allowed by the teams right here or by the organizer right here. Now the battle start right here. Cali and Crush together with Zen, Derp, and Spur and Nochi will be on yellow, while Lynx TH will be on blue.
And as we go and move forward to this game, hardpoint number 1, it's going to be the scrappiest hill of all here at this hardpoint, as it's located in the middle of the map. And for now, as much as you'd like to see the gunfights at the ground floors, you would want to have the second floors in your favor just to line up a lot more kills and better map control. For the meantime, you do see Huntsmen being able to step inside the point and of course win some gunfights, but Teddy now locking things out, playing an oversight right here, the second floor. So great start so far for Huntsmen, but Lynx TH better in the map control. They do also have the favorite spawn moving into P2, but Derp will be there to just kind of secure it. So a little bit of 50-50 in here for this first few hills.
Yeah, I mean, though the points being taken by Huntsman right now, it's more of how quickly the rotation and the retakes will be happening, and scrap points will be taken by Lynx TH at this point. But initiation has been done already on this launch center. Though they are not stepping yet, they are waiting for that hill to be triggered, and Crush as well as the rest of the team. Zen is doing well in terms of preparing for what is at hand. A good grenade in there. No, that was Sedek being taken down by the trophy system, and the takedown against Derp and Zen as well. Crush taking hold of as an anchor, and they need to move fast. Then they need to take over this hill to get as much point as possible against Lynx TH.
A huge play so far for Crush and Zen, combining for 17 kills for this team right now. They're able to break that point. Crush will be on a very good corner, spots the player in the window, turns back, gets 7 more. There it goes, double down for Crush. Needs to worry about the spawns though. Lynx TH will be right behind again, contesting. Crush needs to win a couple of more. Try to play with his life, but he's gonna get taken down. Dirt on his life here would have to be diminished, as Lynx TH would be able to overcome them with numbers. Scrap time in for Lynx TH, and the next move should be in their hand because they're going to be very far away from that next hard point. So they sent out Ambition, same thing with number 5 in blue, to get that break inside at P3 early before the hard point opens up. So that I give them, but they need to win those gunfights. And for now, the power position by Huntsmen held in here is quite strong. Let's see how they break it.
Yeah, just need to hold on the power position as well as make sure that they can get as much kills as possible, so as not to let Lynx TH in there. The backstab possibility in there against one of the members hanging back in the corner, but Derp right now is in a good position as well to take a grab. Now Ambition on the spray. Derp takes them down in there with that Purifier, and this is what we're talking about. Timing and using the skills is really one thing that can win you those hill, and that is what Crush as well as Derp has been doing so far in this game. And with the points that they are gathering, it is getting close to that 100 mark, and before that ends, they can also do an early rotation onto the next hill.
Yeah, they're also trying to chain it in, Not a good start here for Lynx TH, but take a look at Huntsmen. They have to claim the time in this P3. They're also chaining it with number 1 and number 5, already set up for that number 4 with P4. So that's very strange here for Lynx TH not be able to fight their way to the hard point just because of how they're attacking on only one angle. So that really hurt their game a lot. But look at Crush right now. 16 in the game, definitely involved, and mainly one of the reasons why this team is exactly winning the matchup. Stepping up really huge so far for this team. 32 to 117. And so far for Lynx TH, they will be on the left side of the map, so they got the favorable spawns, but Crush continues to crush the game. 18 in a row, that's what you want from this man. He is a mad lad, but finally he gets shot down, and Lynx TH will be able to flood in one angle, and now they break the point. They are they're soaking up the time.
Yeah, I love as well how well Zen and Crush is alternating in taking the anchor position, and they will still bring the spawns a little bit closer onto this hill. But Purcell has now taken them down, purified them with a purifier. They're taking down Purcell on the other hand, and Nochi go in for that hit. It is the scrap points being taken right now, and they will not be letting go of any points that easily. They might be taken down, but the spawn will still be into the favor going into the next hill, and that is smart move coming from Huntsman. Now it's up to LYNX right now to get better power position to go for the slays as well as to take them down as they go in for the approach as the cycle continues on this P1.
Yeah, look at the set up here right now by LYNX TH. You know, they have one player in the second floor, and they also have two players in now to play the spawns, and that's going to be a very huge thing for this team as they claim the time. But finally, Huntsman will be able to attack in two angles, right from the scaffolding and right through the launch center. And with that being said, they're able to contest the hill, but not so good so far when it comes to holding it down, because LYNX TH will be able to win more of the gunfights in here. While you take a look at this way, final 25 seconds, and LYNX TH is still on the point, and they are decreasing that lead. But take a look at what Huntsman is trying to do here, playing for map control. And although LYNX TH will be having this spawns and attacks here, this P1, they're going to have a hard time here trying to break the spawns with Spur, holding this power angle, and of course, this spawn anchor here for Huntsman at P2 as Spur combines for a double there. There it goes. 3 seconds left. We're moving on to new P2 is where we're going to be at, and that's going to be a monohill, a one-sided one as per se, and Huntsman is in a good position to claim all the time.
Yeah, though the points has been recovered by LYNX TH right there as Huntsman just let go of that P1. P2 needs to be covered that well. Once they have lost a good position, they need to try and take it over. Otherwise, they might get a lot more points, and LYNX TH might catch up in there with the lead that they have. Crush right now going in for the slay and getting good position to hide off, as well as to slay anyone going near towards the staircase. Purifier once again being pulled out, and will only get one frag. But with the damage right now, trying to march the lead into there, and distance will be a problem once you have that Purifier. But it is still taken by Esper right now. Oh, reload. Unfortunate for him, and the wrong timing takes him down, and LYNX will be taking this hill.
Yeah, taking that hill. 10 seconds left here. LYNX TH, you gotta move. They gotta move fast. Trying to strike while the iron is hot here. Moving into this P3 rotation. Purcell will be tasked to try to break the spawns or get some elimination in here, but Zen will be able to shut him down, and LYNX TH, though, will be having the great spawns. So that's one. Now they just gotta enter inside a point and contest, but Dirt will be on the mid-map to try to cut across, but they will not be able to do that. But Spur will be jumping in. The operator skill right in time for him to shut down the players attacking. Great value off of that, and Huntsman remains to be inside the point with the push play coming through here. Split attack by LYNX TH. Let's see how can they handle the attacks in here. Setek will be able to find one for the team. Well, there it goes. The blows has been landed, and it's so far Huntsman will be able to take the lead and of course the stand in the point.
It was a good control by Crush in there from control room, splitting up the spawns by LYNX TH in there from gas tank area as well as generator area. But that has been the downfall as well for this hill from the Huntsman, because having them split up, you will have your focus divided, and they need to make that work later on. They need to not do that later on. The anchor needs to get a better position to move the spawns further away, or probably in one corner wherein the focus can be taken by all members of Huntsman. Now we have Spur right now going for a spray, taking out Purcell as well as Ambition, and Spur had good position on 2F right now to go on for the back end, and Spur still on the sleigh, and a triple right now coming from this guy.
A great shutdown there for LYNX TH, and that play right there bought the team some time to reinforce inside the hill. And not only that, Spur will be able to help his team get that XS1 Goliath, but the Goliath would be getting here. Will be robbed by LYNX TH. Someone called the cops for a robbery. LYNX TH Ambition will be able to get the attack inside the point with the help of his teammates. And now the hard point is contested. LYNX TH gets the break, but will Huntsman have the operating skills to shut it down? Yes, indeed. Zen will be there to save the day, but still LYNX TH is making sure that they increase that lead, a 50-point lead margin in here for Huntsman, but they are still making sure that they get the scrap time in here. Still a victory back and forth in this matchup, but you obviously would want to have LYNX TH inside that point, and if they do want to win this, they gotta get in there. They gotta get in there fast.
Good use of that smoke to prevent the Goliath to get as much kill as possible, and a backstep possibility as well from the side of the Huntsman. They are getting close right now, 2:30, and with 20 seconds, 20 more seconds to get this win, it is looking great. LYNX TH need to make do and not let them step into the hill, but it is difficult because Derp right now taking the scaffolding as well as the second floor, even preparing for P2, even as they're just approaching P1 because they know, they understand the name of the game. It will be a trade-off from that P1 and they need to be ready just in case their plan fails.
And now they can just end it in here with that operator skills and those core trick invested. Crush will be able to burn one more player up front. That should be the dagger. Huntsman ends this map number 1 with Crush leading the game in total kills with 35. And as we see it, Huntsman continues to be successful when Crush plays a great role inside the matchup, but never underestimate this team overall. I mean, they were playing for map control right from the start until the very end. You see Derp always executing on the top floor control and making sure that they have the power position in play to take down the LYNX TH squad out there. Very, very easy. And again, another loss for LYNX TH, and things are not looking good. They need a bounce back, especially on that search and destroy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, search and destroy right now is one thing that they need to focus on. But if we look at the statistics of how LYNX TH has lost that, they only maintain 2 points on a game, on a 9-round game for the like two matches against Change World and Almighty. But this time, as we can see, Zen is the guy that we need to think in this fight. He has done a lot of slays as well, but I like your point as well, as Derp has always taken like good position to get that second floor and start off as well a rotation of the team. We have seen Zen and Crush as well going in for early rotation, moving as an anchor for the team, providing the spawns to the other side of the map for LYNX TH. But I couldn't put down LYNX TH just yet, because once they understand how they can play it against the Huntsman, they put it into play right now, even getting that Goliath into play to go and take that P3 earlier, but it didn't work that much because of the smoke that has been played by the Huntsman.
And you know, Huntsman, it really all came down to how well they use the operator skills, and what way to say it, Zen perfectly timed his own as he gets 38 kill and serve as the MVP for Huntsman in this hard point takeoff. Now, can the win streak continue as they move into that map number 2? As we all know, they're really not much of a search and destroy team, but when they were able to take down Change World earlier, the opinion, the narrative actually changed drastically because of how well they're really able to involve themselves in that search and destroy as Shenda versus, if I'm not mistaken, against Change World. So with that said, Zen for now will be able to claim that MVP is really the game changer in here. Always the first player to make sure the team will be supplied with enough gunfights.
Definitely. I mean, Zen right now is popping off. And together with Crush, Derp, Nochi, and Esfer. I mean, we've seen Esfer in their good position as well when they go in on a rotation, especially in the final point, final hill of hard point. But 250 to 150, that is the score right now for this hard point and takeoff as we stand in standoff. No pun intended. We stand in standoff for search and destroy. LYNX TH will be battling against the Huntsman right now. Will the streak of LYNX TH be broken this time, or probably this is really a good turnaround that will be shown by the Huntsman in this game?
As we load up into this standoff search and destroy, you obviously know standoff is one of the better map picks of Huntsman in terms of SND. They have a 100% win rate in here going to stage 4 when they were playing at stage 3 at Garena Master Season 3. That's a lot of threes in one sentence. But hey, anyway, we're going to get in the game. So, first and foremost, the game plan here for Huntsman, they would love to have Derp engage a first blood. And there it goes. 1 down, 4 more to go. They have opened up this A side completely early.
Yeah, a little bit too quick right now. Crush is on the side right here, moving, providing information. But Derp has an information. Sugus will be going down. Purcell, a backstab against Crush. But Ambition, understanding the position of Derp at this point, balancing it off on a 3-on-3. The bomb has been planted already. It is ticking down in 32 seconds. And no one will be hit by the concuss. Ambition taking Nochi from the play. But Zen will be Zen at this point, taken down by Purcell. It is now a 1v2, and it is LYNX TH who will get this. The defusal will be on right now, and there goes the point towards LYNX TH. Huntsmen, I think they're a little bit too aggressive from the approach on the split that they've done in there, even if they get the initiation.
Yeah, they got too overconfident with the way they handled that. You know, yes, they did have that first blood with Derp initiating the first offense, but not really able to follow it up. Like the play for LYNX was just so smooth with the way they held that retake. Then again, Crush will be having that classic KRM. You obviously know what he can do with that shotgun when he was playing for NRX Jeremiah 2911. Well, let's see how is he going to be very efficient with that. Teddy will be able to find one player right through Tunks. That head glitch is very, very cheeky. Well, for now, the bomb has been planted. 35 seconds, LYNX now underway.
Purcell right now going in underway as well. Crush! And they're crushing down the KRM. And follow up by Teddy. Zen in there taking down Teddy as well. Derp is just waiting for the opportunity right now. It is a 2v2 situation. Derp is being gunned down, being tagged up. Ambition onto the fight, and Ambition will take that kill. But as for the backstab in there, making the point 1-1.
Last two POVs getting gunned down in there. But one thing that really helped Huntsmen boost the chance of that winning, that round number 2 is Crush actually fighting 2 kills with that shotgun right through the cubby. And that early engagements actually help Huntsmen just basically have the man advantage. And not only that, better map control actually. And Crush off to a very aggressive start in here. This one's massive. Gets this kill right here at the back now, pushing up. But will get shot down. Great play there. The timing is impeccable for Iris. We got a 4v4 in here, but take a look at how aggressive Huntsman is. Nochi will be right up front. And if we can go for the flank in here, this could be a devastating easy 2 kills for Huntsman.
And there goes Sugus going for the S4 right now. No follow-up has been done. It's now a 1v2 situation for the side of Nochi as 2 is in front of him. Now he needs to get a little bit of backup as well. It is now a 2v3, and there goes Nochi for the kill against Iris. But Nochi still dancing around, and Teddy on the other side getting that kill. It's now Derp left in this play, and they need to play for time. But Ambition just cutting his head off from behind, and 2-1 is score. LYNX on the lead.
Yeah, Huntsman could have played it one very passively. I don't know exactly the reason why they have to go and overextend when the A-bomb set is completely open for them to plant. And of course, just have that setup completely backed up. But Derp with that first blood dropping Teddy. Very nasty there. Spur with the follow-up dropping Sugus as well. Now they have opened up the A side. Also have the man advantage. And this play here from Derp could seal this round here. Waiting for the perfect opportunity, spots the head, but will not get the shot just yet. 30 seconds, make that 45 as the bomb gets planted.
Yeah, I really don't like the KRM gameplay coming from Crush anymore because he needs to get close to get that kill. And the moment he gets closer and crossing the boundary a little bit further, he gets taken down. But speaking of taken down, there goes Derp for the takedown, balancing it off on a 2-2. So hoping Crush will be using a different weapon this time, giving him a little bit of distance up advantage against the enemy, and he will not be taken down that easily.
Well, for now, it's going to be Huntsman, LYNX stage, just going back and forth. But notice how when Derp gets the first blood, the team often had a chance of converting the win. But then again, a very, very aggressive plan here for Huntsman. And take a look at LYNX TH, playing for a retake in there, waiting for the perfect time to go in the attack. And now, 45 seconds is left. Here we go. Play for retake for LYNX.
LYNX will be trying to go for the retake. Teddy taking down Crush, and that a perfect moment. Purcell against Zen right now brings them on a clean up end. There you go, the defusal, a quick fight by LYNX TH. And it is not looking good at this point for the Huntsmen. They are going a little bit aggressive this time. And as we go in and switch, we'll have to find out if that will still be the case. Oh no, we haven't switched just yet. Attacker is still Huntsman, but they need to slow it down, Cal.
Yeah, I really have to agree with you on that one because of how aggressive, and they haven't really thought about the plan, what they will do when once exactly they are going for the aggressive plan. Are you just going to control the map, or are you going to go there to play per picks? That exactly didn't they define in this game, and that's the reason why they got caught up 3 rounds in here. But great job for LYNX TH, just taking what the offense gives and just playing through that. But Spur gets the first blood, dropping ambition. So now we are getting that first blood exchange with that nade. But notice how LYNX is now slowly appearing right exactly through mid-map and stacking the resources towards A, preparing for that attack at A.
Teddy right now going in for Alpha and the takedown against Zen. Follow up right there coming from Nochi, but the backstab and unavailable Iris will try to go in for MW11, but the chase is on and Nochi goes in for that frag and Purcell for the backstab opportunity, missing Crush from his heels. Backup might be called into against Purcell, and Purcell might be dying out in here. The bomb has been planted, and it is now a 1v3 situation. The run and the dance is on. Nochi might be going in for the music.
The timing is not good here for Purcell, and Nochi will be there for the trade right through the heavy tank. So now we're going to switch to sides here officially this time. So it's going to be a different personality in here. We did see for that offensive side that Huntsman loves to play aggressive. Now, are they going to turn that into a defensive, aggressive defense as well? Right now, the setup is looking fine for them. Attacking right through mid. This is kind of risky, but I lock it. 50% chance of winning. And right now, it's going to be a 50% chance of losing as well. LYNX TH with a better defense here as they get attacked right through mid. It's all down to Durf here. And it's just the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's looking like 100% of losing for the aggressive defense by the Huntsman. And well, aggressiveness at some point it works on the attack because you can catch the defenders off guard, but as a defense, well, it will not be working because everyone will be getting information, and that is information being relayed, being translated by LYNX TH in this game. Zerp right now, I think they learned to slow it down a little bit. The 2-1-2 split right here, and the grenades. I love how we're following up, following the view of those throwables and looking in if we're going to hit one.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, cooked up nades are often the most exciting part of these games. But LYNX TH now slightly making an ingress here. Drops 3 players right through the A bomb site. They have opened it up. They pick up the bomb. They also have number 5 in Blue Sugus extending way beyond enemy line so they can cut the cross here right through behind. Well, for Crush, we know what he can do with that shotgun, but can he be efficient in here? Slowly sneaking like a devil. Spots the first player, sliding in, pushing up now. Finds the first player, close range engagement. Gets Teddy down. Now the push comes to shove. They get a 2v2 situation. Crush being the play. But can they do it? 30 seconds left. Crush going back around.
Nice.
Sugus. One more in the hay bales. A 2v1 situation. Crush beating the man. The mid. The legend. He gets the 3 kills. Gets the diffuses as well. Woo!
And well, I take it back. As a defender, they can use the KRM at this point, especially if you do it that well. Earlier, it wasn't. So, well, depending on their positioning as well as how they can get good distance against the enemy, Crush can go on and use the KRM. But from earlier, if you have to be the attacker, you don't have to be that aggressive to go in for that KRM kill. Grenade being thrown in there, almost taking one down. But Derp will be trying to go in for that peak, but no hits just yet.
Almost a kill there with that nade though. Too close for my liking, but Iris now trying to make a player. Looking the players right through the tanks. We're in not really able to find any players here. Jumping from Derp game. Not really there to begin with. No information spotted out just yet. Both teams now, for the first time, playing it slow. They now know how to calm down because they know that this is going to be a very important match here. Tacticals now on the way. Teddy leading the charge in here. Zen will be tagged down. We get a 5v4. Crush once again, taking the players out, silencing down the crowd. But then again, LYNX responds back with a better result. A 3v2 situation. Iris follows up and things are not looking good as Huntsman gets dropped in here as they go for the defense.
5-4 in the scores right now, and the defense is not really doing well for the Huntsmen at this point. They need to slow down a little bit, get more information, as well as to anticipate the rotation that will be done at this point by LYNX TH. Oh,
it
personal in there for the
connected.
kill against Zen, and that will start off a little bit too early for the approach, but no one is rushing despite of the kill, and that is one thing that they will win or might win the game by LYNX TH. They will not be aggressive even if they get the first blood, and we'll have to find out what will be the response right now of Derp, and there goes Ambition being broken, being taken down. A dream is alive on the 4v4.
That guy was aiming for the angle right through the gas station, not from the guy that's up front, by the way. So great timing there for Derp. Very lucky with that shot, but then now the clock runs down for them. The push will be made at the A-bomb site here for LYNX TH. But the last two players are very solid here for Huntsmen, so they might just as well turn this around, with Derp actually being that sniper that can really knock down shots. But 42 seconds, a 3v2 retake here. Spur needs to win this huge gunfight here. Wall bangs,
Nice.
and there it goes. It connects. We get a 2v2.
Anticipation on its finest. Derp right now going for the rotation to get his fur, and this is what we're talking about. You don't go solo on a 2v2. You need to get a little bit back up once you get that information.
Wow.
Iris on the hit mark, and here goes switching to its secondary, but will not be able to make its fur right now for the rush. But here comes the heady, and the
Whoa.
pinch will not work. A clutch will be done in there. Match point for LYNX TH.
Wow! What a massive defense there for Purcell. Notice how he is sticking to that bomb set to get that head disadvantage and make the push even harder for Huntsmen. Now, we got the trades, we got the nades, we got LYNX now in a prime position to win this matchup. But can Huntsmen find a way to come back here? Anything is still possible so long as we don't see that round limit reached here by LYNX TH. Fur will not connect that nade as well. For now, things are slowing down, but do note that LYNX TH is exactly located now at the mid-map. So slowly and surely, they are trying to push for that A site while also allocating players around the back with Teddy dropping Derp. So there it goes. Now have a 5v4 situation here. Offense looking primed to win this matchup.
And there goes the concussor taking a crush for a little bit of pause, and two members attempting for a push. Trophy system has been laid down right now with the back off from Crush will be happening. Iris right here going in for the backup as the bomb will be planted by Purcell. Fur will try to go in for the wall bang again. You got Locky earlier, but not this time. The 4v5 continues and no one being taken down. Oh, I spoke too soon. Ambition taking on Nochi, but Zen was able to trade it back. Iris for the kill against Crush. It is now left to Zen at this game.
And there it goes. Zen will be shot down and LYNX TH will be able to claim their first round and of course their map win in the entirety of Garena Regional Qualifier. And you know, it will be a relief for them because it has been a long day at day one where they continuously struggled, and here this time around at this match between Huntsmen, they did lose at hard point, but now they get it ongoing. And fortunately for them as well, they will be able to use and play the map number 3, which is going to be their own map because at control. So they're confident at taking Huntsmen down there. So let's see if that's going to be very, very useful for them.
Yeah, I'll have to find out how well can they control in Hacienda. And looking at the stats right now, yes, I would agree with you. LYNX has a great opportunity advantage at this point, but we'll have to find out because not so much of data in this map from the Huntsmen because of how much they banned this map. I mean, they really don't want to play this, and it has been read by LYNX right there, and that is why they have chosen this for their playground. Now, we can see Ambition in there with 12 frags already, though we didn't see Ambition that much on the screen, but from the kill feed earlier, he has been putting up a lot of good plays. Derp was going well with initial frags from this fight. The initiation is there, but the aggressiveness of the rest of Huntsman is a little bit too much. Thus, Once they step over that line, they will be taken down and they will be dominated by LYNX CH. I think if they slowed it down a little bit, get another frag, and then go in for the aggression, they might have taken a few more rounds from that game. But Purcell right now with 10 kills and 1536 in the points are MVP for that game.
Yeah, he was able to actually clutch up one run. Where is the turning point of the game? You know, down they are up 5 and 4. Then he clutched a 1v2 at the end, and that was the winning moment for this team. Actually, when they had that 2-round lead, when they had Purcell actually playing a lot of those massive jobs when it comes to clutching up the game, it was a win at the end for LYNX TH. And now they will be moving into their own map pick here, Hacienda Control. They will drag Huntsmen in here. Well, they did really study Huntsmen, and it is their most banned map. But then again, for LYNX TH, this is actually a map where they have actually played on stage 3 at All in Legendary 2022 Thailand qualifiers. They had a 1-0 win rate here. So that's a 100% win rate. And for sure, they are more familiar in here compared to Huntsmen. So with that said, it's going to be rough here for Huntsmen. Cards are going to be stacked against them. But looking back at that first respawn game that we had, they did win 250 to 150. So this control is slightly going to be a combination of that hardpoint and SND. And being a defensive map, a defensive-oriented game mode itself as well, it's a matter of who capitalizes on the defensive side. So with that said, is it going to be a win for LYNX, or is it going to be Huntsmen? Can the win streak continue for Huntsmen, or will we see LYNX TH finally find a way to secure their first series in Garena Regional Qualifiers? As we start, final map that will decide whoever wins the series, Huntsmen and LYNX TH about to go down at Hacienda.
And Hacienda is might be the most banned in here, but can also be an ace. Can be used by the Huntsmen at this point. Advantage, disadvantage, we've mentioned that already. It's up to the gameplay right now as grenades are being thrown at them. And no one is going in for the opportunity miss in there, but a kill by Derp, a double. And Iris takes him down. It is advantage of the kills from no one, and it is now balanced trade-off after trade-off, but the push is on, and Alpha will be for the taking as 1% will be waiting in there on the other side, but we'll have to find out if they're able to make it through.
Yeah, great defensive set so far for Huntsmen, controlling that mid-map. So they get that, they get access to A and B, Kratos specifically. And number 2 in Zen, actually in a prime position. That headwitch that he holds earlier actually is in a prime position to take players down. But good thing for LYNX, they have Teddy there to knock down the shot. And now they're able to open up this B control point. Now it's the time for Huntsmen to contest that with number 5 in blue in Sphere being able to find that kill. But Sugusir actually up front of your screen will be able to hunt down Notchi. So they have a divide and conquer setup in here. They also will distract Huntsmen and turn some divided attention in here. This is a smart play for them, honestly.
Yeah, for the Huntsmen at this point, they're just waiting for the spawns to happen before they go in for the rush. It is also smart, but a little bit too delayed because Tix is happening from both sides and their focus will be divided once again. It's a good thing that they were able to go and recover, clean up both of those sides, and they can go in for the approach. A little bit too far in there for Sphere, but will be able to make those kills against Steady. But how long can he survive? Sugus takes him down, Notchi takes down Sugus, and Crush as well against Ambition. Frags after frags after frags, leaving the scores right now, the lives right now, 18 to 12.
Yeah, now 5 seconds left as well here. And Huntsmen will be able to claim the time if they do eliminate the players inside the A control point. So that's that. They will be able to win this if not she gets this kill. With the help of Zen, they're able to secure this A control point. LYNX TH stuck in their spawn, and this is GG's. Great defensive round for Huntsmen, by the way. 16 life count compared to 8, and they also dwindle down the clock. Map control is insane. They lock things down against LYNX TH despite this being a map pick of LYNX. Well, now we are going to switch the sides. So let's see if we are going to see some capitalizations in here for LYNX TH as they start here at the second round of the defense. Well, for Huntsmen, one thing clearly that we saw from them is they love controlling that mid-map. And right now, Crash will be able to send himself out to the statues, and there it goes. First 2 bloods happening inside the game.
Yeah, Control was the weakest suit for the Huntsmen, and they understand what is happening. Thus, they are managing to go in and improve themselves in this mode. Sogus in there going in for the kill, and a good slide coming from Sogus as Derp will be taken out. Nochi right now for the backstab, and will try to attempt for another flank on the other side. Defense is being good right now as Huntsman still has the lead, but Alpha will be, Nochi right now for the kill, and will try to go and help the rest of the teams for the second tick of Alpha.
And you would think you have the best chance in winning defense in this round, but the commitment is slow here. And that little lapse in decision and judgment here will likely determine what will happen here at this second round. Look at the way Huntsman has been winning the 1v1s. And they now have only one thing to worry about, that B control point where they exactly can just dominate in this game. Derp has been phenomenal, but it's a team contribution in here, and LYNX continues to struggle at their gunfights. Ambition to use that Purifier in here just to make sure that they create an ingress and bully out Huntsman, but they won't be able to do that. Right now, Nochi fully streak up, Derp building some streaks, and now 2 more seconds of Twisted Timber to go, and this would be another win through capture for the boys of Huntsman, but luckily, the trades come through here for LYNX, the pinch play happened, and now they're able to survive.
LYNX turned around when we thought that was the end of the game, but the rest of the teams of the Huntsmen is going in for the push. Hopefully, they will not be lining up for the kill by LYNX, and I think that is what's happening. Ambition going in for that hit with a Purifier, but they're firing back against Ambition and the rest of this team of LYNX. And Crush right now, and the win will almost be taken, but they are being taken on their heels once they step into that, and the team that much continues, and on losing end, it is LYNX TH.
Yeah, the life advantage not clearly looking good for LYNX TH here. Nochi and the boys of Huntsmen for the 3rd time, they will be able to claim a win through capture. They did not do it once. They did not do it once, twice, but they did it thrice. 2 came from the battle and the win versus Change World, and wow, what a great offensive round there for Huntsmen. They clearly know what to do with that mid-map, but now they have the chance to end it here and win another series. LYNX TH looking vulnerable at the moment. Derp will get that first blood, and now the attack will be happening right around the B control point, but Crush all the way around the back. Spawn Trap could be enabled here. Crush looking so bleak right now, but he's still strong with those 11 kills, wrapping around the back, and now we'll have to time this one perfectly against Sugus. Has to back away at the moment, 28-23. Gunfight-wise, Huntsman is winning.
Yeah, Huntsman is winning with a 5 on a point deficit, or lives deficit at this point. And this team of Huntsman is making it a trademark of theirs to make that capture, win on a capture. And how rare it was previously, this time it will become common when Huntsman jumps in. Now we have in here one great defense. The Goliath has been pulled out, and we'll have to see how well can LYNX change and turn that around. We are seeing a capture right now in Alpha, and going in for the second tick. Derp right now will take that guy who is going for the capture, and the second one from Derp. Whoa! Good triple in there with help of Spur, and Derp right now is on fire. 21, 22, 23. I don't know how much higher I can count in terms of the kill by Derp.
Oh, baby, a triple. Make that 5 in a row. Nochi now, they have the delivering blow. LYNX TH down to the wire. They're down and bad. And Huntsman continues to just basically remove all of the players. 5 seconds left, and Huntsman will be able to claim their 3rd control win. And not only that, they are also able to win this series if they do get the elimination that they need. One more to worry about in the fountains, and Derp could land the fountain blow, but Suk is still remaining alive. 3 lives left for LYNX TH. 2 more players to worry about hitting for Zen. He pushed out, he gets 1, and that should be game, set, and done. Here we go. Huntsman wins the series 2-1.
Well, the Huntsman has played the control mode to perfection. Whether you throw them in attack or the defense, they will control, they will dominate, and they will kill, especially with Derp in there. On the snipes, 25 if I counted that correctly. There might have been a few added in there, but I am for sure that is our MVP for this game. And he has taken the lead as well as to make records in this control mode. So many times that they have won this game on a double capture, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, you clearly know what they really had in Pattern, and mainly the reason why they're able to get the win through capture is because of how well they control that mid map. Dirt was a huge part of it. Zen was a huge part of it. Crush, Notchi, Spur, it was a total team effort for this team. Without the communication and without the strategy, it wouldn't be possible for them to get that. And the pressure was on for LYNX DH, where in that first round, we did have some instances where they're always going for that divide and conquer gameplay, distracting Huntsmen, but they weren't really able to stick to their play. And mainly that's the reason why LYNX DH struggled at the game. They can't win their gunfights, they can't stick to their strategy, and the communication definitely not there because most of the time, it's always an individual push. No one really coming off on a body system where they can play for trades. And this was the play where Dirt was just popping off with the right tech. And added to the factor that he has that explosive rounds, make it a little bit more epic and cool. Dirt, the MVP, 26 kills with 3,248, ending the series 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, Derp, you can leave him alone on the 2F, and he can just slay out, crush the rest of the teams. As for we also have Dam going in for the slay and rotations as well, making it work for the clean up most of the time and every time they step in and control. Regardless if this is their most hated map, I think this is an ace that they have on their sleeve that they can play through all throughout. 2-1 on the scores in favor of Huntsmen. LYNX taking that search and destroy. A good game for both teams, Callie.
And you know, it really hurts that LYNX Stage actually lost that map number 1 because of how unsuccessful Huntsman has been playing at that map on stage 3. 0% win rate, honestly, 0-2 in the terms of map wins and loss. And for some odd reason, LYNX Stage wasn't really able to execute right from the get-go. They did have a bounce back here this map too, but again, losing your map picks is going to be a very devastating one. And for LYNX DH, the series loss continues today. Now they are 0-3, and I feel like they don't have any chance anymore to secure that playout. So might as well make sure that they are able to find a way to make some win series in the coming matches they have. But you know, it's already tough for them. 3 schedules in, and they haven't even win once in their series.
Yeah, and one thing about the stats, really, that you can also play mind games using the stats. So we've seen that before, wherein some of the teams are showing not so much potential in one specific map, one specific mode. And this time, though, from the past, we've seen the Huntsman not really showing up on hardpoint, even a specific map, even in control. They understand that. They've accepted that, and that is where they need to improve further. And I guess that works for everything in this game and everyone else. Like, if you understand where you're lacking, that is where you need to improve and better yourself. But there you have it. The 4th series is over. Later on, we'll be going in for the 5th series. You will be joined by Callie as well as Masasho AJ. But we'll be back after the break.
Tango down.
Ladies and gents, you're watching live at Garena Call of Duty Mobile. Welcome to the Garena Regional Qualifier. Right back at you for the final match of Group Stage Day 3. Joining you in this commentary, that will be me, Cali Gaming, alongside the one and only, the Mustachio AJ. And what we have right up next is going to be an MSP show match.
Oh,
and
yeah.
one thing more than likely that this two have is they lost against ABC Esports, man.
I mean, Indonesia is just proving to be a monster this time round, and they desperately want to represent Garena, and they have proven against two of these teams that they definitely do have a strong standing out there later on. I mean, this was the team that pretty much dominated Dunia Games, two back-to-back majors, and then finally just lost it at their stage 3 before we made it into the stage 4, right? So, I mean, ABC Esports, no chump squad. They have the quality to bring it on to the table, but both of these teams that have faced losses already, Jabin, AG, Tin, Scared, FDX, representing Blacklist International Ultimate, the loss of Yato seems to be affecting them a little bit too much, Cali.
I have to agree with you on that take because of how lost they are when it comes to finding opening picks. And usually it's Yato that
Correct.
always finds he's always the one that initiates the play here for Blacklist Ultimate. And with him out, it's taking some time for this team to actually find out who's going to be that main guy, who's going to be that main player to open up the things here for Blacklist International Ultimate. And so far, it has been thin. He's been stepping up greatly, especially on this hard point. But what we notice here is AG actually stepping up as well.
Yeah,
Very good at search and destroy.
Yeah, AG has been quite the good acquisition, and it seems like he will be able to destroy the rest of the players of Almighty in terms of representing Blacklist International Ultimate. But Incendio, Jeff Pro, Shut Up, Irfan, Jay, and Heaven will try their best to prevent that from happening. And now this is I mean, you might have called it a show match. You know, as serious as it gets out there, we kind of know what Blacklist International Ultimate is capable of doing against Almighty. We've seen Almighty falter once at stage 3, but will they be able to rise up onto stage 4? Is there any sort of strats that they have managed to kind of master over the period of break between stage 3 and stage 4? We will have to still wait and see. You know, to even imagine it going down to the map picks, I think it is not the case. I think it's going to be more towards the game modes in itself. You know, Control, Almighty has a strong chance of grabbing the W there. But when it comes down to Hardpoint, we've seen multiple, I guess, weaknesses, you could call it, on the side of Almighty that Blacklist International Ultimate should be able to explore. But it is Blacklist International Ultimate that removes standoff from the equation. Almighty removes takeoff. Sparrow and Purifier has been banned out already. You know you're going to see those Annihilators pop off. And it is Blacklist International Ultimate that dictates the pace of this matchup. And they drag us into Slum's Hardpoint to open this game up. Now, this is a good way to open it. But, you know, Slum's Hardpoint, Almighty is no stranger to this map mode at Slums.
Yeah, now standing at 83% on their stage 3 run at Garena Master Season 3. 5 map wins and 1 map loss. And I think it's kind of weird map pick here for Blacklist International Ultimate because of they were the only team that went up against AMT and destroyed them here at Slum's Hardpoint. So that's that. But then again, we take a look at that raid control. Things gets really knocky on that map. It's a defensively oriented game mode, and not entirely sure why Blacklist International actually picked that. It kind of go really bad or kind of go really good for that on that map number 3. Well, for me, this could go down here at this map number 1. This could dictate the pace here. So now as we load up the Slums Hardpoint, again, Almighty and Blacklist International Ultimate on this MSP matchup, it's going to be a big one.
Slums Hardpoint, you have to make sure you are the first ones to anchor down those spawns. Without spawn control, Slums is very difficult to fight at unless you are superior in terms of mechanical skills. But both of these teams, I would say, are quite equal when it comes to those engagements in gunfights. Jeff Pro, Incendio got nade back and forth, Skirt as well as Jeff Pro nailing them. Fantastic opener, and Almighty the first ones to soak up those points. And it looks like the spawn out of garages given to Blacklist International Ultimate. They use that to sneak onto the hard point. Almighty attacking from the back. It's just scrappy from the get-go, but I love the pacing that Almighty is taking in here. Yes, they falter finally to all of those gunfights, but what's it gonna be? Now, God spawns for Almighty from the back here. Heaven on the approach. This backstab could be detrimental for the team of Blacklist.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, for Blacklist International Ultimate, you would want to go and route now already. 20 seconds is left in here, and AMT is going in for the search. Wherever that route plan could be for Blacklist International Ultimate, as they sent out FTX, that guy would officially get taken down. Fine, Blacklist Ultimate, they do have that P1. But what AMT has is that money grab in here, that P2, that one-sided hill. It could just be the momentarily game changer in here in this matchup, as Blacklist will be coming in late to rotate. They now need to find a good read to destroy all of these players, but that will not be that easy. Shut-Up already making his presence known right through the back in heaven. Will be able to find himself with that sort of support from Shut-Up. Well, for now, the hard point opens up and AMT's inside the point.
I like what Blacklist is doing here. They know that it's going to be very tough to take away the spawns from the players of Almighty. They try to bash their heads through, failing a couple of those engagements will force them to overextend. Jabin tries to take away the spawn, and now Skirt takes the role of breaking the spawn, but Almighty just way too good holding it down. If Blacklist wants to make this easier for themselves, they just have to gather up their numbers and hit that hard point straight up from the side of Broken. They will stand a better chance. But look at the halfway access being cut out here by Shut-Up, streaking himself up by the slays that he is picking off of all of the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. Almighty finally loses the spawn, and this is the time for them to just abandon project and go over and secure the spawns for P3 instead. It is about to move, allow Blacklist to soak up all of those scrap points, but no! Final fight by Shut-Up. This guy's a monster in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they want to contest that, not really give enough points for Blacklist International Ultimate to culminate. But notice how Blacklist got what? They fell for that bait, and AMT now in a prime position here at this hard point number 3. But they do have lost that spawns, but Incendio is going to make up for that with that gunfight. Laundry's attack here coming right through for Blacklist International Ultimate, but Incendio now will finally get shot down, and here we go. Shut-Up making a huge play, taking over, flipping the spawn, so that should spawn a team right through the left side of that minimap, while he's going in for that pinch as well. Solid back and forth plays for Shut-Up right now, creating everything for the team to succeed.
Oh, fantastic, man. I mean, didn't manage to get the spawns away from the fountain side, and then just like that, Almighty stole that away. Fantastic way to take over control of this P3. Hunter Killer Drone sent out once again, and the God spawns over and over. The gods of RNG on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, continuously giving them the spawns behind fountain, although the players of Almighty are there, and none of the other players of the Blacklist International Ultimate are anywhere close to that fountain side. So the game is on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. Almighty fighting against all odds here, but they do manage to reacquire the spawns out of fountains, making it easier in terms of approach for P4 now, as it is about to get activated. FTX goes in for the investment on the Annihilator. Great takedown, but two players already on point, and Shut-Up once again stepping up for the team. Fantastic play by this player.
Yeah, P4 right now is going to be the money hill here that AMT could get to accumulate, but Blacklist International Ultimate, notice how they are spawning at that brick's head, but despite of that, they tried to play the pace and slow it down just to get some contest there, but that soon would not be successful, as we do see Shut-Up in heaven teaming up to shut them down. Well, look at that, 30 seconds left in here, and AMT continues to soak up the time, and not only that, Blacklist spawned so far away, and that's going to buy more time for AMT to just get some more against Blacklist. And right now, I mean, the shutdown is just on for Blacklist International, AJ. I mean, Almighty, whenever they come to that hard point, they always get that favorable spawns. They also win at gunfights. Right now, they're dominating all across the boards, and conversion has been the name of the game for AMT. Blacklist needs to step it up moving into the second reset.
Blacklist Ultimate fans crying now. They want Yato back. They want Yato to help them dominate Almighty. Yato's been that key factor in a lot of the engagements of the past, but now Almighty taking good use of the loss of Yato. I mean, you don't even have Yobabs there to back them up. Yobab's just a little bit too young. Yato, on the other hand, I'm not so sure exactly why Almighty hasn't stepped back into this hard point just yet. They do have the numbers, and as I say that, they take that Prince of Maneuver, takes that backstab as well, turns around, Jabin, big kill opportunity, but Jeff Pro sorts him out. 135 to 79. Blacklist International Ultimate struggling against Almighty, but AG with the equalizer out there once he went in for the Annihilator investment. Fantastic stun from Almighty, responds and stops AG in his tracks, but Almighty, all they can do is just contest for the hill, but not really break it just yet. 140 to 89. They might as well invest their time into rotating around to take the spawns off P2, because that's gonna be a bigger money hill.
Yeah, and right now, we see number 4 in blue here. That's going to be AG holding up the spawn. So with him actually using that kilo 1-for-1, that could be more devastating for whoever attacks from Almighty right through that long area, long alleyway right through the dump stairs. So for now for AMT, where's going to be the break actually routed at? Right now they're going into flood one area using Heaven's Annihilator to actually make the play inside.
Smart.
They have created a break here with Heaven creating 2 kills, but that's not going to be more than enough. You got to break the spawns here for Blacklist International Ultimate.
Yep.
Unlimited reinforcements is now they're slowly crawling back into this game. But Shut Up now creates an ingress inside, gets the huge double now. Able to run even more than that, but loses the gunfight. But they have finally made the play inside, contesting inside the hill. And Tindo will shut them down and they stand inside the point.
Yeah, mistake by Incendio there. The rest of the teammates of Almighty already at that hard point asking big questions, and he should have used that opener to go in for that backstab and take away the spawns, but instead he second guesses himself. He thinks that he's gonna get backstabbed and he wastes such a beautiful opportunity, and now Almighty has to rotate around, go in for the early anchor spawns at Fountain and hold on to this next hill, or else it's gonna be game over for them. Blacklist will be right in this matchup to take that lead, but you can see Blacklist going in that long rotation through Garage. They want the spawns at Fountain and they get the spawns at Fountain.
Yeah, you know, for Blacklist International Ultimate, one thing that they did great here, moving into the second reset, is a bounce back. Just prioritizing the spawns, getting that map control, getting that unlimited reinforcement through the place. But right now, Winston is going to stop them right now with his Annihilator. But now, finally, he gets shot down. The attacks could come through here, flooding the point right through that laundries. But Shut Up is still very much inside. Needs to hold his ground, needs to buy some time for his team. He gets 3 kills there, but now, finally, the break comes through. But it won't be successful. AMT holds their ground.
Amazing play, and that's all thanks to Shut Up once again. He is the star player for me on the side of Almighty. He's made so many of those plays, and without him, Almighty might have just been overtaken by Blacklist International Ultimate already. Final 15 seconds. Almighty still with a great hole. Blacklist International Ultimate, they do have the favorable spawns to play that P3, but unfortunately for them, no ingress whatsoever onto that hill. But they will use that spawn to get that leeway into P4, but there's already an early rotation coming through from Heaven and Shut Up. 34 and 33 kills for these two boys, and they try to make headway to take away the spawns as well from Blacklist, only to be shut down. Forced to spawn out of Broken, a little bit too far away to travel. Incendio with the misplay, I have to say, with that Predator missile, only gets that single kill. They could have used it to control the spawns, but it's all going to be up to Heaven, and he wins the gunfight. He gets the favorable spawns for the players of Almighty. So close now for the Singaporeans to close this off.
Yeah, AMT now on the hunt. Heaven making the play, but Jabin will be right exactly to cut the cross here. Number 4 still standing inside now. Tin will be dropping that operator skill, and that would be more than enough for them to actually buy some time to re-strategize and, of course, sturdy up the hardpoint defense. And they would be able to survive the first and second heat that AMT provided. Although AMT did have the favorable spawns earlier, they get shot down right off immediately. Great bounce back once again for Blacklist so far for Tin. Will be able to get shut down. Heaven still fighting for the favorable spawns, but they will not be able to get that. Final 10 seconds in Blacklist International Ultimate. Should they get this final 10 seconds, we'll be having a 20-point lead here up against AMT. And now, this is going to be a very important hill here. And as much as you want to get this P1 though, you would want to have the P3 or that P2 chained up perfectly for you. And now the hardpoint opens up here. Blacklist International Ultimate wanting for a comeback.
This time, Almighty has to, number 1, not secure the points off of this hill, but instead try to force a way to make themselves spawn from the Special Forces base.
Yeah.
Now, the gods of RNG have already given them this already. They just need to focus on maintaining the spawns behind and then take the attack from there. No matter what, they cannot allow Blacklist International Ultimate to take the spawn away from them. Final 30 seconds in here on this hill. Blacklist will bash their heads in, but look at how smart Blacklist is. They don't care about the hill now. They just want to take the attack from the side of Broken and potentially break the confidence of Almighty as well. And I know they will be trying for that spawn flip, and if they do manage to get that, this match is going to the hands of Blacklist International Ultimate. Almighty cannot allow that to happen, and they know exactly that's the fight they have to go in for. 206 to 210. Final 10 seconds, but this is going to be that money hill into P2. Almighty in the fight of their lives. Can they secure it? They secure the spawns first, and that's the bigger issue here. Blacklist is gonna have a tough time on this hill.
This could be the hard point that could end this matchup in right now. In their Blacklist, you need to find a way to contest. Heaven though will shot one down, but will be able to fail to convert the second. And now the push comes through in Blacklist in multi angles. Two stairs coming through here, using the smoke to close down the gap, but they will get sucked in with a gravity vortex. Irfan J will be able to find one with the trophy system. The push is strong on this one, but AMT stands. You have unlimited reinforcement, but notice how Blacklist is attacking from the back. They know when to attack, but right now they will fail to get some conversions in. But they have finally made the way inside the spawns. They have flipped it, and now they're going in for the backstab with FDX, leading the charge with his Annihilator. They want to make sure that they get to contest. They want to win this matchup.
Jeff Pro, just with the movements alone, buying so much of time for Almighty. Back up from Heaven, goes in for the wild sprays as he gets stunned halfway through the fight of their lives. 4 both squads out there, but Almighty winning out a majority of those. Yes, scrap points to the players of Blacklist International Ultimate, but they unknowingly help out Almighty to reposition at the next hill already. Blacklist International Ultimate, they lost the plot and they fell into the trap of Almighty. Almighty making them slay them out so that they can reposition for this next hill, and it's gonna be a game over unless Blacklist can win each and every single one of those gunfights, and it doesn't look like the players of Almighty gonna allow them to do that. We asked Jeff Pro to step his gameplay up, and he does exactly that, but Heaven shines through alongside Shut Up. They are the slayers, and Almighty take the first win.
And you know, for Almighty, moving into this game, had a very rough time up against ABC Esports. And one thing that they had the trouble on that map against ABC at that takeoff is controlling the map. They failed to get this initial spawns, initial anchor. And here this time around, they don't repeat the same mistakes. Although they did on that second reset, they make up for it on that final set of fails that we have, especially with Shut Up, controlling up the garbage spawns, making this team actually spawn right beside the P2. And with that said, you know, a total team effort for AMT, a nice trip for Blacklist International Ultimate, but wow, Heaven and Shut Up, they make sure that this team is supplied with firepower. And notice how Jeff Pro is the tertiary scorer for this team as well, able to help out and get this team that victory while also adding up some time inside the hill.
I think, you know, it's all about the spawn control at Slum's hardpoint. And the players of Almighty played this to perfection. One too many times, the gods of RNG gave the advantage to Blacklist International Ultimate. And that's the main reason why they were able to take not once, not twice, but 3 times the spawns out of fountains earlier on in the first set of rotations for these hard points. And this is exactly what you see on the minimap right now. And as the players on the side of Blacklist were being gifted all of these spawns, they made great use of it. But Almighty just overwhelmed Blacklist International Ultimate with their slaying power. That was just shocking, because one would have thought that Blacklist would be slightly better when it comes to these engagements on the battlefield. They sure as heck miss Yato and Yobabs right now. Almighty Heaven, Almighty slays, 48 kills, 6,120 points. This guy was an absolute wrecker out there on the battlefield.
Well, you already know that bed buff is going to be playing a great factor of that. Heaven is just untouchable when he's at his bed. And now, first game done. Almighty with the victory. Now we move into their own map pick. AMT, they pick Summit, where they can actually play it fast in here with the help of Jeff Pro that can help them initialize and initiate when it comes to getting those first blood. But then again, it could go either way here. Blacklist International clearly know how to play Summit, but then again, they were successful when they have Yato. So this is going to be the first time that they're going to move into Summit with AMT without their main player. So what's it like going to be? What's the game plan? Are you going in for the aggressive defensive side, or are you going in for a passive route? Well, there's only one thing to find. There's only one way to find it out as we load in the Summit Search and Destroy. AMT will be starting off on the defensive side, and Blacklist will be on the attack, so they can initiate and play as a team here right from the start. So let's see where they go and take it.
Double snipe setup for Almighty is going to be possible. Both long angles on Summit here. On the left and right, either side of that bomb site is going to be able to be defended well by the side of Almighty. Let's see if they can snuff out Blacklist before they even approach that bomb site. But look at this, Blacklist. I really like the ideation here. Taking the bomb straight in towards the control room. Now they attack from mid. But from that top floor of the control room, Almighty can snuff them out. But it doesn't seem like they want to go in for the push at all. They're very defensive and they hold back. The bomber just a little too daring, if you ask me.
Oh, Shut Up. Huge kill there. Chopping jab in now. That could turn heads here. Shut Up needs to get one more. Up front battle we go. The 50 GS is a nuisance. But finally, Dean will be able to shut him down. So no more flanker there. and Blacklist can just focus on where they would want to put that bomb up. Right now, they are heavily in line to plant that bomb at the A side, although that B side is going to be open for them. Not exactly with Almighty hiding around the corner and with Heaven actually picking in the angles as well in this matchup. And right now, we'll miss the first shot, but down to the final 50 seconds, Blacklist needs to find a way to make it a move.
Incendio, slow pace, trophy system taken out of the equation. That's just one of them. I believe they've got 3 set up on that location just to play the game of patience as well as the perfect game of defense, avoiding all of those blasts from the radius of those grenades. Heaven, long angle, perfection, but just too sneaky the players of Blacklist are. Let's see exactly how they get through. Oh, Heaven spots one. Reaction time just a little bit too slow, but Irfan J from the back. The backstep's perfect. Headshot. Now Heaven repositions. Oh, Blacklist just knows all of those angles, man. AG this time round 50 Gs. Backstab. Heaven perfection. FDX on the other hand is going to be too quick for him. Quick scope. Not going to hit. FDX trades him out. And one final player, Incendio, taking on that 1v2. Manages to take the headshot against 10 KSP.
Whoa!
Supremacy for Incendio. And he goes in for the defusal. Too much of time. And Almighty secure a really good round against Blacklist.
Incendio actually one of the better players absolutely right now for Almighty when it comes to the search and destroys. The first time they actually played and they won, he had a lot of first bloods initiated for this team, and he also supplied enough gunfights and kills for this team to win all of the match that they had on day 1, and it seems like he's going to continue that in here against Blacklist International Ultimate. Although they did lose against ABC Esports, now he's making time for it. That big play right there would give the team that 1-0 lead in this matchup. Now, so far for Irfan J, this one's a huge one, and that's going to be right through the heady, dropping thin. Now we get a 5v4. Blacklist is on the middle, and right now AMT is going in for that sandwich.
Whoa, Irfan J. Spray and praise. Good. Steps into his crosshair and gets annihilated. Incendio shuts down FDX. That's a big kill. No more sniper for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. Double KSP setup, but there's a double snipe plus a double KSP for the side of Almighty. Jabin eats one up. Incendio, but Heaven trades out Jabin. And now, the one and only boy from the side of Blacklist, AG, with a bomb in hand, has to shut down 3 players or sneakily sneak around that bomb towards the B bomb site. Surrounded by 2 players, AG needs to play this super carefully. Irfan J from the top floor of control room will be the biggest damage dealer. Information gets sent out, and now Irfan J is going to be your slayer. He gets to that point, but everybody's chasing down the bomber. They can just hold on to their angles. Shut up says, hell no. 50 Gs once again. Perfection.
They want to end this fast, and they want to end it as fast as possible in here. 2-0 right now for AMT. Blacklist International Ultimate. They keep heading to areas where they don't really have exactly a good plan to back them up. And I think they're looking lost out there in the first 2 rounds. I mean, they did get that bump out early at round number 1 at the A side, and they almost won that round. But I mean, the post-plant setup is not entirely there. And AMT continues to win the first blood engagements, and Irfan J converting one in there. 5v4 situation, and Blacklist caught in a crossfire right exactly to the ground floor. Not exactly a friendly moment for them right now, as they're low in numbers and low in positioning.
Just one player down shouldn't make much of a difference for Blacklist. The problem is the composition of the team. When you've got one of your best players taken away from your setup and you have to adjust to the playstyle of the new team members on your lineup, things get tough, man. And this is stage 4. Almighty, on the other hand, they've been playing with this squad for the longest of time now. So that is the nerf, unfortunately, on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. Usually, you don't see them struggling against Almighty. In fact, they know how to dominate Almighty on the MSP circuit. But Jeff Pro, once again, 0 slays so far, 2 rounds. He needs to wake up before Blacklist International Ultimate starts to shut down plays one after the other.
I have to agree with you on that one. Number 1 in blue, definitely supporting Irfan J in near the second floor. Shut up, gets the first blow against FDX. And that's it. Irfan J will lose the gunfight, but Jeff Pro will not be there for the trades, and as they looking to play it slow in here. Blacklist is down to their final 2 player,
nice.
and great top gear for Jeff Pro. Took him some 3 rounds to get that win, but now Jabin needs to win this one. Close range engagements, 1v1 against Incendio. He wins that, but now the flank comes through here. High post control here right now for AMT. They get the flank, but Jabin continue to create big plays here. All down to heaven. Clutch Jin on the line.
Very nice plays. Jabin on the right-hand side. Can he get this flick? Ooh, spots AG. Even if he gets this kill, Jabin's just going to step out. Even before that, Jabin snuffs him out. Fantastic play by Blacklist. Hold on to those important angles, and Jabin was able to punish with just that. Almighty. Great 2 first rounds though. But with Jeff Pro waking up and that single slay, instantaneous trade out, you know he's going to be quite mad.
Yeah, obviously, and is likely to play the double down role in here at this round number 4. As you see, Blacklist continues to play that mid-map control. They are centered to plant that bomb at this A side. AMT continues to stack their resources towards that second floor. And I mean, that's going to be good for them as they can initiate the height advantage kills. And Incendio drops AG. Skirt takes Incendio down. We got that first blood exchange, and Heaven will be able to create that ingress that the team need. The bomb is down at the mid.
I don't understand why some people are hating on Jabin because he's an excellent player out there on the battlefield.
I mean, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, they keep calling him J-Bot. You guys have never seen what Jabin's capable of doing, man. This guy is a ultimate slayer on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. It's all about teamwork out there. Heaven finishes off the final player, picks up that KSP, and Heaven is super deadly on the KSP as well as that sniper. So him being that flex out there, just proves to be one of the biggest winning factors on the side of Almighty.
Yeah, I mean, when he's able to knock down shots at the long range and take you down to that close range engagement, that's a very deadly dual combination in there. So
yeah.
AMT, they will be able to continue up the pressure in here, taking that 2-round lead advantage. As much as we'd like to see Blacklist push that A site, now AMT slowly picking up. You see 2 players stocking up when that cable platforms, while 1 player guarding mid that can initiate the flank as well. 30 seconds already passed by, and Shot Up gets the first blood. We get a 5v4 in here. Blacklist still stuck on this mid map.
Blacklist just wants to play this slow. They've tried to go in a little bit too fast earlier on in those rounds. Punished by Almighty. But Almighty this time around just still playing the game of patience. It's waiting for Blacklist to show up. Heaven and Shut Up. Double snipe setup as usual. It's holding on to some key angles here. No overextension. Shut Up. Punishes AG. That's the first opener. But it's nothing too much to punish the players of Blacklist. Even if the 3v5, not too much for the Filipinos to deal with. But it's all about those angles that they hold on to. And Skirt just needs to push up just a little bit more. If he can take Irfan J out of the equation here, it's going to be big. Jeff Pro and Incendio just make it way too difficult. That's it. GG. Shut Up finishes off with the 50 Gs. FTX down and Almighty in front.
Solid defense there for AMT, just waiting for the offense to initiate where the bomb will get planted. They know that they have the number advantage there. So they just kind of wait out around the B side and around the cable platforms to come up with the final eliminations to drop down FTX, Jabin, and Scared. Great defense there so far. Blacklist continues to fail. No one is initiating in here right now. And a good solid pick could be very useful for this team because for the past 2 rounds, they have been getting that first death. And Jack Pro continues to add that, make 3 deaths in this first few engagements for this team. Well, for now, 30 seconds passing by, and Blacklist continues to have the same exact place in here, but this time, Setchik around this B side, but that bomb clearly located at that A bomb side. I don't know exactly what to play here, but it's going to be very risky in here right now for Blacklist to play at the middle. When you have AMT right exactly in top floor, and now they're pushing up at the mid map, wow. Blacklist, they are not in a friendly place. They get shot down like once again.
I mean, at this point, the loss of Yato just a little too apparent in terms of how it's affecting the team of Blacklist International Ultimate. I mean, we have to look at strategy as well, right? Regardless of whatever that happens here, the probability of Blacklist International Ultimate making it through to the playoffs is still extremely high. Because the setup of Group A just is like that. You've got 3 dominators and you've got 3 underdogs. And there's very, very small possibility that the underdogs will be able to dominate these bigger teams. So this could just be a strategy play here. Just allow the other teams to underestimate you and show off exactly what you have at the playoffs. But the way the team is kind of circling around, I'm worried. I really hope that theory is true, man.
Well, they're looking lost out there in the battlefield, as you can see right now. As the bomb planter, you obviously would want to plant now, and right now they have covered up the perimeter. FDX is under fire. Heaven will shut him down, and wow, GG's. Look at that retake by AMT. Just a blink of an eye, they end it. Blacklist, they had the bomb defended, but they weren't really able to actually wake up and get the kills that they need in order for them to take that second round. And now AMT's on match point. They might as well end it in here as the attackers.
I mean, anybody that feels like Yato's loss isn't really affecting Blacklist International Ultimate doesn't know Blacklist International Ultimate. They don't drop matches against Almighty this easily, man. I mean, it's so much more closer in the past. And 6-1 is just such a disservice to all of that respect that Blacklist International Ultimate has built against Almighty so far. But Jabin, this is a good takedown on Incendio. The game of numbers now favoring Blacklist, but scared. Trades out Shut Up the moment he gets the player on his side dropped in. Takes down Heaven. Irfan J, Clutch King. There's nothing he can do against 4 players of Blacklist. Or is there? Bomb in his hand. He can dictate the pace. 1 minute on the clock. A lot of time to play around with. And nobody's defending A.
Yeah, slightly a better defensive round here for Blacklist, but that bomb could still get planted in here. But notice how he's not going to plant it just yet. He's going to wrap around the very back. And while the players are anticipating to be him right up front, this guy is going to attack in a place where you don't actually expect him to be at.
Yeah,
so Irfan J spots AG there. Gonna drop him perfectly. Now, a very silent kill there. Blacklist still doesn't know where he is at, but that trigger right there, that could have been information sent out already, and Blacklist guarding the back. 41 seconds left, and Irfan J now looking to pick on another corner. Jabin will be right on the corner, and Jabin will be still continues to lose. 1v2 now, AJ.
Clutch freaking king, Irfan J. No striker, KSP supremacy this time around. It's all about the timing and the location of Scared. Plays the dodge back and forth, 6-2. But this is match point for Almighty. That's not a huge loss at all. That's just Irfan J on the flex, showing that he can dance around the players of Blacklist.
Yeah, not much you can do there, really. But if you could have bought that FHJ, that could have been a kill there for Scared. But then again, we move in. Round number 9, Almighty will look to play it very slow, but still get that mid-game action. So we're using that smoke to actually cover down the sniper's sight in here, right through the control center. But that nade almost dropped down Incendio. Jeff Pro gets the bomb plant. Blacklist early on rotation now to play for that retake.
6-2. It is an opportunity for Almighty to finish this off. But the players of Blacklist is making this a little bit more tougher. Taking out one of their strong men. But Shut Up in Heaven. Shut Up once again, man, with the 50 Gs. Jeff Bro, good engagement. Gets a double for himself. Didn't. Final player left. Goes in for the wild sprays. Actually managed to get Irfan J down and out. But too low on HP. Heaven finishes him off. 7-2. Dominating victory for Almighty over Blacklist.
And it's always the first blood that AMT has continued to convert inside this matchup. If it's not Heaven, it's usually Shut Up. If it's not Shut Up, it's Incendio. This team is lock and loaded when it comes to playing their element. Summit is their map pick, and they're really confident at just taking down the players in there. But notice how Blacklist International Ultimate, no one was really initiating from this team. No one is getting those first bloods. And this team is scared to take on whoever is up front against them.
I don't know. This sus, man. This is not Blacklist International Ultimate. I mean, the Blacklist Ultimate that I know is way more aggressive than this. They are leading us on to believe that they are no match for Almighty, just so that we can underestimate them at the playoffs. It's a tactic, but that tactic's running old already. But for the side of Almighty, I feel like it was great engagements all around. Jeff Pro once again stepping up for the team. In fact, every single player on the side of Almighty were quite amazing in this matchup. But on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, very questionable moves, no aggression, no angles held. I mean, some of those wall bangs as well from Almighty, just way too spicy, man. I mean, Blacklist was just way too predictable in this SND.
Yeah, it's highly unlikely of them because this team is always calculating their aggressiveness, but here it's calculated passiveness for them. But hey, you have your MVP in here, Shut Up with 10 kills. Again, he's been a proving factor and helped this team actually get those first blood. And when he got that, the team is able to follow up and go push up the push up the pace, and of course, get the kills that they need to end the rounds. And very great out there for Shut Up. But let's continue talking about Blacklist International Ultimate. They just don't seem like they're at their usual self here.
Yeah, it's definitely not the usual Blacklist Ultimate out there on the battlefield. And I'm just not sure whether that is strategy or them being sad that Yato's not playing alongside them. It's got to be one of those two. And, you know, the probability of the loss of Yato affecting them might just be the bigger truth, but there is a slight possibility that it is strategy as well, because once again, what's the big deal if they lose against Almighty? Absolutely nothing. All they need to do is make sure they secure the rounds against LYNX, Huntsmen, as well as CW, and they're going to be all in the clear.
Yeah, they just have to take those players. They have to take those teams down. And already they have taken down Change World. That's one less thing to worry about. They have taken down LYNX TH, if I'm not mistaken. So they only have to worry about Huntsmen on day number 5. So with that said, here we go. Blacklist International Ultimate and AMT. A chance for a sweep here for AMT, but a chance for a win for Blacklist inside this map. But you already know, looking at the statistics, cards are heavily in favor for AMT. Control game mode is their baby. And right now, we move in this game with AMT exactly on the defensive side.
Let's see if or not Blacklist will switch their pace up this time around with the engagements. That's a good opener by Irfan J. Blacklist International Ultimate from the get-go. They are being tortured by Heaven. Oh, the timing. Oh, my lord, he still wins that gunfight. What the heck, Heaven? Managing to just flick it to the left and shutting down FDX from the back. AG, on the other hand, just trying his best to sustain his battles here. Fantastic play, but the green... Not the Green Raider station. But the hold here at Gallery will be solid for the players of Blacklist until the moment that AG goes down. 23-25, just a 2-life deficit. Almighty's not too bad on this defense. As usual, controls their game mode.
Yeah, as you can see here, Irfan J will have that kitchen control. They would also have the line of cards in here at the swimming pool with him out. And of course, number 3, going in for the flank. That's going to be Heaven now. Securing his 4, he'll make that 5. Irfan J on the flank here, defending this A. While Blacklist already had consumed one of the ticks here. Only have to worry about 2 more ticks to get this A control point in their favor. But just notice how Blacklist International Ultimate is kind of playing it very slow at this point. And now they have 2 players in here at the swimming pool. But they're also going to set out number 1 and 2, FDX and Javen, right through the B control point. So we might see a divide and conquer gameplay in here right now. Well, for the meantime, they have been losing the gunfights in here. And AG continues to drop his gunfights. 18 and 11. Look at the life count here. AMT dominating by so much.
Yeah, they went for the split and Shut Up said, don't worry guys, I got this. Solo takes down 2 players, snuffs out the attack on that A control point, and there's just nothing much that these boys could, the B control point, and nothing much that Blacklist could do to respond. I mean, the numbers here are unbelievable. Blacklist International Ultimate, they really seem nerfed.
And you know, it's either of the 2 here. It's either they are playing strategy or we are seeing a fallout for Blacklist International Ultimate. 4 seconds is left inside this game. And AMT now will be able to win through the clock ticking. Great defensive round. 12-4 life count. That's going to be a huge margin when it comes to playing in this control. And now we are moving in to switch the sides here. And Blacklist International Ultimate on the defensive side.
And even before we got to control, there was a high probability that Almighty was already going to win this control. All right, they are super solid when it comes to this game mode. But Blacklist International Ultimate, this time around, they're waking up. 2 opening frags for them, but instantaneously traded back out by Almighty. Just a 1 life deficit. But they are on the attack though, Almighty. So this is a good play for Blacklist for the opener here. Sending in 2 defenders for that B control point. Just 1 guy on that A control point. Just waiting for the players of Almighty with open arms, waiting to welcome them. But they get slain out. This is no time for hugs. This is the time for battle, say Almighty. 24-24. Blacklist International Ultimate scurry their way through as Almighty tries to rip that B control point away from them.
Yeah, exactly. Blacklist will be able to clean them out, but they also will be losing the chance here to control this kitchen with Heaven actually creating the play, getting this huge 2 kills. There it is, mid-map control for this team. They can actually cut the cross in here and of course anticipate Blacklist from rotating, but AG will be able to spot his location. Heaven will be down on low HP. They could get the flank in here. There it goes. Elimination is done, but notice how AMT already made their move here. They now have this A control point locked down and Insano will be sent out to check the spawns. AG on the flank though for Blacklist International Ultimate. He gets 1, but the trades come true in here and AMT solid thus far, but they haven't been able to find enough success at pulling away in the gunfights, but they have made progress there with that objective time.
Heaven, good shutdown onto Jabin. Pulls out the Annihilator and Shut Up annihilates AG instead. Good trade out by Skurd. It's 16-14. Almighty almost getting the job done at that A control point. Half their players spread out. That A control point is 100% now in the hands of Almighty. That's no doubt whatsoever. They add on precious time to the clock. 30 seconds to go, and that's going to be extended by a minute. Blacklist International Ultimate, they just have to defend with their lives at the B control point. But guess what? Their lack of lives here is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that take. And notice how they're starting to lose their gunfights once again. Not exactly a good sight here for Blacklist. They keep dropping one by one. And every time a player falls, it makes the defense a lot harder for this team. Down to their final 2 life count. And Blacklist looking grim so far, stuck behind their spawns.
No.
Jetpro will be able to get down by AG. Jabba will be able to get that follow up, but they have to play it very, very cheeky. But with Shut Up getting 1 and getting 2, AMT, a better overall offensive side, 2-0. Blacklist still yet to find an answer.
I mean, okay, wait. First of all, let's acknowledge the fact that Almighty is an amazing team. But this is not Blacklist International Ultimate. Jamin and Tin, 4 frags each, and you expect us to buy that? Come on, Blacklist. You got to step it up. You know you can step it up. This team is just, maybe they're just resting, right? FDX, shut up, good takedown. Once again, the loss to Blacklist, the loss for Blacklist International Ultimate, it's not going to affect them too much. But, in the ego department, it has to hurt, right? You can't just give it away like this. And even if you are trying, then it's just going to crush your soul, man. Because from dominating Almighty to being dominated 3-0, that has to crush your soul.
Yeah, in a span of like 2 weeks for preparation for Garena regional qualifiers, a heavy adjustment was made by Blacklist International Ultimate, having to drop Yato and had to readjust with their current 5-man roster in here. It obviously would take some time for them to glue and, of course, find the right chemistry, because obviously Tin and AG barely get any chance to actually play with one another unless it's going to be a no-bearing match. Yeah. And with that said, it might be Blacklist International Ultimate basically might be hiding their strats in here.
I mean, this round, Blacklist just showing up a little bit stronger, finally. I guess they're listening to the broadcast as well. They gotta step it up,
eyes
man.
on you.
Yeah, Skirt, Jabin, 7 slays so far. Needs to wake up. Tin waking up a little by little as well. B control point to the hands of Blacklist International Ultimate. This is the kind of fight we want to see out there. Not some soft engagements. 14-13. Time's running out though. Blacklist needs to get the job done. I don't care which control point. The engagement's soft. Tin needs to win. Big gunfight. Wins exactly that. Now that A control point can be ripped away by Tin, but no, he waits for backup, wasting time. 35 more seconds to go. Blacklist International Ultimate doesn't really have the time to wait around.
And Jeffro will be cutting around the backside here just to get more players at the spawn. And Incendio and Heavy will be following up, continuing the damage here. Jeffro on the flank once again, being that nuisance that Blacklist really hates to see around. 9-2, 17 seconds left. Irfan J confirms one more for the win. It could be Shut Up or it could be Heaven getting that final blow. And it will be the Annihilator from Heaven that will end the match 3-0. A sweep made by Almighty up against Blacklist.
I mean, congratulations, Almighty, but Blacklist clearly needed some coffee on that matchup, man. They was asleep. They were not doing anything. And at that one point where Tin already had a clear opportunity to grab that A control point, what does he do? Nothing. He goes hunting for kills instead. That's not the usual Blacklist International Ultimate that we know. Almighty took the opportunity. They say, you want to play this soft? No problem. Thank you so much for the 3-0. Have a donut, sir.
Well, that's going to be a hot and glazed one. And for me, I like those flavors. But yeah, Almighty, they definitely able to win this one. Take a look at this, Heaven, 26-10, 2.6 KD. But notice on the other end, on the flip side, look at the very bottom, Jabin with 8-18. Skirt 11-16. This is unlikely of this team, AJ.
Yeah. And I was just defending Jabin moments ago, right? 8-18. Poor Jabin down bottom frag. But everybody at a certain point will experience those moments, man. I mean, no matter how good you are, you can't just be supreme each and every single match unless you are a guy like Whoopi and Heaven. That's a different story altogether. Their consistency is out of this world. But Jabin should have stepped up a little bit more. Tin should have woken up a little bit earlier in this matchup. But it's all around soft engagements, lack of a leadership out there on the battlefield, decision-making on the side of Blacklist Ultimate, abysmal in this matchup against Almighty, which, quite honestly, is super shocking. This is not the usual Blacklist Ultimate. And the question, once again, is going to be, is it because they do not have Yato on the lineup? Because it clearly is hurting them.
Yeah, maybe the adjustments is tough for a team who heavily relied on an underage player on stage 3 and a few days to readjust the strategies and the roles. Not to mention, they've been struggling at adding up who's going to be that initiator for this team. Again, normally it's normally Yato, but we have some occasions where we did see AG step up, we did see Thin, but it's inconsistent. So they could actually use this group stage to actually find out what's going to be the perfect roles and strategies that they could use up in that playoffs. And again, this is just well, for me, looking at the history, this is the first time ALMGHTY won against Blacklist International Ultimate ever since the Eastern Finals, Grand Finals, AJ.
Eastern Final.
2021.
Yeah, but even
It's been a while.
even then, Blacklist, they put the whoop on ALMGHTY, and this is just such a sus loss, man. But the only thing that makes it slightly believable is the fact that Yato's not on the lineup, and nothing can deny that Yato is such a huge difference maker for the side of Blacklist Ultimate. But a lot of questions needs to be asked of the organization if the team can go from supreme to absolutely being dominated by ALMGHTY just with the replacement of that one player. You got to have better teamwork out there. Once again, it wasn't just down to the matter of engagements out there on the battlefield. I mean, mechanical skills, we can put that aside. Fair enough. ALMGHTY wins a majority of those gunfights. But this is control. The lack of decision making, the lack of committing in to one of those control points as a team just unfortunately is unacceptable on the side of Blacklist Ultimate. On that final round, we saw some signs of life. They managed to put on 2 markers on both control points, showing that they wanted to make a comeback. And then when they could secure one of those control points and extend the timer,
He pulled out.
they decided to, maybe not. Like, we've come all the way here. Might as well throw it all the way.
Well, we did see some revitalizations from them. We did have the A and the B control point 2 ticks in, and the moment that they realized, oh, we got the A and B control point 2 ticks in, I think we're willing to match up our strategies. I mean, I'm so confused today. Now, this is... Oh my God, I don't know, AJ.
Nah, I mean, once again, we have to bring up a simple point that what's the worst case scenario here for Blacklist Ultimate if they do take an L to ALMGHTY? Absolutely nothing. Now, they've taken an L. They've eaten an L from both of the top dogs in Group A. Technically, they're a top dog as well. The biggest question now is, can one of the underdogs punish Blacklist Ultimate? Because if that happens, Blacklist Ultimate will cry their way home as they do not make it through to the playoffs for being cheeky during the group stage. I mean, it's about that. You want to hide strats. You want to show that you're not going to be a threat at the playoffs. But to what, possibility at the end of the day? I mean, change will... Yeah, a lack of combat capability out there. But there is one team that might be able to upset the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. Now, let me just double check and see the lineup of this team, because Blacklist Ultimate haven't met the Huntsmen yet. And Huntsmen, they are showing signs of life. Crush started off the competition representing the Huntsmen a little softly, but he's found his true kind of, game style, play style, and they're really boding well out there on the battlefield. Their chemistry and their bond is getting stronger over the days, and we saw them perform earlier on today. Okay, albeit against another underdog team, but that might just be the outlier. If Huntsmen manage to surprise the world against Blacklist, that's going to be the biggest upset of the Garena regional qualifier, Callie.
Well, from Eastern Finals champions to a team that never qualified in the regional qualifier, I'm going to explode my mind.
Yeah, too cheeky, man.
I have
It's
to
a
shake my
huge
head if
risk.
that happens.
I would not make challenges like that. I tell you, Huntsman will be waiting to say, okay, all right, a ball Cali it is.
Okay. Challenge accepted, Huntsman. I got my eyes on you guys.
You've got your hair on them. And I mean, Crush is dying to make it through to stage 5, right? He is dying to prove himself. This is the guy that, unfortunately had to part ways with Smarter Mega, as Smarter Mega wanted to go down a different path. And it hurt his soul. It hurt his being. It hurt his existence, because the moment he separated ways with the team, Smarter Mega started winning. I mean, that kind of, paints a very unfortunate picture for Crush. And he had a little bit of a rough time in the scene. But all of you guys are going to have a good time in the scene as you go ahead and dominate the Redemption's ATV vinyl wrap this time around for you guys to zoom around Battle Royale a little bit more flashily.
Yeah, I mean, I would love that. I would love to use that and have a racing battle against whoever wants to challenge me when I go live. But I mean, talking about what you were extremely saying earlier, Crush is starting to show up, and that we did see a glimpse of him actually up against LYNX TH, where on Search and Destroy, he continued to pop off, with that shotgun. Yep. And the return of the KRM's actually in the game. Guitar's been successful off of it. If Crush can be able to find a way to adjust his playstyle and use the KRM even more, it could propel this team to victory because he's very successful at that and the Search and Destroy earlier up against LYNX TH.
Yeah, I mean, people might have forgotten, but, Crush has a nickname. He is the Shot God. And he is the god of shotguns in MSP for a reason. But it's been a long while since the meta dropped the shotguns out of the equation. And Crush overall got nerfed when the meta of the shotguns was taken away. And he has never been able to truly bounce back since that moment. But now that the KRM is so much more viable in the competition, there might be a huge possibility. But the guy has to grind day and night before they meet the players of Blacklist Ultimate. And it's not like he has 20 days. He literally has 2 days before that engagement happens out there on the battlefield, Gali.
And that will be all for today. The drama will continue tomorrow. And again, Blacklist International Ultimate down there at the very bottom. They got to act up on that day number 5. But again, tomorrow we will see Smart Omega, WDC Freestyle, and Dunya Games in action. Not only that, you also have the underdogs down there. But that would be a topic for tomorrow. Once again, this is Cali Gaming down here with the Mustachio AJ. We will be seeing you guys tomorrow for more Call of Duty Mobile action at Garena Regional Qualifier. Peace out.